So welcome everybody who happens to be here in the room and those who might be on the internet either observing or participating. This is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Tonight is Monday, November 14th. It's a bit after 6. I apologize for that. So with me, and by way of taking roll call and introduction, is Sarah Latham to my left, Mark McIntyre, and John Gregory. That constitutes a quorum, so I move that we open the meeting. The second on that? Second by Mark. All in favor? Aye. Okay, everybody, you're here for the duration, which might be some time. We have a very full agenda. And also staying with us, not by choice, but by function, Alex Wallach, our planner, Director of Planning, Alice Cooley, our counsel, our videographer, Charles Certain, and and assisting him is to Jay Anderson. And Emma, is Emma taking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There you are. And Emma, our recording secretary, thank you. We did receive from you, Emma, last week the minutes. Not all of us have had a chance to review them, at least the revision. So we're just going to dispense with voting on those or approving those this evening. So let's move right on to the agenda. But let me first ask that for anybody who's here for the first time with a new application, you know that it's a requirement to submit an affidavit of posting and mailing. We cannot hear cases unless that has been done. And since we have a long agenda, I'm asking everybody to make sure that they've done that. And if you don't think you've done that, to come up here and mention it to Alice. Alice, do you know of anybody that's short an affidavit?
Yes. In non-historic, Alana Sirota, SKH Wickapog Road LLC, Robert Kornstein, and Gary Flanagan. I have the posting, but not the mailing.
We've got Kornstein. You want it now?
I trust you. I didn't mention your other application because I know you have it. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for Alana Sirota, I dropped off both today, the mailing and the affidavit.
Okay, we'll check the file then. Thanks.
We'll address that. Okay, so we're all set?
Yeah, I think we can move on.
Okay, great. So we have written decisions before us, and Alice, I'm going to ask you to just summarize each one of them as we get to them. The first one is that of Isabel and Wajid Jordan LLC, Patrick Jordan at 39 Linden Lane. Now, also with that, the applicant was to submit a correspondence confirming the color selection, which they have.
Mm-hmm.
And although that's at the tail end of the agenda, I think we can, if that's been satisfied, has everybody taken a look at that and they're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was in the office.
So Alice, why don't you proceed with just summarizing the written decision and then we'll go from there.
Sure. This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations to the existing house, and after some changes and a provided streetscape and perspective, the board found that the plans were appropriate.
Okay, has everybody had a chance to read that?
Yes.
Any concerns, objections, edits, comments? Okay, if not, then I move that we accept into the record or that we approve the written decision submitted by council. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so that's an aye from me, John, Sarah, and Mark. Okay, okay. All righty. That's signed. Alex, this can go into the file. Thank you. Okay.
Poor Curtis is deaf.
How was that? Okay, next is Sacred Hearts Church, and that's at 168 Hill Street. Alice?
The owner applied for a certificate of appropriateness to restore the front entry door and stained glass windows of the existing church. They provided photographic evidence of the rotted wood and presented a methodology consistent with good practice for historic restoration, which the board found to be appropriate.
Okay, again, everybody's read it?
Yes.
No concerns, comments, edits? All right, I move that we accept and approve the written decision submitted by council. All in favor?
Aye.
Second first.
Second.
By John, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Alex? No, but just as long as they can be put aside, and then after tonight's meeting, I'll stick around and sign the folders. Okay. Okay, next is 5, is that it? I don't know if that's an errand 5 or not, but Spencer and Ruth Kufferman, I guess. Kuffman, thank you. At 232 Hill Street.
The owner applied to the board for a certificate of appropriateness to reconstruct the foundation and walls of an existing 2-story non-conforming cottage, with the board found to be appropriate along with the proposed methodology.
Okay, same drill. Has everybody had a chance to read it?
Yes.
Okay, no edits, comments? Okay, I move that we accept the written decision as submitted by council. Second on that. Second by John. Yeah, he beat you.
Good.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
It's a
great.
race.
All right, it's like Jeopardy. Okay. There you go. Okay. I'll turn it back over to you for First Pasture LLC.
Oh, sorry, I was on a different one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations in addition to an existing 2-story house. The board deemed that the design for the exterior alterations and to increase the size and change the location of the windows on the north elevation would be appropriate, and noted that the alteration is an extension and not a change to the historic material of the existing dwelling.
Okay. Again, any concerns, edits, comments? All good?
Yep.
Okay, I move that we accept and approve the written decision submitted by council. Second on that.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay. And finally, the written decision regarding 322 South Main LLC.
This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct driveway gates on existing piers to be constructed of wood and painted white, which the board found to be appropriate given the location of the property, its large size, and the design of the gates with the pre-existing piers.
Okay, thank you, Alice. And again, has everybody read it? Good? Comments? Okay, I move that we accept and approve the written decision submitted by council.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, great. And for those of you who are not familiar with the process, if a structure is located in the historic district, it requires a certificate of appropriateness and a written decision. Outside the historic district, it is, a written decision is not required. Okay, thank you, everybody, for that. Next on the agenda is a demolition evaluation. The applicant requested an adjournment to December 12th. This is regarding Walnut Street Partners. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 12th, if we haven't already, have we?
No.
No, okay. Second on that.
Second.
Mark? And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's adjourned. Okay. Okay, so now we move into public hearings, historic. The first two have been adjourned respectively, and both to the 12th. So the first one is.
No.
I believe number 2, they are requesting an adjournment to the 12th.
Would number 2?
Yes.
The Linda
Yeah,
Carter?
Blanchard.
Blanchard, Jill, Richard.
Do you have an old agenda?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got that.
Oh.
Okay.
Both demos?
Well, what,
Okay,
okay.
I'm looking.
Is
Okay, so.
Is Warrenhampton Road just
continually just moved ahead? I just, well, what, do we know what the status is of that?
I think they asked for an adjournment to the December 12th. I know that was done the last meeting. I understand that they're intending to come in with some revised plans.
I just mentioned before, if there's, that because of the situation of that building, if there's any danger of something falling off in the building and killing someone because of the
Yeah.
issue at hand, I think that's a concern. So they should be coming soon to tell us what their plans are. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I can reach out to them and ask them.
Yeah, but John addresses a good concern. Obviously, they want to repair it, but it may, are the repairs simply aesthetic, or is it that there's some concern? And if there is, perhaps the building department should look at it from that standpoint.
Well, they said that they were going to hire Joel Snodgrass to do a materials analysis because the original proposal involved things that would trap water and make the situation worse. So they hire him already.
So it's like, yeah, inconclusive whether it is structural or
Yeah.
just, the facade of the building. I think it's a concern.
All
just
right,
for
so
the-
let's, Alex, if you can share that with the building inspector. But in the meantime, as it concerns us, we'll move to adjourn it. Okay?
I am of the opinion this should be the last time that, I believe we've been adjourning
Okay.
this since May.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm fine for that.
Yeah.
So I move that we accept this time the adjournment to December 12th, however, after which they would have to resubmit a new application.
Yep.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, Mark, seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so adjourned. Last time. Requires new application. Okay. Okay, this is not the case, however, for the next one, Jill and Richard Blanchard, 55 First Neck Lane, applicant requests adjournment to December 12th. I see no reason why not to grant that, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 12th. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Sarah, all in favor? Aye, okay. Okay, so now on to substantive matters, the application of 765 Hill Street LLC. Not surprisingly, it's 765 Hill Street, and this regards parcel demo. And John, if you will, just let me get out my notes. Okay. Okay, when you gentlemen are ready, introduce yourself, and to the extent you can, let's address the discussion to the matters that were raised at the last meeting.
So I'm just going to try to be quick, to have a long agenda, and
Thank you.
Ryan Kessner is here, is the project architect, and I'm John Bennett, I'm a lawyer for the project, but I sort of acted as the secretary and the negotiator in the last time, so I figured I'd just tell you about what we have changed. As it relates to the principal residence.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but could the applicant please speak into the microphone?
Oh, yeah,
You know,
Thank you.
this doesn't
Sorry.
make any sense at all for board.
We'll
design
worry
board
about it.
review
We'll
boards.
figure
I
it
mean,
out.
what are we doing
I
with
know,
this? You
I
It
know.
makes no sense at all. Whose idea was this?
The powers that
I'll
be.
bring it over this way then? Should I bring it this way? Is that
If it
okay?
works for Charles.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, we have
There you go.
the front door and the side lights have been modified.
You need a chiropractor.
The transoms over the first floor window have been removed and all windows modified to a 2/2 pattern. The turnbacks along the roof line, we just wanted to make them smaller, Sarah, we just removed them. The chimney is proposed to be brick. The transoms over the front door have been modified to a 2/2 pattern. The round windows have been modified to square windows, and again in a 2/2 pattern. And the exterior lighting fixtures have all been depicted on all elevations. So I had notes, I made changes on the actual, pen changes on the actual plans, and hopefully that takes care of every modification that the board wanted. We just simply made all the modifications that I was able to, that the board requested. At least, that's the way I
Okay.
categorize them, or catalog them. And with respect to the guest house, it's a little bit of a misnomer. This is not the demolition of that part in the back was already approved.
Right, okay.
So I don't know why it's listed as a partial demolition for the guest house. And in the guest house, the double hung windows have been proposed to a 2/2 pattern, more consistent with what was there. So
Okay.
hopefully we've done everything right.
Okay.
Unless there's something
Ryan,
else
why
wrong.
don't you take over the mic wherever it might be so that we can hear you? Okay, great.
As stated, we've adhered to all the
Oh,
requests of
Ryan, just,
Oh.
well, actually, John introduced you, so we're good.
Ryan Kessner, architect.
Okay, great.
We've adhered to all the requests of the board in terms of the windows. Basically, everything that you guys asked for, we provided, including renderings from the street, from the house,
Okay.
showing the buildings in tandem and singularly.
So take us through the elevations, the renderings, and actually show us the changes you made. Okay.
Okay. So this is the front of the principal dwelling.
Would you please tell us which direction these drawings and the elevations are facing?
Yeah, and that's for our benefit as well as council.
Okay.
And for the public, because if you just say front, it leaves the person sort of wondering which way's up.
Okay, certainly.
Thank you.
This is looking from Cameron Way, and you are facing east at the moment, looking at the property. Again, we've removed the
West
train.
elevation.
Or west
The
elevation, you're
west.
facing, it's west elevation. We've removed the transoms, we've changed the grill patterns, we've changed the windows above the gables, and everything in between. We've changed the stone to brick as requested. And this is one of the renderings.
So you remember there were those turnbacks
Oh.
on the.
And over the foyer area, you guys had requested for smaller windows in there as well.
Okay.
If you look at
Mo-
at the original
I'm sorry.
application, and, got rid of the transoms, they weren't really appropriate, I thought, for something that's trying to be of a certain age or mimic a certain age.
Okay, so, let's see, inasmuch as a picture's worth 1,000 words, Mark, do you want to start us off?
No, actually start with Sarah.
Sarah? Okay, Sarah?
I think when you showed the street view, which is the south elevation of your
That's right.
of your new design, it made it clearer to me that the building in essence is turning its back on the street, and it goes it's oriented in a north-south elevation. I mean, a north-south.
Because there are two streets.
Yes, but the main street, as far as the historic structure is concerned, is Hill Street.
Yes,
Yes.
there are, nevertheless, there are two public right-of-ways.
Totally,
Which one
totally,
you
but
choose.
the main public thoroughfare and the relationship to the commercial building is Hill Street.
Yeah, well,
And I'm not sure that that elevation is particularly well resolved. That's my only
what we could do,
comment.
quite simply, is we could simply totally buffer it out, because if you remember in your initial approval of the change of what used to be the antique store,
Mhm.
is now going to be this, the accessory dwelling area. There was a prohibition against any sort of buffer
I totally understand.
high in front of the house or at all. So
Mhm.
quite candidly, it's not done yet, but the concept is simply to have a row of hedge and buffer.
I don't think
here.
that's necessary. I just think that it's, my comment is that the design from the Hill Street elevation, in essence, is not very well developed and turns its back on the Hill Street side. And I think that my fellow board members might have comments, I don't know.
But that's not the historic house.
Right.
That's not the historic.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's hear from the board, and then you guys can have a chance to rebut. John, we'll go from.
I mean, I don't disagree with what Sarah is saying, but I don't know what the remedy would be in this case. I mean, are you suggesting the house be,
No, I just.
The orientation change?
My comment is you've got a dull brick chimney and two windows and then a third little window. And that's mostly what you're going to see when you drive by on Hill Street.
Right, so. then
I'm
you're
not,
saying- you're
I'm
saying
not
it's
the
so much about
architect,
it's
but
not-
I'm
it's not-
making a
May I
It's not
ask
so
a
much the
question?
placement, it's perhaps the treatment.
right,
Yes.
right.
Okay, I understand what
I'm
you're
not,
saying.
I'm not asking that it be moved or buffered. I'm just making an architectural comment.
No,
Right,
to my point, it is going to be buffered. There'll be a row
Right.
of tall, you're not gonna see that south elevation.
So,
Because
let's-
there's a prohibition against bringing any screening forward. We're proud of the historic building,
Right,
and obviously we have to adhere to that.
yeah.
But behind it,
You
it's
can
gonna
do
be
what
all
you want.
screened.
So essentially, the house itself will be obscured by any
It's gonna
landscaping,
disappear. Yeah,
so,
it's gonna disappear.
Mark?
First of all, thank you. I think for a lot of the architecture comments we made last time were adhered to, I appreciate. What I'm still not seeing is a relationship between the two houses, because even in the historic house that you're renovating, there's no apparent walkway from one to the other, and the historic house seems to turn its back on a flag lot house that's sitting behind it. So instead of looking like one property which has two structures, it is appearing to me like two separate structures that have no relationship to each other.
I know,
But yet they are one property.
Yeah, but.
You didn't even open a door from the back toward the house.
But we're not, your jurisdiction is over the preservation of that historic house, which we're adhering to. The other house is going to disappear from Hill Street. There'll probably be a walkway, obviously, to get from the main house to what is going to be the guest house.
Then where is it?
Excuse me?
Then where is it?
Well, we don't show walkways on, if you like, we could show it, but it's.
Matter of fact, quite often people do, because I think one of the questions I asked last time, Mr. Bennett, was what is the relationship between the two houses? Besides the fact we felt that one house was a little too over-architectured against the historic house, which you've cured.
Yeah.
The other question we have is how do these two houses relate to each other because they're on one property versus this house appearing as a flag lot? And that's what I actually don't think we've solved here.
I'm certainly not going to mimic in any way what is gonna become the guest house. As a matter of fact, I'm actually sort of dismayed when I see.
I'm not asking you to
guest
mimic.
house being-
I'm not asking you to mimic it.
guest
You're
house
not
being a
hearing me.
mini-
I told you
mini
last
greenhouse.
time,
Yes,
my comment last time,
right.
honestly, Mr. Bennett, was that
You can call me John, it's all right.
No, Mr. Bennett, I think last time what I found here was there was no relationship to them as a single property. You're making the larger house appear as it's a flag lot property to another structure.
If you would like.
Whereas
you
what
can-
we asked for was a relationship between the two buildings.
Is it,
In what manner? Would you like there to be some sort of physical walkway? You can condition on.
I think that's the architect's job to tell us what he thinks the right
No, but if
answer
you want
is.
to condition between some physical walkway between the two houses, I have
Wait.
no problem whatsoever with that. If you want to see that the houses are organically related by a walkway.
That it's one
just
property?
condition it on that. I have no problem with
can we
that.
go back to the other slide, please, the one before this?
yeah, okay, John, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is what the group was referring to. If you look at, not assuming we're trying to replicate or mimic the existing structure, when you look through, assuming that there are no bushes there, the bushes were blown away in a hurricane, who knows?
Leaves falling on the roof.
Yeah. When you look from the street past the historic house to the property or the structure behind, there just doesn't seem to be any design relationship between the two. And I think that would be,
Well, I'm not going to put the front of the house.
no, that's not what I'm
No,
saying.
no.
Just from a design standpoint, if there's some way to join the two properties in a way that makes them look as though they're all part of one,
Oversimply, perhaps, we could paint it white.
I don't think that's the answer. You've got
Excuse me?
I don't know that that's the answer, and that's, I don't think you need to
Yeah.
shoot from the hip here. I think we might talk the architecture, but you've got a separate driveway that has no driveway relationship between the two. The back of the historic house does not open to the new house. So it just looks like an unfortunate situation in the front yard that we're trying to ignore versus a property of which there are two structures that relate.
Yeah, so I think, if I may, so I think we're talking about nuances and subtleties. I think the location, the positioning of the house is okay. In fact, I dare say it's better than if it was facing
Oh, yeah.
the other way, because then it would take away from the
Absolutely,
historic property that we're
absolutely.
trying to preserve. So from that standpoint, the location is fine. The more my board members speak, the more I understand where they're going, which is some connection without it mimicking this historic property would help. Now, whether that's a walkway, whether it's landscaping that connects them, whether it's maybe some little tweaks of architecture on that facade, I don't know.
I
But
think, if I may,
yeah,
what I want to do in keeping and maintaining the sense of place of what's always been there
mhm.
is to totally buffer that house so that that is the focal point. Because what was behind that before was successional field growth.
Right.
So I'm not gonna be able to replicate that, and the whole idea was to preserve this as part of the maybe smaller scale sense of
Yeah.
place, as a small building.
Which we
you know,
appreciate.
And so I really, I know it's dangerous when you start saying hide things, but really, I think in this particular instance, to fully buffer that house from the historic structure there makes a lot of sense, because try as you may, it's gonna take away, regardless of what's
Yeah.
done, it's gonna take away from the pre-existing sense of
So
place of
what-
a
what- what
small
if-
retail building out
What
there.
if there were green
Well, you know, I
buffers
just feel like
and
you've
a
got a looming,
and a
to me, it just
gate
looks
and a
like
walkway?
a looming flag lot house behind a historic house versus
Yeah,
a
I think,
landscape relationship between the two properties, that's what I'm saying.
my thought is that you have a banal design, and you want to cover it up, and
I don't think it's banal, I think it's very difficult to get the relationship, and I understand, but as opposed to trying to force some sort of relationship, as opposed to trying to force some sort of relationship, take it back to the status quo ante as much as you can. What was behind there was successional field growth. What
Well-
I'm suggesting is what we put there, okay,
which
is a spill buffer.
which was basically dictated, and it
Which
shows
was what?
basically dictated. The board said, I don't like this, I don't like that, and
I'm not being
I-
obstreperous, I'm trying to understand.
I
basically dictated.
believe that the design that you've presented
Yes.
shows that it was dictated. We've changed the windows, we've removed this, and now you want to sort of cover it up. I don't think it,
What, Sarah, what I'm suggesting, I don't mean to interrupt, is that it's gonna be hard to have a true relationship between this house and this, 18, 80s retail shop is really what it was.
Really what it
Now,
was.
we're gonna maintain the facade, so to speak, of that, but it's gonna be a guest house. So in terms of trying to force some sort of relationship, maybe we just screen it so that when you go down the street, what you used to see is this and green behind it.
I think that our job is to not only review what's going on the historic property, but new construction. And in my opinion, it does not satisfy the job.
Well, you have to tell me how. If you would, it would be helpful for me.
Well,
Because remember, the first meeting, you had a whole catalog of changes that we both worked through, and we were very amenable to doing that.
So, in the buffering you're talking about, let's just say there was a row of privet between the two. Is there some way in the entrance between the properties, you could use some element from the new home to join the two? It could be brick or stone or something that's in the new property that somehow would form a transition from the.
Wall or something?
No, not a wall.
Like a
I'm just thinking
gate,
like
a gate or a walkway.
Well, certainly,
Yeah.
certainly. That's easy. You could certainly do it.
I mean, I think that's what we're talking
Yeah.
about, something that
Okay.
just helps join the two properties
Yeah.
in a way that's a reflection of both. Obviously, they're two very different types of structures.
And that's fine.
So, I mean, I've been thinking, looking to the village, there are situations where there are breaks in privet with an arch, arched privet that grows
Yeah, one of
over
my
an
own
arch.
house. It's an arch, it's
Yeah, I
privet,
mean,
it has an archway, and there's a wooden
sorry,
gate
sir.
in between.
Right, so, and maybe the posts on the gate are, I mean, I'm not
No.
suggesting,
All yours.
but some structural element of material or something from the
Of
new
the
house.
old
Or the old house. But
Okay. Can we come back with something like that? I have a great idea. I'll take a photograph of the gate through the privet in my house at
I mean,
16 Hillary Street.
I just think it obviously shows that the two properties are joined, but separate at the same time.
Okay, all right.
Are you okay with the colors right now?
I'm fine with the colors.
Okay. Because, I mean, if you.
Sarah, is that enough? I'm not.
I just made my comment. It's okay.
So I think you're on the right track. Let me ask if there's any public comment, either here or in the ether? Nothing, Charles?
Yeah, I think it would be a mistake, from my perspective, to have a blockade of
Okay.
one solid something
Okay.
running along the property. I think it would be more interesting
No hands.
to have a break of some sort that.
So we'll have, what I'm thinking is privet with an arched gateway through it with a wooden, probably white, trying to pick up some of the design of the front house.
All right, so let,
All right, that's what we can do that. And we'll
Well-
show it in site plan as well.
okay, great.
Okay.
So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting, John, for 765 Hill Street. May I have a second on that? Second for the adjournment?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor? Aye. All right, we'll see you gentlemen in a couple of weeks. What happened to my pen? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Doesn't look like it has purpose. It's gonna look like a close.
Is this your idea?
I would only add during this break, for design board, where you have stuff out here, this is not a good idea.
We'll take it.
We understand.
We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
That camera's still not working, yeah.
Yeah. So the next application is By the Hedge LLC, 7 Gin Lane, single-family dwelling. Okay, gentlemen,
Yeah.
introduce yourself. You look familiar.
For the applicant, John Bennett, Bennett Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, project lawyer, John David Rose is here with me as the project architect, and I believe, hopefully on Zoom is Stuart Harriott from Hollander Design. Just very quickly in terms of conceptual outlay, since we were last here, we submitted color rendering showing the home from the east, around the east side of Agawam. The concern was what it was going to have on the sense of place, and then the west, driving towards the home, driving from the west, and John Rose will go through those. In addition, we have submitted a revised planting plan that incorporates additional border plantings along the northerly property line, primarily to screen this property from the Scarborough house. So we've added, and Stuart will go through it, some rather significant plants, some 25 to 26 foot high cryptomeria and some 30-foot high London planes. And we'd be more than happy to agree to a condition that the cryptomeria be planted at the same time as construction commences, so that, according to Ed Hollander, you get about 3 or 4 feet out of growth during the construction phase to try to get a jump on that. So that's where we were and where we are, and I asked John to come up and demonstrate his findings in terms of effect on the public view. One of the things that actually helps a lot for both the neighbors to on the west side of Agawam, as well as the public view, is the wetland setback pushed the house pretty far west and into the south. And I think you're going to be very pleased. I was very relieved. I think you're going to be very pleased about the minimal effect on the view shed if you're on Gin, driving on Gin, heading south and then west, looking over Agawam. The lack of effect it'll have, particularly on what I like to call I think it was Carlos Nadal originally owned that house with the windmill on it. But I'll let John show you that.
For the applicant, John David Rose, 596 Hampton Road. I have Scott Rose with me as well, one of the architects in my office. That's what I looked like when I had hair. I would ask, easy.
Never mind, there are no follow-on comments, John.
So I would ask that if we could go to the first, not that one, please, the prior. The elevation, there you go, perfect. It's interesting because it's not dissimilar to the painting behind you, that angle. Sarah, you'd asked about what this would look like from that area. We went there and took our own photograph.
40 feet per hour.
And it's interesting because there's two things happening here, and I think they're really critical. A, we want to make sure we don't mimic the windmill. And I don't know if everybody can see that, but you have this in your package. And maybe they might zoom it in a little bit. But before you do that, okay, right there's fine, thank you. In this book we're all very familiar with, Sally Spanberg's book, the windmill's in here, and there's a great picture, and you have a copy of it here. And you can see, as I had mentioned to you before, I've worked on the windmill before, the top is nothing like what we have here. Matter of fact, I'm going to actually go up to it if I may. This structure right here is actually an octagon. It's not a round roof. So that really shows two things. A, it's not competing with the windmill, and B, it's not blocking it as well. And of course, as you go further east, you may recall last time I had some postcards. If you were, and you're welcome to see them, I have them again if you'd like them, if that's of any interest. But if you look at those views, you can pass those up, please. If you look at those, here you go, one. This only gets better, and the windmill gets further and further away. So A, we're not blocking it, and B, most importantly, and I think, quite frankly, at some point as you go further west, it will block it at some point, but I don't want to compete with it. That's the big thing. It's such a the windmill is so important. And the second thing that this image shows here is the scale of the building to the north, the white building. It is similar in scale, and actually the building to the left of that as well, which is on the ocean, it's similar in scale to those. In perspective, they look a little bit smaller, but they're approximately the same size. The coloring, actually perhaps if we go to the next image, coming from the west, Jeffrey, you had asked about what it looks like as I'm driving from the other way. And here you get to see the primary building to the right is the current accessory building. And then our building is right there.
Yep.
And one of the things I think I want to do is on that round roof, which once again is completely different than the windmill, I think I want to take the finial off. Right up here.
I got you.
I think that should come off. We would put lightning rods on it, of course, as we do all of our structures, but they're only about 12 inches tall. I just want to, as Sarah pointed out, we don't want it to compete with the windmill in any way. The windmill's too important. Once again, we have the sample colors here of what the trim's going to look like. And I think one of the great things, maybe we could go back one image, please. One of the nice things about it is that it's not competing with the trim of the windmill. This color will blend in. You'll see the cedar shingles, how they look after they've turned, and the use of a used brick as well. If we go, please, forward 2. And zoom back out a little, please. So you'll see on the right-hand side where we took the photograph, Sarah, that you were requesting. And the second one, Jeffrey, is to the bottom left. You'll see the arrow looking towards the building.
Yep.
And what this also shows is the building to the north, which is a rather important building. And I've also had the pleasure of working on that. These lines show you how the only thing we're really blocking from that house, and that house has a very nice second floor deck, wraps around, and third floor decks on both the east and the west side. The main thing we're blocking is the house on the ocean, which is a nice home, but we're not blocking the ocean views. And as John pointed out earlier, let's face it, the wetlands pushed the house back as it did, so it worked in our favor. Now, we are obviously pulled back further from the house to the north, and we pulled further away from the windmill as well. We could have been considerably closer, but we chose not to be. Those answer the questions you had at the last meeting. You have a full agenda. Maybe I'd pass it on to Ed Hollander's office, Stuart, briefly to describe the buffering between the two buildings.
Can we talk about
Let's go, at the last meeting, because we knew we would be coming back to look at some of the perspectives, we did not focus very much, if at all, on the actual design. So let's look at the design elements, the architecture,
Sure.
And give the board the opportunity to comment on that.
Perfect.
And then, after that, we can look at the landscaping.
Perfect.
Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Stuart, if you could pull up the south elevation, please. It would be back, no, I'm sorry, in our construction drawings. Thank you. That's in your package, of course.
Oh, shall I start? Do you want me to start?
Oh, no, were you in
Take-
a, well, I thought in terms of, we didn't go over it very much, if there've been no architectural changes in terms of the materials or
No.
anything like that. Okay, so then, if the board feels comfortable, unless you want to hear John David go through some of the elevations first, otherwise we can comment on the design features.
Yeah.
You good?
Or maybe we talk about.
Okay.
My thought is,
And let's hear from the board, and then you can respond.
my thought would be to talk basically in generalities, because I don't think that, it's a big baby when you look at it. I mean, it's 40 feet proud as far as height. And I'm not certain that a shroud would not be in order, so that you actually see what it looks like across the Lake Agawam and also along Gin Lane, because it's big. And when you show in little teeny drawings, it really doesn't look very big, but I believe it's going to be relatively massive. I love the gray color. I think that's great because it's recessive. And there are individual elements that I'm not particularly wild about, like I would remove not only the finial, but the bell cast projection. I think over the last 20 years that I've been involved in preservation out here, I've seen a variety of buildings that take elements from the 19th and early 20th century and apply them on new architecture. And I think that at this point, above all with FEMA requirements, we're at the point that we're using brick veneer. We're using products that in imitation of the 19th century that perhaps we're striving too much to make things look like they're with a 19th century flavor. And I would almost like to see either cement or a gray parget on the foundation rather than a brick veneer. I mean, that's one thing point that I'm coming from. And the bell cast also. Usually in the 19th century, you see that at the end of a tower projection. And I think it's clear from the photograph that you took along Gin Lane from the west elevation. how prominent that bell cast elevation is in comparison to the trimness, for want of a better expression, of the accessory building. When you look at these buildings from Lake Agawam, I think that any aspect that could be confused with an historic building, like a bell cast, is probably to be avoided. And that's basically all I have to say. But I really think that when you mentioned for the first time a brick veneer, I thought, oh God, we're really at that point, because we have to build up high enough and then we have to cover it up, and let's perhaps use a more honest material and make it dark, like the rest of the gray of the building you have.
Okay.
Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Should we wait for all
Thank
of them?
you.
Although it's a
Yeah.
lot of points for me to remember, I'll do my best.
Oh, okay,
Darn.
great.
I had to spit them all out.
Go in order, Mark, John?
I like the house. I think it's attractive. I think the scale of the facade and the structure seems to be relative to the homes that surround it. The height is something that it is what it is. I mean, we've dealt with this in the past by the board and have had no success in trying to change that. I do agree with the foundation work. I think that's an interesting idea, although probably this is going to be surrounded by vegetation and landscaping where it's going to disappear regardless, correct?
That is correct.
Um,
We'll see that in a minute. but-
Right. And I just, I think it's fine. I like the materials. I like the design. I think it actually fits into the neighborhood in an appropriate way.
Thank you.
Mark?
I like the house. I like that you're taking the finial off the top of the bell tower, because I think, actually, if the bell tower could be a little subservient to the overall roof line, that might be nice, but I think the house is great. The thing that becomes tricky is understanding height, just because of FEMA laws and where we are now, houses just are getting taller. And I think understanding what that height relationship is in the neighbor, through Sarah's suggestion, which is not the worst idea, just because we've got such beautiful homes that surround it. We've had it before where we look at plans that look like they're at grade, but they're in fact have been built up. Once built, and they're 10 feet above grade, and suddenly we have houses that are looming above the landscape. So I think actually understanding that, because it's such a visible corner, is not a bad idea.
So I share some of the concerns with my board members to either side of me and John in general. Let me just remind folks that when it comes to historic properties, there are a number of criteria, several which have been mentioned just within the last few minutes, and that is general design, character, and appropriateness. 2, scale in relation to the property itself and surrounding properties in the neighborhood. Texture of materials and color, that was brought up, and visual compatibility with surrounding properties, including the location, the proportion of the facade, of the roof shape, and spacing of properties on the streets and so on. So the code is the code. What can be built is defined by the code, and at the same time, how one applies the FEMA rules, yes, it defines an envelope. But what actually could or should be built is what's before this board. So I agree with my board members that would like to see a shroud so that we can physically, or some mechanism so that we can physically see the actual elevation of the ridge line, of the highest point. I do agree that the bell cap, both in terms of design and size and prominence and scale in proportion to the rest of the house, and it's underscored by looking at the pictures from the west, is disharmonious with the other properties. And I don't disagree with the concerns about materials and color. I think generally the board is positive on the overall design. It's just the application of certain subtleties as to whether one is, to use a phrase, ersatz or mimicking or trying too hard to replicate something of an era. So anyway, those are some varied thoughts, and I know you have a good memory, John, even though you brought your younger counterpart to help you out.
You have my
But-
secret.
So it's back to you.
The brick is not veneer, it's real brick.
Mhm.
It's not a cut brick. And while I understand that, well, for example, I'm also working on the brick house right around the corner, the very large, that was in front of your board before. That
Mhm.
entire building is brick. And not that I want to replicate that at all, but what was important to me to make a material that was to scale, and certainly we've done plenty of dark stucco bases that would work. What I love about the brick is the scale, and it is real brick, it's not fake brick. And to your point, someone said earlier that the house is planted around, so you don't see it in your face. You get a feeling of it, and then it's covered again, so it's just a feeling of the texture and the rhythm that the brick sets up. I mean, certainly we've all been to Newport, and so many of the building foundations were of brick, and there are plenty of buildings here that we've ripped out the brick and put in concrete. It's a great deal more expensive than a conventional stucco system, so there was not an effort to cut any corners here. That was an architectural statement that was made intentionally. But I certainly respect the fact that it may not be everybody's thing. You won't really see the brick, but I want to go back to some other things. The bell tower, we'll call it the bell tower. In this image here that we showed earlier, and I'm just going to hold it up, this one here, you can't see that bell tower. That
But
bell
you-
tower is hidden by the two gables that come forward, and I realize I leave the mic, but I need to swing this out. This gable here, and this gable here.
But you do see it from the other photograph that you showed.
Yeah.
But you don't see the windmill, I'm sorry, let me go back to the mic.
Yeah.
You can't see the windmill and that elevation at the same time unless you're probably on the roof of one of the other buildings.
No, but you're looking at it in the relationship to the.
Correct, correct.
Oh, sorry, the relationship to the existing building, the building that's by the hedge.
Correct, the old
Yes.
gatehouse, we'll
Yes.
call it for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there's a stripped-down element of that from a design standpoint that I really like.
It was a very basic home, as many of the accessory structures on the estate sections would be.
Yeah.
You know, they do a primary residence that was more involved, and then as they worked on these, depending what they were used for, they would be simpler, much less money was put into them. But that's intentional, and I think that
Yeah.
works well.
And it's an element
Yeah.
of, it's a gabled building.
Yeah. We looked at that a long time ago, replicating some of that, and it didn't work. I think,
What's the date of that gatehouse, do you know? Guess?
no, I don't, I would be guessing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The house that was there, if I may, the house that was there, the even larger house that was there, that John showed photographs of.
Oh, the one that washed away.
Last time, that last away, the photographs, I think it took everything with it.
Yeah, I didn't see it from that house.
So in 38.
Yeah.
This was the original building.
Right.
That was on the site.
Right, because they thought that.
Very proud and looked nothing like any of the surrounding neighbors.
No.
Yeah.
And then I looked at my 1916 Belcher-Hyde Atlas, and that what's now, was proposed to be the accessory structure's not on it.
Yeah,
So, and,
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, so
thank
But
you.
it's a fun
not
little
as old as
structure.
it may look.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fun little structure. Certainly,
less than that,
we've
actually.
matched some of the materials, but I didn't want to go with the white trim. I
No,
really
no,
wanted this
the
to
dark is
blend it
good.
away.
Yeah.
Minimizing.
Yeah.
That was good.
And if I may ask that you go back to that perspective from Agawam, looking west, thank you. And zoom out a little, please. So you start to see, oh, that's a little bit too much, sorry about that. There you go. You start to see the mass of this building compared to the others. I'd like to say that, just so you know, this is the correct elevation. We were able to
I
go in
don't,
there.
I
We
don't
don't
doubt
doubt
that
it.
it
Okay.
isn't.
So then maybe you could describe for me how we can better illustrate what you're looking
Right.
for, because
So-
I'm a little
So
confused.
this is the board one has the right to require or ask for that information. Two, the board has historically done it a number of times, and it could be anything from a platform. You've seen those built. It could be an actual shroud, which is something that was done, I recall, on a property on Murray Place several years ago.
Stakes and burlap, basically.
Yeah. Or it could be, but it's not preferable, an actual stringing, cherry pickers up there.
Which is
The
not
problem
very
with that is that for the public to have any access to it, it would mean a contractor leaving his cherry pickers there for more than a day. So, anyway,
Stakes and burlap might be or platform showing really, what it looks like.
okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Would it be helpful if this image, if I were to pull further away and go a little bit further east, to replicate some of the images in those postcards that I gave you?
No,
Is that of any value?
at this point, we understand the images, and we can see with our own eyes what you're saying, but now what we'd like to do is see it physically. And I think in fairness to the populace, we should be doing that as well. So in any event,
Okay.
I'd like you to do that, please.
Good.
And then would you like to, this picture addresses, actually, as you said, doesn't have the bell cap. It actually has a simpler design in it, correct? And maybe that's Freudian or not. Maybe that's something to consider.
Actually, there are two towers, if you will, but they're really not towers. This one here that faces is right there. And it's really an engaged octagon, and it's only half of it.
Mhm.
And that's the only one you see from here. The bell tower
Is over.
is back here
Yeah.
and lower than this.
Mhm.
It's not visible from, it's not visible from points east.
But it is visible from
The west.
Gin and west.
Yes.
I'm smiling because it may be like trying to figure out how to avoid the traffic on Hill Street. You can't make a left turn, so we'll have to direct the traffic just to go one way. So, in any event, sorry for that. It's a
Good luck with
long
that.
stretch for a weak joke.
I,
Go ahead.
just vis-à-vis screening, when you look at the buildings on Lake Agawam, everything is out there, and that's what I like about it. You can actually look at most of these buildings because they're taking advantage of Lake Agawam, and because of that, we get to take advantage of what's there.
Well said.
And I think the idea of creating massive screening between the properties probably is to be avoided because most of these buildings stand on their own and should not be, if the design is good, an embarrassment to be covered up. So unless it was the requirement of Mr. Scarborough, and I don't know whether that's the case or not, but I mean, that's something that he'll be blocking, his south light will be blocked by such screening. I don't know if that's been understood.
So perhaps Stuart's from Ed Hollander's
Yeah,
drawing may be
yeah, and
helpful.
then now
but
we're segueing
To your
into that.
point, the trees
Gen-
in question
let me
were
just say-
between the two homes.
Okay, so let me ask, gentlemen have made your comments on the design materials. John David, do you have any questions? I mean, there were concerns about the bell tower, the materials. Okay, you got it, so, okay.
He might, but I don't.
Okay, so although I see.
One of the roads.
Everyone to understand something in terms of
Yeah.
the difficulties in trying to make this work, and at the same time, staying within FEMA restrictions. There's nothing we can do about that. We're in
Yeah.
AE11,
Right.
AE14.
Yep,
We're also south of what's called the LIMO line, the limit of moderate wave
Mhm.
action line. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we're actually we have to build to a V elevation because we're south of the limit.
It's a
of-
high
Right.
velocity zone.
yeah.
And so what that does is that it requires that the elevation, and in an AE zone, your first floor has to be at the base floodplain
Mhm.
elevation +2.
Right.
When you're in south of the limit of moderate wave action, which is
Mhm.
what we are here, in an AE zone. It
Right.
essentially, it's frustrating, I don't know why they just don't change them to VE zones. It changes the AE design construction
Mhm.
and construction standards to a VE.
Right.
So what that means is that your first floor elevation
Mhm.
doesn't have to be at base floor elevation +2. Your lowest horizontal structural member has to be
Mhm.
at base plane elevation +2. So you have to elevate it, the lowest horizontal structural member, which is the steel that sits on
Right.
top of the grade beams.
Right.
So your vertical,
It's even
as
higher.
it were, building end becomes even more constricted.
Yeah.
And then what I would like you to know, and it's very important, because I held my breath when I asked John how high the ceilings were in this house. It's far from greedy. It's 10 foot on the first floor, 9 foot on the second
Mhm.
floor, which is, I mean,
Right.
even some of the older
Right.
houses there have that.
Right.
So we're not pushing the envelope.
Right.
We're really
Okay.
trying to stay within limitations which have been created for lessening impact during a flood event.
Right. So, like I said, that defines what could be built. Now, the issue is what should be built in terms of scale. Let's take a look at the shrouding. So
Yeah,
it
but
may
you have
be.
to take that into consideration.
We take it into consideration. At the same time, our responsibility is to apply the code as it's written for us, at this board. So, that being said, good segue into the landscaping. Let's go with that.
Could I just add two things before we?
Sure.
So just as something we talked about at the last meeting, that we did build a building 2,500 square foot less than we're allowed.
I understand. Yep.
That we did pull the building further away from the property to the north
Yep.
and from the west.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
we've been in touch with the neighbors and we've had
Yeah.
discussions. Just wanted to make that very clear.
Good.
It's not built to its max in any stretch.
We understand.
But I think Hollander's office, Stuart, would be very helpful at this time.
Hello, everyone. During the last meeting, we were requested to plant kind of a border on the northern side of the property between the northern property and the subject property.
Mhm.
In doing that, we came in with an evergreen hedge consisting of dense evergreen tall columnar trees that will be planted as soon as construction began, and would typically gain 3 to 4 feet as construction ended, so we get an extra bonus in there. And in front of those, we would come in and plant London plane trees, which would be between 25 and 30 feet tall. Kind of.
Excuse me, Stuart? Stuart, we've lost your image.
You've gone psychedelic.
I was going to say, I'm
on
Yeah.
relive in the 70s.
Tripping.
You can't see my screen?
No,
Nope.
Not yet.
It's the industrial
You,
light show.
you went green and yellow.
we did for a
So-
short moment.
Let me try one more time.
Okay, Scott, while, and I'm generally not the one to interrupt, but
ask
there's
Alice.
existing, having walked the property, there's existing screening or evergreen there now. Is that staying, going,
The existing hedge is staying.
staying? And that's a good, what, 20 feet or so?
It's between 14 and 22 feet.
Yeah.
It's staying, kind of varies across the northern
Gotcha.
property line.
Okay.
Can everyone see my screen now?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. In front of the evergreen hedge that will be planted as soon as construction begins will be between 10 and 12-inch caliper London planes, which are between 20 and 30 feet tall, which would provide another screening factor between the subject property and the property to the north. And going towards Lake Agawam, we would plant clump London plane trees as well as a grove of clump river birch trees that would kind of create a lacy kind of see-through between the subject property and the northern property to kind of create a solid wall between the two. And then it was also raised the last meeting that we were kind of breaking up the relationship between the subject property and the existing accessory structure. So Hollander has since removed those proposed large trees to kind of marry the two properties together with more of a direct path to the front of the house and the entry court, as well as kind of creating like a meadow lawn aspect between the two.
And a shared driveway.
And I'll open that up for any questions.
Okay, board members, any questions in regard to the landscaping? Regarding, I should say.
No, just in the hopes that additional runoff into Lake Agawam with fertilizer won't happen.
Oh, we absolutely have all sorts of guidelines we have to follow.
Okay, good.
A new low nitrogen sanitary system.
Yeah, good.
All
Thank you.
roof runoff gets contained.
Right.
Good.
You know all the things
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have to do.
So gentlemen,
For
let
the
me,
record.
let me ask if there are any public comments, either here or if you're on the, if you're viewing this over the internet, you can raise your hand and Charlie will let you in.
And Mr. Chairman, while we wait for that, I just wanted to note, I just want to make sure I can have a digital copy of this for the final review plan. And the postcards that you submitted, if you can get scans of those, to us, we can really spend our time. Thank you.
Can you refresh my memory, though? Was the screening requested by a neighbor or something that we had considered as a?
I'm not sure why that's.
The question was the screening requested by the neighbor or by,
We've been in discussions with some of the neighbors, the
Okay.
screening was requested,
Good,
and
okay.
we were more than happy to accommodate it.
great, that's,
Thank you. That's-
There was some question as to whether or not some of the easterly large trees were necessary from one or two of the neighbors' point of view, and we said we would, I think one of the neighbors said, that's
Yeah.
a game call. In other
Yeah.
words, we would be more than happy to be,
but net,
meet with you.
net, you've been having ongoing conversations with the neighbors about these screening trees?
yes.
That's great.
Which is fine. I think, that,
Yeah,
that's
that's great.
the neighborly conversation to have. I just think in general, there's over-screening just across the village in general. The idea of saying arborvitae as a hedge on the street fronts
No, I-
across the village is like distressing to me.
Or green giants
Yeah, I mean-
marching down. I'm so sick of that.
So Sarah, to your
But-
point, the two trees that I pointed to,
Uh-huh.
that kind of could block some of the view of the home as you're turning the corner. So I get that.
Yeah.
And those
Yeah.
are some trees in question.
Yeah, okay.
All right, good.
I think the net that you're in conversations
Yeah,
with the neighbors.
That's the good thing.
Okay, again, public comment, was there anything out there, Charlie?
There's no.
Okay, so, it's, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that sounds good.
We will try our best to get something
Okay.
up there.
Let
you.
us know, think about what type of mechanism you want to use to demonstrate the actual height.
We have
And-
two cherry pickers up there for 20 minutes. What's out there to look.
Thank you, John, you're always
On a
considerate.
full moon.
To be
Yeah.
clear, it's just the height. You don't expect us to build out the entire
Oh, we want a
length
mock-up
that.
of the entire house.
I would hope that the height, and then with the proximity to the neighbor to the north, maybe showing how far west. Just a stake,
To the west. So maybe pick up one of the ridge lines going east-west,
Yes.
perhaps.
yeah. I mean, I think
Let's see
that's
what we can
fair.
do.
I think
I
that's
think
fair.
that's fair to your neighbors, and it gives the public an idea too.
Okay, we'll do our best.
Okay, great, your best is good. So I move that we accept the applicants, you're looking at me, you know.
Sorry, I just don't know how to spell
Oh,
F-I-N-N-I-A-L.
FINIAL.
Thank you.
okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. A second on that, John,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
He wants his postcard back. I've already
Oh.
pocketed it.
How do you have 20 minutes to Google search that?
Okay,
Thank you.
oh, here we go.
Ah,
Oh,
the
thanks.
chairperson pocketed it.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
It happens. There's still a price on them. You could have one yourself. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's great.
I couldn't find it. It was driving me crazy, I'm sorry. That just needs to go in the file. That's good.
Better eyesight back then.
Jeff, that needs to.
Were the comments sufficient? I mean, okay. Is this,
I just saw a walk on the way down.
Not you again.
what was this?
Told you. Poor Mr. Bennett had a U-Haul.
Oh, that needs to go in the file.
Oh, okay, this goes into, I think, 376.
Thank you.
That's what, an affidavit?
Yep,
Okay.
they're in order.
Ah, okay. Okay, so now, folks, we move on to new matters within the historic district. And the first The first is that of the estate of,
Jeff, you got to move your mic.
oh, sorry. Okay, so new matters in the Historic District, the estate of Linda Curtis, 376 First Neck Lane, demo of a single-family dwelling with a garage. There's a note on the agenda that as a matter of expediency, knowing that we would more than likely want, and the board, and it was the chair's request, that the application was referred to the board's historical consultant ahead of this meeting. Again, for expediency purposes, the applicant was so notified and was given the opportunity to adjourn or present, which we're happy to hear the presentation as well as take public comments, but the board is going to reserve its comments until it receives the historical consultant's review.
So we received the affidavits and they're in order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is John Bennett, and I'm the lawyer for the applicant. I had a discussion with Mr. Wallach, and I had a discussion with your counsel, and for reasons I'm going to outline, there is no need to refer this matter to the historic consultant because it's the property's outside of your jurisdiction, and sitting as a board of historic preservation. This property located at 376 First Neck Lane is a flag lot, and we've given you ample photographs to demonstrate that there's absolutely no visibility between this property and any public right-of-way. It's the middle parcel between a residence fronting on First Neck Lane and one fronting on Lake Agawam, and you have to get almost all the way down that flag lot before you even see a glimpse of the house. And you can, I'm sure you were able to demonstrate that for yourselves when you went out and looked at the property. But we also submitted photographs taken along First Neck Lane and even driving fairly far down the flag lot. And then pursuant to section 65-4, a certificate of appropriateness is necessary only to the extent that any proposed change is visible from a public street. Given the surrounding existing improvements, the placement of the home within this property along the northerly property line and other obstructions, the home is not visible. And the board has recognized this limit on their jurisdiction. It's in the code, and the board has recognized this limit in their jurisdiction in numerous of its own cases. The matter of an application of Donald Calder relates to the request for a demolition permit for a property located on the west side of First Neck Lane, farther south from this property. In Calder, the board noted as followed. And if it sounds familiar, because it should be, because it applies in full force and effect, and even more so to this existing application. The property consists of a flagpole lot as defined in the village of Southampton. The pole portion is some 25 feet wide and 418 feet in length. A single driveway traverses the length of the pole, the sides of which are lined with a mature, high privet. Due to the distance of the building area from the road, the privet lining the sides of the pole access, and the shrubbery located on the adjoining parcels, the building area and the proposed location of the dwelling will not be visible from the public road or right-of-way. You also have a very substantial house fully in front of this. Then going back to the board's finding, as required in the local statute, the board's finding in Calder, the board determines that the subject property falls outside the jurisdiction of the Historic and Landmark Preservation Law, and a determination on the certificate of appropriateness is thus not within the jurisdiction of the board. It's noted that the subject property, again, is accessed by means of a flagpole that is 439 feet to the buildable area of the property. The driveway is heavily screened. There are residential structures constructed on the property to the immediate west that fronts on First Neck Lane, and the existing home on this property is located on the northerly property line, distant from the driveway that accesses the residence. Consistent with Calder decision, this board and the statute, this board should find that they do not have jurisdiction to review this application as sitting as a Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. The home is not listed as a contributing structure to the historic district. Just in terms of you should feel comfortable reaching that, because this is not a property that would, even if it were under your purview, should give you any harm in a demolition.
The home is not listed as a contributing structure in the historic district. It was not inventoried in the nomination form for the establishment of the historic district. The 1993 expansion of the historic district did not inventory this property. The 2009 update didn't inventory the property. The home has now been overlooked through 3 separate inventories, nor does it appear, and this is sort of a subculture knowledge thing, if it were, in any of the unadopted studies that the board, some of the board members have undertaken. And again, this is just to make you feel that this is not something where you should struggle because you have something that is worthy of preservation. We supplemented our filing with photographs taken from within the subject property. I took them myself. The fenestration has been altered on all elevations of the existing residence. Windows have been replaced with single-pane windows, simulated divided light windows, casements, large sliding glass doors, the transoms have been added. So it's hard to find anything that's worthy of preservation here. You also have the matter of Nina Anker and Philip Edwards. Approval was sought to demolish a pre-existing guest house. The board recognized not only that the structure was not visible from a public vantage, but also that the structure had been altered by addition of a sunroof with large plate glass panels. You walk around this building, it looks like something, the fenestrations all look like maybe they're from the 70s, more likely from the 80s. There's also the McKnight application. I think I have copies of that. I don't know that I put that in the record, but that was the council and the board members. That was the McKnight application. It was down all those, just before you come to the corner where Gin turns south, past those down. Yeah, it's still a matter where, in McKnight, the board took into consideration the alterations, modifications to the fenestration, enlargement and replacement of windows. And in McKnight, it was partially visible from the public vantage, but the board took that into account, the obscuration of the building from the public vantage. Here, there's not even a bit of it that's visible, and it goes right to your jurisdiction. The residence is not visible from the public vantage. It's been demonstrated that the fenestrations on all elevations, I urge you to go down there and take a look at the demolition permit should issue. And then even if you were to apply the standards, which again, I think is outside of your jurisdiction, there's no special character or historic or aesthetic interest. The architecture is absolutely, there's nothing, it's absolutely uninteresting architecturally. No designer who significantly influenced the age. I don't have to read them out to you. There's no unique location or singular physical characteristic. If anything, there's nothing singular about this house. It's not an established and visual feature of the neighborhood. You can't even see it. So I would again ask you not to refer this because I don't think you have any jurisdiction here by way not only of the code, but by way of your own administrative gloss, as it were, that you've put on the code sections. And also, you shouldn't feel bad about that because there's nothing to preserve, even if you were to try to, in a very tenuous way, try to obtain jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you, John. Duly noted. I'll ask for public comment, and I'll just make one brief comment. Any public comment here on the Ethernet?
No, sir.
Okay. So, John, we heard your presentation and accepted as such. And at the same time, we feel an obligation, or this chair feels an obligation as this Board of Historic Preservation to know a little bit more about the history. And should all the things you say be so, then we'll have more information upon which to issue or vote upon a certificate of appropriateness. And I understand.
You've got the cart before the horse, though. You have to make a jurisdictional determination
I understand
first.
your jurisdictional concern.
No, you have to make that determination first. It's like goes without saying. A court, any tribunal, when an issue of jurisdiction is raised, you have to make that determination first.
Right.
And I'm not expecting you to make it here in real time.
Yes.
But I would advise you to speak to counsel and make that determination first. The only reason I brought in the stuff about what would happen, assuming arguendo, you would have jurisdiction, which I can't see even a thread, is so that you would not feel that you had done anything. This is not a structure that, even if you had jurisdiction, would be worthy of preserving.
Okay.
But again, you have to make that jurisdictional
Okay.
determination first.
We will deal with both. Let me move, without there being any public comment, let me move that we, this is the chair's request to adjourn to the next meeting, awaiting the historical consultant's report. And hopefully, I understand.
Yeah.
I
No,
understand
but
the jurisdictional.
You don't even get there if you don't have, if you don't have jurisdiction.
We
you
will
don't-
take the jurisdictional concern under advisement.
Okay, that's all I'm asking, yeah.
Okay, so I move that we accept in this case, applicant, chairs, we're just gonna
We
move
can
to
make it a
adjourn.
joint.
A simple adjournment. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by
Can I
John.
ask which meeting we're adjourning this to?
11:28?
Let's move it to the next one.
The one after the 28th. The
Uh,
next one? Whatever. Excuse me?
well, no, Sally
whatever you wanna
said
do.
she
Would let us know.
would, but let's see if we can push Sally, if her schedule permits, to have a report as soon as
Yes.
possible, so that we
That
can.
would be
Yeah,
Well, I think what you should do, if I may be so bold,
oh, you?
is probably adjourn it to make a determination as to your jurisdiction first.
I understand. Oh, we will address that as well.
We just
Okay.
wanna make sure we calendar for specific dates.
We will
Well, just
get,
put-
we
what do you
will
put
do
on?
things as expeditiously on all
Okay.
fronts as possible, and I'll help you bringing yourself out of your shell, John, so.
So when are you going to adjourn it?
So let's adjourn to the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I move that we adjourn for all purposes to our next meeting, the application of, this one is the estate of Linda Curtis. Okay, a second on that?
Second.
Second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
Great. Anything else, Alice? Nope.
It's November 28th.
Thanks. I think Alice would tell me just not knock off the, the gratuitous jokes. Okay. Okay, so, all right, the next application is that, oh, I'm sorry, it's Robert Patrick Brooks Revocable Trust, 101 Hill Street, that was postponed so that they could repost to November 28th. No action is necessary on that. The next application after that is Richard Gormley and Sulakia Sirok. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. The applicant requests an adjournment to December 12th. So-
But we should take a jurisdiction
Oh,
over that
yes,
one.
yes.
We did receive the affidavits of posting and mailing, and they were in order.
Right, okay. So, having jurisdiction over that, then I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to December 12th. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next application, Martin and Kristen Siegel, or Segal, at 104 Post Crossing, addition of a garden shed with a bathroom.
We received affidavits on this one also, and they're in order.
Yeah, okay, great.
Hello.
All right,
Hi, I'm Brian Brady. I'm the architect for
okay.
the little shed that's in front of you.
Ryan, go ahead.
Do we have things to put on the screen, or should I lay them out?
Are you able to present digitally?
I didn't prepare anything, no.
Let's see what we have on file for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good old Peter Max again.
Is this what you're looking for?
Yes, I mean, it's one of them, but we can start with that. This is, do you have the survey? That might be the best place to start. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for those of you that are familiar with the house, it's on the corner of Post Crossing and Elm Street. It's a Victorian house. Everyone knows it as the Frankenbach house. It's a great house. This is a young family. They wanted to do just a little storage shed, and you can see in the lower left-hand corner, that's the only spot that we have where we can do something. It's 144 square feet, 9 feet by 16, 13 feet 6 high. It's going to hold bicycles and beach chairs since they can't have a garage. There's also a small powder room that they'd like to put in there and some storage for like potting sheds and things like that. The shed will match the house in its style, cedar shingles, cedar shakes on the roof, and windows to mimic what's going on in the house. That's basically it.
Okay. Gentlemen, Sarah, who would like to start looking at the design?
Go ahead. From a design standpoint, I would like to see the little weather vane, accessory removed. I think it's just a little too fussy.
The
for,
cupola?
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, from a design standpoint, I think it's fine.
The oval window comes from, there are some on the main house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on
Now, again, as I've said before, this being within the historic district, placement of the purview of the board extends beyond the general design. Chapter 65 requires us to look at not only the general design and character, but the scale of the proposed alteration or new construction in relation to the property itself, surrounding properties in the neighborhood, texture, materials, and color, as I said before, and visual compatibility with surrounding properties. So your comments don't have to be restricted to design.
Right. I didn't quite finish. So looking
Sorry.
at the south elevation you're showing is completely blank, the one that's facing the neighbor's property, correct?
Right.
And then the east elevation, which is, facing the front of the house.
That's where the double doors are.
That's where the
yeah.
double doors are.
The blank wall will give us as much storage as possible on the inside.
On the inside.
I mean, I wish the roof line could be a little shallower, and I think the light fixtures, and what you usually like to have the light fixture designs, I just wonder if that might be too much light, considering the position of the shed in the yard, the surrounding.
If you look on the survey, it's back in the pool area, so that's where their outdoor dining is and things like that.
Okay. So my only comment is the cupola and maybe a little shorter.
Yeah. The roof line, if you look at the main house, it's picking up some of the
Those
pitch
are my
of the main
comments.
house.
So
Yeah, okay.
From my perspective, I think in terms of matching the architecture style of the house, I think they do match. I think what becomes difficult here is the scale of the shed to the scale of the house. When it was the garage before, the scale of the garage to the scale of the house made a little bit more sense. But this, I know that this is the maximum amount of space you have to work with.
Right.
So, but it almost looks like you've got a little almost doll's house sized building when I look at it and compare it to the mass of the actual existing residence. From an architecture standpoint, I think it's fine.
Sarah?
I would kill the cupola too, because you don't find it on the actual building. And I know it's one of your signatures, but in this instance, it begins to really look like the nice gas station on Hampton Road, you know, which has a little cupola, and it just seems a little gratuitous at this point. I think it may be overkill as far as design in doll scale, as Mark says, but I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, my comments generally reflect yours. I'm just, I can understand the need and functionality. I just think that, maybe this was a bigger property at one time. I don't know. It just seems like cramming in a shed on what otherwise is a beautiful, pristine property that's ever so perfect for that building. And this doesn't add to it. The design is okay. But I'm wondering if it detracts from the historic structure.
View down the street,
And the view on the street.
the streetscape.
So, I don't know.
It's really tucked all the way in the
Yeah, it's
back
a-
corner, though.
But a shed should be a shed, basically.
Yeah.
Not a
Right.
I would, oh well.
That's why I thought the height was a little excessive as well. A 15-foot tall shed is pretty substantial.
So if it was, and I'm not suggesting this, Brian, I'm just,
15's inclusive of the cupola, though.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is?
Yeah, it's 13.6.
Good point.
Yeah, the ridge height with that cupola is lower. 'Cause
so.
the 15 lines would be the top to here.
13.6 is still pretty tall for a shed.
Yeah.
So
And
if
the
it
lights?
was I'm not suggesting
I mean,
a prefab shed, but what are the dimensions on that?
Oh, it would be no more than, I think, 12 feet probably in height. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just in general purpose, like a shed, I don't think you'd see many that are,
Well, to be fair, though, if we.
It's a garden structure.
Yeah, it's a garden
that's,
structure. To be fair, though, if you took it down to those dimensions, when you look at the height and the scale of the
it would be
house,
a
it's
squat
gonna
little,
get so
yeah.
small at that
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
that I think this is a better answer than forcing it down. I think you're at a reasonable height. If it's an appropriate structure for where it is, you're at a reasonable height when you take the cupola off.
yeah.
I
It's-
think that's reasonable.
yeah.
And also, there is a bathroom in there that they want, and they've wanted for a while. But if you go in, you're not gonna give it a 6-foot ceiling. So you're forced to height at the
Well, I
first
wasn't
floor's
suggesting
height.
a 6-foot ceiling.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean, but if you had like a 13-foot height.
Okay, I know there's some public concern. There was a letter submitted to the file. So Brian, why don't you take it, unless you have any comments back to the board on that.
Yep.
Why don't you take a seat for the second? I'll ask for public comment. And I think I just did.
And I think you have some.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you have some. I'm
Okay.
Joe McGivern from Toomey Latham. I'm representing Brian and Simone Rabin, who live right next door. And they have a continuing objection to their neighbor's need to insert a structure between the properties. The Rabin's house is actually quite close to the property line. There was an historic relationship between the two properties at one time. The Rabin's house served as a carriage house accessory structure, which is why it's so close to the property line. Among other things, I submitted some photos that show how it really is crammed in, and their feeling is it's not a shed, it's masquerading as it's a cottage masquerading as a shed. It has a visual impact and a loss of privacy on their home, and the board should consider disproving the construction of it because it doesn't really take into account the harmonious relationship of the two structures right now, as well as the house behind, which we showed in some of the pictures that already exist. I mean, it basically eliminates an open space between the properties as you walk down the streetscape. And it has a particular mass that eliminates those open spaces. I don't know if you want to go over some of the pictures we submitted.
I think we've all seen them.
I think so. I
Yeah.
saw them.
I mean, I appreciate that the shed is designed nicely, but it was also presented without the context of the neighborhood. So unless you actually went and walked the neighborhood, looking at this application on its own, you don't see it in relation to the Ravens house or the house immediately behind, which you can see in the photos.
The only thing I would say to that, to be fair, is this did come before us originally as a garage.
Yes, no,
And
we
we did walk the
understand that.
neighborhood as a garage, and we've
Yeah.
walked it again. So I think we
Yeah.
have done our due diligence to understand the relationships of the
Yeah.
buildings here.
I wasn't casting aspersions.
And just to be clear, this is not heated or air conditioned, correct? This shed? No.
Okay. I wonder if some of this would be resolved. Look, the pictures that, when walking the property, walking the properties in Elm Street, we can see pretty clearly. But I wonder if it would be helped if, Brian, you could do a streetscape of the two houses front on.
I have to disagree.
You already approved the garage on this property, if you remember that, and we needed a variance to get it.
Right.
And we were denied that variance because of this neighbor,
Yeah.
because the garage
No,
was
you-
masquerading
you-
as a pool
Brian,
house.
no, you were
To be
denied-
fair,
you were
I don't think we
denied the
actually approved the
variance
garage.
by-
Okay.
We reviewed
There
the
was
gar-
no,
we
Hold on.
reviewed,
there was no
we
objection.
reviewed the garage, and in the review, it was discovered that it needed to go before zoning, and therefore,
Right.
this came up in the zoning issue. We never actually approved it. We reviewed it,
Okay.
which is actually quite different.
And what I was going to clarify, for everybody's benefit, is, and this is true of any administrative board within New York State, we listen to the public. We take we listen to what they say. The decisions, though, are made by the boards. The neighbor, in this particular case or any case, do not make the decisions. So, sorry to take you to task on that, Brian, but
Okay.
it was the ZBA that denied the application.
Okay.
Thanks.
But what I was getting at is we did a streetscape
Okay.
for that, so I do have one if you'd like to see it.
Oh, okay.
I think if you did the streetscape without the cupola at scale, be nice to see.
Fine.
Okay. So, at least that would help me out. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So if there, any other public comment? Okay. So, I move that, at the chair's request, for additional information, that the application be adjourned to our next meeting. And might I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Can I
Aye.
request to adjourn it to the 12th, because I'm not here for the next meeting?
All right, yeah, sure.
That's it.
Then
Of course.
That's fine. Thanks,
All
Brian.
Can you do that motion again?
Oh, so I move that the application of, and by the way, is it Siegel or Segal? Brian, is it Segal? Siegel, okay. Anyway, that we adjourn the application of the Siegels, okay, at 104 Post Crossing until December 12th. Second on that, please. Second by Sarah, all in favor? Aye. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we move on to public hearings in the non-historic district. And there are some carryover matters. The first one being Evan Steen and Sherry Hellman at 64 Layton Avenue. Let's see. Are they here either? Okay.
Good evening.
Hello. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Anthony Vermandois, 68 Union Street, Sag Harbor, the architect representing Evanstein and Sherry Hellman. I'd like to screen share, please. Okay, you should be able to see page A4, which is the rear elevation. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so where we left off at the last meeting was we discussed doing some sort of privacy screen or for the balcony to reduce the, to give sort of two-way privacy to respect to the neighbors on either side. So what we did here is, you can see the little detail of it here to the right. Basically, the idea is to do a 5'6" high wall. The lower part of it being a panel, which would pick up on some of the panel details already going on the porch below, and then the upper part being a lattice screen, which is basically just to allow for cross ventilation, but still being tight enough to not be able to peer through it. I'm going to go to A5, so you can just see what that looks like from the side. Trying to have it line up nicely with the porch below, and same thing on the other side, lining up nicely with the porch below. So, you know, just be wood frame, painted white to match the rest of the trim on the house.
Okay, let me turn it over to the board for comments. John, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, the issue I have with this house is the same issue I've had from the very start, and that is the depth of the construction. If you look at homes on both sides of this property, which are probably historic homes, they were the original structures as they were built probably 75 years ago. There is a consistent depth of the properties along that street. What we're doing here now is creating a structure that juts far out into the backyard of this property, but also puts it out of scale with the surrounding homes. So from my perspective, it's just not, it's out of scale. It's not harmonious with the structures within the neighborhood, especially on that side of the street. And again, the balcony, which you've since enlarged from the last meeting now, and added the side, lattice work as a screen. I don't think that works from a design standpoint. I can't vote affirmative on this property for all those reasons.
Okay, Mark?
I think the screening takes into consideration what the board concern was about neighborhood privacy. I don't know that it's a particularly attractive answer, but it does solve the privacy issue that we talked about last time. But to John's point, now where the balcony was narrower, it's actually gained 4 feet in width because there were structures in there before that no longer exist.
Sarah?
I agree from a design standpoint. The lattice is, it all seems a little bit of overkill. And with the garage, you've got an existing garage that's 33, and so there's a reduction of some feet. But then you've added windows to it, and that is a form of lack of privacy out in the back of these yards. So I think that adding lights has exacerbated the problem. Window lights.
I haven't added any windows since the last meeting. I mean,
Perhaps.
really, the only change that we've made here was with the balcony screen.
Okay, well, perhaps I was focusing so much on the lack of privacy from that I wasn't focusing on the additional light pollution on the garage.
Well, I'm not sure how there would be additional light pollution on the garage. We're not increasing the amount of fenestration on the garage.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Sarah used the word that I was going to use, which is the screening, although it was something that was suggested and discussed here, exacerbates the depth issue and the scale. So, I mean, maybe it's back to just not having a balcony. Because I'm not sure what other, in terms of board members, I'm not sure what other execution Anthony could do if the people want to expand. It's either gonna, they're gonna expand their house back. I know that's not our job to do. But they could take the front and extend it back part of the way and capture space
I mean,
there.
I'm
without
going to
going
call
up and
again,
down.
attention once again to S1 here, where we have, just showing how limited, I mean, it's already a long house, and we're adding slightly to it. And, this is just showing the house is already beyond the rear facades of the other houses. And I know you don't want to hear this, but I've said this before, that if any of the neighbors ever want to do an expansion, they're going to have to go out to the back too, and you're going to have to use the same rationale to deny them as you are for me. So
You're right.
For my clients. So, I mean, I just don't know what the solution here is.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and
just the reality of how these properties are configured.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is an aspect of the small lots and the small homes on this street, and you're correct. The only way to add on to this house is to make a run-on design that extends far into the backyard of all the adjoining properties. So, sure, if that's, you're absolutely right.
But is that optimum?
Exactly,
Well,
that's the point.
let's all remember, though, that a choice was made in the center of this house to keep the ridge height between the expansion and the original house to preserve what's there. So you have a huge negative space in the center that's actually forcing this house to be a lot wider. But because you have negative space above the first level roof line that joins the hyphen that joins the two boxes.
Yeah.
So, but I think where we are right now is you've come back with a suggestion how to solve the balcony problem that I just don't think this design execution with the lattice that as shown is successful. It doesn't seem to be in the right architectural language for this house and the right, in particular for this house, and also for the neighborhood. So I just feel it's just not the right, there's a solution. I just don't think this is the right one.
Right. Well, one solution is, and we've done it before,
There's no balcony,
is
just a
no
railing.
balcony. So that gets to, what hill you want to die on, Anthony. I think we're hard pressed to deny an application based on the expansion to the rear.
Right.
There is
And
the
to be-
negative
and
space.
to be fair, he is responding to what we responded
Right,
last time.
exactly.
With-
And the
No, I
ne-
think I brought that up for
You-
myself.
no, you did.
Yeah.
Each
You did.
meeting, I have said the same thing.
Yeah.
You
So-
And the negative space in the middle, it breaks it up a little bit.
Well, it forces that to be actually longer, but.
Well, the alternative would be they eliminate the negative space and
Right.
make it
Which
shorter.
they don't want to
but-
do. I
What's that?
understand.
Which we didn't want to do.
Yeah, because then you'd have a big block.
Yeah.
So I think in the scheme of things, we do have a responsibility to allow for responsible development. And while this may be the first of other houses that expand on that lot, I think we would be hard pressed to deny it just based on the fact that they're expanding to the rear. I do think there's basis upon which to say, you know, the solution that was intended to alleviate the privacy issue doesn't work architecturally. So therefore, you either come up with another execution or you nix the balcony altogether. And the privacy issue, when you do that, goes away.
Okay.
Mark, did you have a?
No.
Okay.
They could make notes.
Let me ask for public comments, unless you want to respond to those thoughts, Anthony.
No comments. I thank you for kind of taking into consideration what I had said about expanding to the rear and sort of the limited options with that. Thank you for that. And I hope it's really just now coming whether or not we do the balcony, and if we do, what the detailing of it is.
Okay. Let me ask for public comment. Charles, anything?
No, sir.
Okay, so.
And I would
yeah,
just say, I can't tell you how I'm gonna move forward right now, only because it's something I need to really run by the homeowners.
Of course.
So that's why I can't just say, okay, we'll do something, else with the balcony.
Right.
But I will
Yeah,
have
and
an answer to that by the next meeting. That's all I can really do.
yeah, my question was more rhetorical than it was looking to elicit a response. So, so in any event, let me move to adjourn this. Anthony, do you need next meeting or the meeting after that? 2 weeks or 4 weeks?
I mean, I'm trying to get it in for next meeting. I'm getting
Okay.
used to these runs down to the village on Thursdays with the revised drawings. So.
Okay, so
Yeah.
are we.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, so I will move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that? Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It wasn't me. It's usually me.
Did we get these?
What's that?
I apologize, no, I did not get them out in time.
Okay, so let's do, that presents a little bit of a problem.
Well, it presents a problem as far as the public having an ability.
Let's-
It puts us in a tight spot, but it also puts the public access to it.
Let's do this. Does everybody have, Mark, you have it? I mean, John.
Oh, shit, there's such on. Ms. Hagen.
All right, so hold on a second.
I don't think we should hear it.
Well, let's see.
I don't either. I think this routine is getting a little old.
It would be my opinion that this is premature, that without the public's ability to look at it, and this is the first time I've seen it, I don't feel that I'm capable of voting on
In the
it.
last meeting, there was a request, the applicant had request to adjourn. So, and I don't have my minutes from the meeting before that. Oh, this is Nugent Street, okay, now I know which one it is. Yeah. here's what I'm gonna suggest. Okay, you're here. Run us through what you're doing quickly.
Okay.
We're gonna table,
A vote.
well, surely table a vote. We can give you comments from the board. I think, again, that would be reasonable, but we're not gonna vote on it this evening until the public has a chance to review it. So, okay, that being said, tell us who you are, and then let's go through this as expeditiously as we can.
Yes. Ken Lundstedt, Genzer Architecture, representing Brown Harris Stevens, 39 Nugent Street. Last we met, you had requested a couple of additional details. One was the lighting fixture on the outside of the building, which is shown on one of the subsequent elevations. It's a little further up.
Yep.
And there it is. So we're proposing 2 light fixtures, one on either side of the opening in that particular electric.
Okay.
Yep.
Next, you requested that the fenestration glazing not be black. So we representing steel, not aluminum, and we're doing it in a very dark gray. And then on the front paving, where if you go back to the first couple slides, we're proposing a paver in a herringbone pattern with borders around 2 islands of landscaping with benches on the sides and on the front facing the street. Existing sidewalk to remain, 1 brick paving in the very beginning in front of the first parking spot, and then grass reinstated on the island on either side. We're retaining an existing flagpole. We are doing some seasonal planting in the little recesses on either side of the entrance. And screening, low screening on the east side of the property. And this is the paver that we're proposing.
Can I see the gray sample, please? No, the steel
The
sample.
steel.
I'm sorry. Thank you. There, thank you.
So I believe those were the items that you requested to show more detail. So,
Yep, you're right.
if you have any comments now, otherwise, again, I apologize for not getting you the
That's okay.
documentation in time, and
We're here. So, John, comments, or Mark, or anybody?
I think the metal is still way too dark. I'd like to see something more mid-tone gray than
Okay.
dark black charcoal gray.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if the paver is, if it's such a, is the sidewalk there, it's concrete, isn't it? It's not brick paved like the Main Street, correct?
I believe it's just concrete.
It's
Correct.
just concrete.
It's
correct.
yeah.
Concrete because it was a post office.
So the paver is, I think, would be fine in that context.
My comment would be, thank you for not making where you have pavers bluestone and radiating all that heat. Thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah, we like this better.
Yeah, I think it would be much more friendly to the neighborhood.
Yes.
I think the front looks great. I share John's concern. The difference between that charcoal and black is not far enough.
Okay,
The mid-tone would be better.
that's fine.
Okay, Sarah?
I'm in the minority. I think that that's a nice gray, but that's fine. That's just one. And I think that the paving is looks good, the idea of dark, but not, as you said, bluestone with ADA. I wonder, the scale of the lighting from Circa looks a little small. Maybe that little box seems a little insignificant in comparison to the scale of the building.
I think it actually works. It's understated.
I believe.
But it's almost the height of one of the panels.
If I'm not mistaken, that fixture comes in 3 different sizes.
It does.
I think is this the largest size that fixture comes in?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, because if it is, the largest size is fairly significant, but I agree with Sarah that it needs to have presence, so if we could just check that.
Yeah, and I can provide a dimension.
Yeah, great.
And lastly, I have a brick sample, but it's not the, we're gonna paint the brick, and we're not gonna do a glazed, dark.
No.
So this is not really what it's like, but we are gonna let some brick expose and give it a more of a weathered look.
More
So
of a
something-
whitewash.
Something like this, but not exactly.
Okay.
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 All right.
So,
then- Sorry.
okay, I was just gonna open it up to public comment. Any public comment? Nope.
I think
Yeah,
what
yes,
we-
Ken, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do we adjourn now pending public comment? Or what do we do?
Well, doesn't matter.
Well, you wanted a lighter sample.
Right, but for the, okay, so we're just adjourning for all purposes?
Yeah,
In order to let the public comment.
yeah, exactly. So I move that we adjourn to our next meeting, the application of 39 Nugent Street. Is that what it's called?
For November 28th.
39 Nugent.
39
Nugent
Street,
LLC.
Oh, that's it,
Yeah.
right, 39 Nugent LLC, yep. So is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay,
And that's to 1128?
yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Okay, all right, thanks.
A holiday
All right,
got in the way too, so I think we're all kafutzed.
And also there's
Thanks.
another holiday coming up before 11/28, so that might affect the submission deadline.
That's right. I'll confirm.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Ken. So, next application to be heard is that of Nathan and Jennifer Ondiak at 46 John Street. Hello, see you. You're gonna have to bring the mic down.
Hi, this is Leo. I'm the architect for 46 John Street.
Okay, hold on a second, see you, while I get that out.
I was just told this morning that everything will be projected on the screen. I did have prints out. I don't know if they have the digital file from the previous submission, but they should have digital file for this current submission.
So, Alex, do you know what you have, or?
We have everything that you would have submitted digitally.
That August 22nd, that one you also have? Okay, perfect. All right, so we can start with the
Okay.
S2, S2 11, 10, I think.
Can you speak up a little bit?
11, 10, 22. I'm just asking if she could bring up to screen.
Are you talking about for the previous submission?
Oh, no, the current one, S2. S2, 11, 10, 22, and also the streetscape,
I
if
don't
you
have
could
those
bring
here.
them up.
Right.
I do. It's S2.
Oh, okay, I got you.
This one,
It's
oh,
S2.
is that S2?
Okay,
Yeah, it's this.
this one,
It just goes from bad to worse. Oh, the SP.
Would you rather me put it on the table? I can put it on the table.
no, well, let's see if Alex has it.
TJ is able to help you out with that.
Okay,
All right.
so if you could score it that way, so we can see the bottom.
Okay, yeah, she's just zooming out, okay, good.
Okay, so you can see we listened to the board comments about parking in front of the building, and we eliminated. Could you just go? Yeah. Okay. We used to have a parking in front of the house, and then we have another parking on the driveway. And right now, both parkings are on the driveway, and we reduced the screened-in porch on the corner of the L. Reduced it by 11 feet. So right now it's just approximately 8 feet by 13 feet. And then the front porch, we actually did two options. I know the board doesn't really want options. We just like to, we did it anyway because Mark suggested it. I felt like I have to do it. You know, it's always good to explore. So we did the.
It's our job to anyway.
We really like that little round porch, and it like has a little echoing of what it was before, and it's smaller, so it's not like as non-conforming as it is, because the front porch is really a really big structure that's very close to the street, and then we reduce it, so we reduce the non-conforming by quite a lot. And if you don't mind, if you could bring out the existing house picture. There is a picture. It's a JPEG file. It's existing. It's called the existing house picture. And then there's another rendering. The rendering, I think, is called round porch, something like a round portico.
It's another Peter Max.
Far out.
Yeah, I brought my computer, but I don't have internet access, so I can't do it.
There it is.
There we are.
Okay,
There we
so
go.
this is what is currently, and could you also bring out the rendering of a smaller round porch? That's called round portico. Yeah, no, that's yes, yes. So we would like to do a round portico instead of, so it has a little reminiscent of what was before. It's a round portico, but it's a lot smaller. So we have a little bit of room in front of the house, and we reduce the screen porch by more than half. And then could we also look at the streetscape? The streetscape E, I think it's called.
It was in the district. That was.
And then if you could bring it up, let's just go look at the site plans, the neighborhood floor plans. And you can zoom in a little bit. Just the floor plans, yes. And you can see the place where we have the screened-in porch. Can you just zoom in tiny bit more? The site plan portion. Yeah, you can see the part where we have a little bit of screen porch is directly opposite of the other person's detached garage. So the screen porch itself is rather small, like 8 by 13, and it's off the kitchen where she said she would like to have her morning coffee. So it's and also it's like right next to the detached garage. So we felt like it's not encroaching anybody's privacy. And then can we look at the streetscaping elevation on top a little bit? And then you can see the house itself, we didn't really increase the mass. The screen porch is tucked into the corner of the existing house. And it does go towards the street a little bit. Last time we came out like 25 feet, and we reduced it. So it's a lot less protruding. And I labeled where is the existing and where is proposed a little bit more comprehensively this time. And the roof is like asphalt shingle. It's like probably, I don't know exact color, probably weathered wood. And the siding is natural cedar. And then the trims are white. And the screen I'm gonna do black metal screen. And then the round portico is like a 10-inch.
Are all these material selections detailed in the plans you've presented?
Yeah, it's written on it. Yes, I wrote a lot. So could we bring out A1B? Yeah, I think if you can zoom into the front elevation, has all the material written on it.
I see it.
I don't even remember what I wrote. I think it's simply white for the white columns. Did I write 10 inches round column? 10-inch diameter?
Yes.
I think I did, yes. And then that's probably the end of my presentation.
I just have a few questions. The porch that you're adding, I assume there's no variance required for that?
No.
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 And when you refer to the screen as black metal screened porch, do you mean just like
a wire?
total,
the
like typical screening, or
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
actually the color? It's actually black.
It's not really black, more like a charcoal, like a chicken wire kind of color.
So it's like
It's just green color, like
stainless
whatever.
steel.
Yes.
Got it, so it's not black.
It's not painted black. Just I don't know what color that is. Metal color.
And which of the front facade designs are you presenting for approval tonight? Because there are a couple in the plan.
There are two.
Yeah, there are two. One is for discussion, like
No,
this
no.
one.
Which one are
Which one are
you?
you
We want
asking
the
for?
round one.
If that's the case, I think the change in scale makes it look a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, I'd rather not have it at all.
This was listed on the inventory of a survey done in 2000, and there have been alterations to this house. But it was referred to as a Hiscock house, and it was before 1916. And I think that most of your neighbors, at least in the correspondence that I've read, agree that it's the round porch that they want retained. And I think the idea of reducing it so that you're paying lip service to it actually cheapens the idea of this porticoed entrance. I would recommend that you keep the porticoed entrance rather than reducing it in scale.
I agree.
I have two things to say. I agree that this is one of those cases where the original was a better answer, and it looks nicer from the streetscape, and I think the screen porch makes absolutely no sense on this house.
Mm-mm.
It's architecturally inconsistent with the house from 2016. I don't know that it serves enough purpose, and it looks like, actually it looks like a garden shed stuck to the side of the house. It's not about the architecture, but that's not about you. It's about the way the house is built with this sudden protruding extra roof line that's attached to the house that goes against the simple, hipped, clipped roofed house original architecture of the house, and I think it's too much for this lot. I just don't think it makes sense for this house on this street in this lot. I think it's too much.
I was going to say aviary.
Yeah, the reduction of the historical, and I'll put that in quotes, but the existing rounded porch to the smaller one gives it a sort of false formality that is inappropriate and surely disharmonious with a series of village-type houses. And so preference would be to keep it as is. Now then, if you then go to the porch that goes all the way across, well, that's more traditional. But but I thought one of the things that they wanted to eliminate was you wanted to get more sunlight in there or something like that.
She just think that it's ugly to her because it looks to her like a big boat. That's what she would describe the big round porch.
And
it's
how
not
long?
very useful to her. She
Right.
doesn't sit
And
there.
how long have they owned the house?
9 years, I think.
So they bought the house
Yeah.
as it is. I realize people's tastes change a bit,
No,
but for you to say that it's ugly at this point,
I didn't think she liked it to start with, but that's what she could afford at the time. So,
All right, well-
you know, of course, she bought the house and she never really liked the porch, and then she can't use it. And it takes up so much of the front yard. And we would be happy to see if we could do a medium-sized round porch. And
Perhaps if you just
That's-
pulled some of the depth off it, but kept it the width of the house, but still round to keep the original intent that's there right now? 'Cause
It's,
it really
it's
is interesting.
idiosyncratic, and that's what everybody loves about it. And I think
Including this board,
But-
including the neighbors.
Yeah.
frankly,
the
yeah.
porch was totally rebuilt in 1991.
Right, we
It has nothing original in there.
that's fine, but it's something that everybody has grown to love. And I think that it actually, sections of it, or at least the idea of it was there before. And the idea of reducing it to a postage stamp makes no sense at all. To me.
But house is hers, and she has to love it too. You know, and
Well,
I understand that the
good
neighbors love the big round porch, but she doesn't love it.
Then she bought the wrong house.
Well,
Or
so-
maybe you can find an answer that she does love that goes the width and has some form that pays homage to what's currently there. Because right now you've got a round version with Juliet balcony, and then the other one, which is never made sense in the house, just looks. It actually takes away from what is a beautiful house, the second option. So I think pay attention to that. And then, was there a reason why they couldn't put a porch in the back of it? Did this go to zoning at one point, and there was a proposal for a porch against the back of the house that was not
no,
passed
it
as
was
zoning?
never a porch proposed in the back. They wanted to put in a swimming pool, so they took away the garage in order to put in the swimming pool.
But there was never a porch request prior?
No, it was never a porch requested.
So there's not a reason the porch couldn't go across the back instead of this presentation to the front,
Facing south.
facing south?
A
So
nice screened-in porch facing south.
She
Facing-
likes
and
it at
facing the
this
pool.
corner because it's right after her kitchen.
Well,
But
So-
it meets the code and
I understand, too.
okay, we should go to
it's-
public
Right.
comment.
So we'll
it
go
meets her desire
Right.
of a nice screened-in porch.
I appreciate that. We're going to go to public comment, but as I've shared with you before, and I know you are very much of the mindset to promote that which your client wants to do, and I compliment you for that. But this board serves to balance the private desires to public responsibility. So you've got a house here that is idiosyncratic, cute. It was purchased willingly by the current occupant 9 years ago. And it presents well to the street as it does currently. And the designs that you've presented here this evening take away from that. And then the addition of a screened-in porch facing the street for personal desire, which is great, that's fine, but the board has a community responsibility, and that screened-in porch facing the street is disharmonious. I'd look for perhaps another location for that porch, or maybe it's a patio coming out, and there's no structure.
Yeah.
Why couldn't people have a porch there?
I didn't say they couldn't have, again,
Is it a
as
screened-in porch?
as I said earlier, and many times over the years I've served here, there's a could, which is the zoning code, and there's the should. And that's what the board does. It applies its judgment as best it can. So, and this board can either approve or deny. Let me do this to you. Let me ask if there's public comment, and then we can come back to you. Any public comment?
Yes, we have one on Zoom.
And there were
Okay.
a lot of letters.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, good evening, Sarah Sprinkler, and thank you for this time. It's working to join the discussion, it's great. And I thank you for your comments and observations. They're very much in line with also my comments and objections. I do want to correct something.
The best part.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you for your comments. They very much echo my concerns and issues. I live across the street on St. John Street, and I've been there for over 30 years. And that house that porch was there from that time, and that house has never been altered until the major renovation that was done about some 15, 20 years ago. That porch has always been the discussion of the neighborhood. Everybody liked it, responds to it. It kind of it's not the most beautiful house to begin with, but it's sort of a distinguishing factor on that street, which is a bit a quirky street to begin with. When the major renovation was done by the previous owner, there was a lot of controversy about the size, the scaling. That was just about when he brought in the pyramid law, and several, concessions were made at that time already, and was considered, already too big. So clearly, I fully support that porch is sort of remain, and making it any different is in fact actually kind of almost insulting to the house. Aesthetically, the side porch just doesn't, I hate to use a term that's using, is kind of ugly and really not in character with the neighborhood at all. It is sort of like almost an open outdoor living room. I would put it in the back. There's space there. In fact, and I think that's another flaw in this whole application, is when the first part of this project was approved about 18 months ago, with the pool and the pool house, there was also what they call a patio was built on the back to the house on the south side. And a patio is not a ground level patio, it's an elevated patio, sitting area that spans the whole width of the house, is about 8 to 10 feet deep and about 3 feet high, and that has never been included in the lot size coverage calculations, which, as I understand it, should be included, which obviously that would impact all the calculations that are permissible to be added. And clearly, this variation mitigates a little bit the impact of the neighborhood in terms of cars and traffic, which is a big problem on John Street. But the main thing really of just how the design doesn't fit in at all in what is already, it's a very small lot. It's less than 2.2 acres, and it's a highly overutilized space for the size of that lot. So appreciate that you pretty much lean in terms of why bother, and if it's a small lot, have your coffee on the back porch or wherever, that would be my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Charles? No.
Is this house it's not a historic house, correct?
It's listed on the survey that was done in 2000. And the idea was to, there's some very significant buildings on John Street, and the idea was to expand the existing historic districts, and that was included in it. But I think that if the porch was there 30 years ago, it certainly
Do we know when the porch was added to the, I mean, I can't believe that's the original structure.
It's not this, it came up in, I don't know the exact year, it's about 35 years old, it's not original.
So, I mean, this one I have a hard time with. I mean, I understand that the porch, I agree, it just doesn't make sense from the street view. But if this is not a historic house, and if the porch itself is not part of a historic structure, and regardless of what the neighbors think, the owner doesn't have the right to change their porch if they want to? I have a hard time with this.
It's a 1916 structure.
That's not my question. The question is, the porch itself is not original to the house. Do we know when the porch was added? That's the question. If the porch is like, 30 years is recent to me. Maybe I'm just an old fogey now, but if that's the question, I think we need to determine when the porch was added to the house, and that should determine whether or not it's like of some historic significance. And again, I respect the opinions of the neighbors, but
I think it's a reasonable position to take. So I think there are two things that are clear and one thing that this board should do. One thing is clear, that the miniature version of the rounded porch is universally not acceptable, or at least would not be approved. The screened-in porch is equally viewed as disharmonious. Now, then, the point that John raises is a good one. As quirky as it might be, if it wasn't historic, it raises a different position that the board perhaps should take, or perspective. However, even that being said, that which is proposed as the mini round porch would not be acceptable. Right. So then it gets to, well, maybe there's a picture somewhere of what it looked like when it was first constructed, or what might be more consistent.
Map work would be one way to approach it, to see if there's a apsidal end porch.
So let's do this. Please take back to your client the board's concerns in terms of the architectural features. We will in turn check on the historic aspects of that front porch. Okay?
Could I ask?
I'm sorry, board. We do have, I don't know if Mr. Winkler, you still have your hand up from before, but there is a public comment with their hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, if it's for this application?
Yes.
It's the same person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We've heard them.
No, we've heard, so I assume it's a agreed.
Could I just ask one question?
Yeah.
The side screen porch, is it the screen that bothers you, or what is it
Honestly,
really
it's
bothers?
the screen, it's the roof line. It looks like it's not architecturally harmonious to the existing structure. I think it has the opportunity for noise pollution to the neighbor and to the street, frankly, because it's off the kitchen and could be used for outdoor dining. But architecturally, it has no relationship to the bungalow style of that house.
Okay. So let's do this. Take that back.
And there's nothing you can do for that screen porch to make it compatible with the house, I don't think. I think what we're trying to do is to ask if it's not possible to move it to the south.
Okay.
It's an aberration on the existing building.
And it's also forcing, because the addition of it also is forcing cars closer to the street in a street that's difficult with automobiles, because you're taking away parking or depth for where parking could go and bringing it all closer to the street to accommodate a screened-in porch that doesn't work.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's adjourn to our next meeting. Okay?
We've spent too much time.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
All right.
Because that's like the entrance to her kitchen.
I understand.
So I'm wondering if an open porch for her to go in and out would be considered.
An open what?
An open porch instead of a screened-in one.
We'd have to see what it
I'd have to see,
would
but,
look like.
Yeah.
but I think you'd have the same issue. I think a porch facing south, facing the backyard makes sense. This porch, the side that faces the front street, especially architecture against the house, just it doesn't make sense. And I've noticed they haven't raised the roof line up to take the existing so they don't block the light to the second floor. So suddenly you have these additional roof lines that are going on that make it even more incongruous to the very simple side of that style of that house.
Okay. So anyway, let's adjourn to our next meeting. I move that we adjourn this application to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
On
Second.
11/28?
11/28. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
good? Okay. 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 By the way, we do look to approve applications. We've adjourned just about everyone we've heard this evening, and that is not our purpose, for a number of reasons. So, although we did sign close to a half a dozen written decisions.
Yes.
So we did start on a high note.
So
All right, so, okay. All right, Tamara Carmichael and Todd Grossman in 93 Whites Lane.
They've
Oh, I'm
adjourned.
sorry.
They've adjourned.
Thank you.
That's
They
adjourned.
adjourned to the 28th, and I think that was previously, or?
No.
New one?
New
Okay,
request.
so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 28th. Second by John, all in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, now, Sarah Tershwell at 84 Ann's Lane to construct a one-story addition, southwest corner of the structure, and a new patio. All right. Okay. Once you're set, now we'll use the digital screens. I'm assuming those have been submitted.
Don't forget to talk into the microphone.
Yeah.
Like I just didn't.
Ranting aside.
So wait, this is,
It's not working yet.
this is Ann's Lane? Oh, Ann's Lane.
Roscoe,
I'll
Is
talk
that?
to Chris.
Tershwell, yeah, Ann's Lane.
but it's Roscoe.
Oh, okay.
And it's a-
Yeah, yeah, I know which
It's a
one.
nice little addition.
Right, I know which one this is, yeah. Okay.
Same plan.
You might want to consult with.
Okay. There we go.
Hello. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 Now, let's see. Do we have those, Alex, digitally
I
as
think
well?
these are the same plans from last time.
Okay. Okay. If it's the same plans, we don't have to go over everything. The,
Right, this is the,
Just what changed?
just what changed. This is that
just
small
what changed,
extension out the back of
exactly,
the house.
exactly.
And there was a skylight question.
And, yeah, then there was a skylight question, okay. Why can't I find that right now? So, go ahead, introduce yourself. Yep, you speak into the mic.
So I'm Sal Iannoni for the
Hey, Sal.
applicant, Sarah Tershwell.
Sarah?
We are trying to square off the back of the house
Yep,
to enlarge the dining room.
Yep.
yep,
To do that, we had to remove the breakfast room, push it back towards the kitchen, take that square footage and add it to the side of the house. The proposal is to add a sliding glass door in the kitchen, replace the French doors in the dining room, and replace the French doors in the family room. I have a drawing of the existing back of the house and a drawing of the proposed back of the house.
yep.
Yep.
That's the,
Existing side
yep,
and proposed side.
yep.
Very clear, thank you.
One of the questions was, I guess, too much light emanating into the backyard. There are 7 windows in the kitchen right now, and I calculated the square footage of those windows. 98 square feet, and the sliding door is 108 square feet.
Yeah, in the mic cell.
Maybe we can get a handheld. All right,
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
all right.
Yeah, a handheld mic.
Yeah, it'd be like a cabaret show. All right.
And then I gave you some satellite photos to show the adjacent properties. They're pretty far. All the properties in the back are large acre properties. The neighbor to the left is blocked from any light from this because there's a master bedroom wing that juts out into the backyard. And the neighbor on the right side, I believe Sarah tells me they just did a renovation or an addition, and there are no windows on that side of the house.
That's helpful. Okay.
All right, so my one question is, I never have one. A question. Will you be putting surface-mounted light fixtures across the back?
Yes.
And
So
what?
I added those to the drawing,
Okay?
and I indicated that.
So there are existing light fixtures.
In the soffit or on the house?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
There are existing light fixtures.
Are they in the soffit or are they on the house?
They're on the house.
Okay.
There's two
Okay.
now.
Gotcha.
I believe if you can pull up the pictures that I submitted the last time, there's photos of the back of the house. There you go. So there's two lights on the French doors to the left, two lights on the French door to the right.
Pages like this, I have to tell you, are incredibly helpful. It puts everything in context for me.
Yep.
I just, the aerial,
Yeah.
just, general comment.
All right, board members, any questions? I walked the property as I said I would. The distance from the other properties and the screening that currently exists is,
Substantial.
Yeah, I agree.
mitigates any concern I would have about light pollution.
And there is a support letter from one of the neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah, I also walked it the way I said I would. And,
Were you there today?
no, I was there.
You were there.
I was-
Yes, I heard. Somebody was there.
The dog goes nuts, there's people in the way.
I was there on Saturday, I guess it was Friday. Anyway, from a design standpoint, I actually prefer what you have with the French doors, but that's neither here nor there. I don't see, above all, with this, that there'll be any problem with light pollution. So I would say go for it.
Okay. Let me ask if there's public comment other than the support from one of your neighbors that came in. Any public comment here or in the ether, Charles? Okay. So you will be one of our first approvals this evening.
And let's hope not the last.
And it's not a lottery.
Right. So I move that we accept the application of Sarah Tershwell at 84 Ann's Lane to construct a one-story addition and make other alterations, new patio and so on, as submitted. You have the file there. And what's the date of the plans?
That's what I wanted
Nope.
to confirm the date of the plan.
November 7th? Is that, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, and Sal's lower right-hand corner says November 7th.
I'm a little bit
Oh.
because we don't seem to have it in the
Okay, so let's do this. Sal, you're the architect?
Yes.
Okay, these are the plans. Okay. You got these stamps. Let's date stamp these and put, okay. Okay, thank you. There, is this set up for today?
Yes.
It is? Okay, great. There we go. And then put the approval stamp on there, and then I'll sign that after we close the meeting this evening.
Thanks, Ellen.
Okay?
Good thing
Did
you
we
were,
make the motion and
You
approve?
made a motion that was not seconded.
Okay.
Second.
Second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, Sal, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Take care. Okay. So AJB 29 Property LLC at 54 Henry Street. Okay, let me get out my file. Hold on a second. That is that. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
My name is Dan Kissinger. I work for McDonough and Conroy Architects. I'm a licensed architect, representing AJB 29 Property LLC. And to list a couple of the changes that we had comments from the board last hearing is the skylights were removed from the porch, the covered porch.
Thank you.
As one. We had also revised the rendering to show a little bit more of what the colors are to be. It's a white shingle with natural cedar roof. It's just like a grayer tone as it's weathering, shown in the image. On the drawings, I also showed a picture of an existing house that we're trying to mimic some of the colors. That's actually a house in the neighborhood. Other than that, we have a window on the left side of the house. If you could go to the drawings.
And would you explain the cardinal of which direction the left side of the house is on?
The north side.
Oh, just the direction of the elevation. In other words, front is west, so just make sure you include the direction.
So the north side, we had two windows that were, we had comments on. We removed those two windows and placed one window in that stairwell that we had issues with last hearing.
Okay, so that's the...
Are you in A6, the north elevation?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
This house seems massive.
And another comment, I believe, was asked, was the lighting on the garage.
Yep.
Which we are just doing soffit down lighting.
Okay.
On the front.
And you have the surface mount fixture by the front door. You have one. Thank you.
Just one.
Okay. Yeah, this is great.
It just really, the last one did the same thing. It just
Fills
helped put
everything
everything
in.
in perspective. The aerial.
The aerial.
was very-
Well, from my perspective, you addressed all the concerns we had in the last meeting, so thank you. I think removing especially the skylights made a big difference. And having the light fixtures in it and more harmonious to the neighborhood. So thank you. I think it looks nice.
Yeah, no comment here.
Sarah?
You've addressed what we had suggested. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is a changing street. This is a wide lot, and in terms of transitioning, you've done a good job. So let's hear if there are any public comments. I'm sorry? No, okay, good. So I will move that we approve the application of, just had it here a second ago.
Second.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh.
You're too fast for me. Okay. AJB 29 Property LLC at 54 Henry Street. Construction of a two-story single-family dwelling with covered porches, patios, etc. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now,
Thank
let's
you.
make sure we have the right plans. It should be,
The plans delivered November 7th? Correct.
okay, great. Okay, put those in the to-be-signed pile.
Thanks, Alex.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hand me the date stamp?
Oh, date stamp, okay, great.
You may keep it.
Okay. So, let me not get
21 David Weiss.
Yep, yep. Okay, Tallow Building Corp., 121 David White's Lane. Okay.
I always worry when people bring bricks to the meetings.
Yeah. Okay. The mic is yours. Well, first, introduce yourself.
Ralph Rastu, President, Tallow Building Corp. And we are back for 121 David White's Lane. 3 comments the board had was we had a double gable window on the front elevation that we changed to a single. The board wanted the light fixtures depicted on the elevations as well as a cut sheet, which we provided. And I have 2 samples of proposed bricks.
Okay. Gentlemen, ladies,
John?
do you want to start? Comments?
Is there a color on the gooseneck that you've, will it be powder coated?
Yes, powder coated black.
From my standpoint, this is another one. Thank you. You did what we asked. I appreciate it. I think it's a handsome house. It's right for the neighborhood. I think it's a fine house.
Great, thank you.
Yep,
Looks
John?
fine to me.
I agree.
Okay, great. All right, so what plans, Ralph, are we looking at? I've got, oh, it's the plans that were,
November 9th.
November 9th, yep, yeah, I got it. Yep, okay, we've got the big ones. You've got that too, Alex? Because I've got a small and a large set here. So if you're missing a large set,
For left-hand corner, top 121, up above top.
So these were the plans November 9th?
Yes,
yep,
correct.
okay. Do you need another set?
You got one set here, do you have the other set?
Yeah, here you go. Okay. Okay, great. So if you're willing to take yes for an answer, then Oh, public comment, thank you. Yes.
A brick. Lorraine
Oh.
White on the right, or on your left, and then Danish Blend.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a.
That was discussed.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Oh, for the chimney?
For the chimney, yes.
Okay. Gentlemen, lady?
No, I don't care, go.
The red, I think.
The red,
The red.
yeah.
It's actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
So look, we're all in agreement.
all right. So, Alex, can you just mark that
It's actually
on
called
the-
Danish Blend.
I'm sorry, what's
Yes.
that?
Danish
Blend is what it's
Blend.
called.
Danish blend, okay. So let me just change the motion.
Did we get public comment?
Oh, public comment. Charles, anybody? Thanks. Okay, any public comment here? All right. So I move that we accept we approve the application of Tallow Building Corp. at 121 Whites Lane with the stipulation that the brickwork will be red.
Danish blend.
Danish blend. Thank you. And plans as submitted by the building department on November 9th. So a second on that by
Second.
John. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Second by Mark? All right,
It's a fight.
okay,
There is a God, right?
okay.
2 in a row.
3. Okay,
You want a persuasion, Rick?
Yeah. You'd be surprised.
Through your window, yeah.
okay. Okay. Next is 30 Bellows Realty, 30 Bellows Lane. Charles, do you have anybody? It might be Ron Villano.
Oh, yes, coming in.
How you folks doing? Everybody okay?
Can we order in cappuccino?
Yeah, I know. I think everybody's waiting for the, for the drinks. Okay. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I don't, sorry, I don't have a camera with this computer.
Okay. All right.
Ron
Well,
Milano is out of town, so he asked me to present the updated drawings, which I emailed to the village last week.
yes, and,
To address the comments you had.
right, and you are
My name is Gary Osher, I work with Ron Milano.
Gary Osher, okay. And your firm, just so we have it on record, and its office?
Yes, it's Milano Architecture.
Okay. Okay, let's walk through. There were a number of issues related to this property, and a number of design changes suggested or at least discussed.
Correct.
So going through the elevations from the front all around the house would be helpful.
Okay.
And you know what, let's just, for the benefit of the board and the public, just, let's start with the site plan, because this is a corner lot, and that impacts on the board's judgment.
Gary, are you able to present the plans?
Do you guys have them that you can do it digitally? In there?
My gosh.
Chimneys are ridiculous. Oh, maybe they, no, it says November 9.
I have November 9th.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
chimneys are still there.
Yeah, all right, well, let's, Gary, walk us through.
All right,
Yes, this is the site plan.
Okay,
yeah, I see that the chimneys
Yep.
pretty much look like they did last time.
right, okay. Well, let's go in order.
Like a Bavarian castle.
Okay, so the site plan, we've got that. Let's move on to the elevations, starting with the, oops, sorry about that,
PA40.
A40. So,
So what we did,
no, by the way, front in this case is facing which way?
front is facing Bellows, let's see, site plan. Is there a north arrow on that?
Well,
No.
no, and that's why I want to be clear, and that's.
Okay, yes, north arrow's in the lower right-hand corner of the site plan, so the front would be the south elevation.
Bellows Court, no, I think
I think the front would be east, west.
west.
It'd be the west elevation.
Yeah,
Anyway,
okay,
That's why we require cardinal directions.
yeah.
all right.
Okay,
So on A40 on your west, AKA front elevation,
Yes, okay. Front door and starlight stated grills, which were added. You see between the two sets of columns, that's the front door. We removed the roof returns and the corbels from the roof lines. We also simplified the front elevation roof style, which, getting a gable centered over that entry. It's less chopped up. Says review GFA calculation. We've always included the pool house. If we look on the floor plan sheet, we had a summary of the areas. We included the pool house, which is 181 square feet. It's structure, so we were thinking it should be counted. I'm not sure why that would have come up as a question.
well, that's a building department
Yeah,
issue. I
that's not
know,
really our
Alex,
issue.
do you have any?
Okay.
There was a question about detached garages not counting towards the GFA, which is sometimes the case. It's not the case when they're combined with a pool house or another.
Gotcha, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I see, because of the dual use, okay.
Right, so because the garage.
Need outdoor lighting specs, show location of the plans and elevations, so the floor plans, lights were indicated. And we also submitted a cut sheet, which you should have there as well. A European waterproof retro pavilion design, wall sconce. We also offered optional elevations as well.
You're talking about the ones on R1-0?
Let me get to that page.
When you say optional, you mean just a different perspective, or?
An alternate front elevation with different roof lines,
Okay, yeah, we
just in case you guys didn't fall in love with.
well,
We don't do that.
so it's either, yeah,
Make a suggestion, and that's what we'll review. But we don't do like multiple choice at the meetings.
sorry about that.
Well, let's go with option one.
Okay.
There you go.
We'll go over to option two as an alternate. So
Well,
let's stick with option one for that.
all right, so this is, we're looking at,
You made the wrong
what would
choice.
be option one? So-
A4-0.
A40, right, okay. Okay, so, let's
Okay.
see.
in the
Let
interest
me-
of time, go.
Yeah, I'm happy to start here. On the option you chose, I don't understand the front porch structure where the columns obscure the view of the windows on both sides of the house. The chimneys are completely overwhelming from a design and just a visual standpoint. And from my, with the black windows and trim, that's a non-starter.
I
Period.
noticed that tonight, you guys don't really like the black. Okay, so the columns obscuring Well, we have the columns located, of course, there's like a small reverse hip with that colored roof.
No, I understand. It's just from a visual standpoint, well, I don't know why you would want the columns on the front porch to obscure the view out the window, just in general, but.
Okay, I have to break all the rules, because although I'm not supposed to look at the option, what I'm gonna say is
That would have been the right choice.
Well, you can look at it.
This is a rather, you know, Bellows is a lot of construction. There's a house going up there right now
Yes.
that's on the corner. The two down are on the cul-de-sac that have been done recently, and they're fairly consistent in their presentation, sort of Southampton-looking choices to the street. To have this house be white with black windows is a non-starter there, because it would pop too differently for this neighborhood, especially when there's a Fleetwood house across the street that's gray with the white trim. Not that I think all the houses should match, but I think that would be incongruous to the neighborhood in that color scheme. I think what I like about option 2 is two things. It's even calmer, because we've taken more fruit lines away, because this is really a small lot. And I think the more we calm the house down and bring it down visually a little bit, it's going to be more harmonious with the neighborhood. And I think you'll probably hear the comment from everybody about the chimneys. Two reasons. I think there's the top detail is too heavy, and there's so many of them. It makes it heavier, it makes the house look top heavy. And I think what I like about the porch structure of your option 2 is it negates John's problem, which is, I think, with the wide frontage where you have the columns blocking the windows. I think it's probably a better answer. And I think if this house came in either a painted or a natural shingle with, you know, white trim, or I don't care if the trim's a color, just not black, I think would be much more harmonious. All the houses are under construction right now, or have been recently on Bellows.
Okay,
So it sounds like,
hold on, let me just hear from Sarah, then,
go ahead. Sorry.
and then we'll turn it back to you, Gary.
Yeah, the scale of the chimneys really remind me of, you know, some Georgian brick pile in Virginia from the 18th century, an H plan. Way overkill. I would think that maybe one chimney would do it. And I also agree with Mark that the front elevation option 2, even though we really shouldn't be looking at options, you should come up to bat and swing. I think it's far superior to anything else, and it also avoids the complication of not only the roof, but the paired piers that block the views from the ground floor.
Right. Okay, I would be redundant and taking up too much time to repeat everything that my board members said. The only thing I will say, just for everybody's clarification, is not, Gary, that we don't like something. It's just that it is either.
No ego here.
No, it's not ego. I just want people to understand that we use our judgment, not visceral and arbitrary.
Construction going on right now.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point. So, back to you. You've heard the board. You've got a lot of homework to do.
I appreciate all the feedback.
Okay, great. Let me ask if there's any.
Yes.
Far less homework than last time.
What's that?
It definitely points us in the directions.
Okay, well, point you in a direction. Any public comment?
No.
Okay, so Gary, unless you have any other comment or need clarification on anything, we'll move to adjourn this to the next meeting. And if that doesn't give you enough time, you're more than welcome to adjourn it to the meeting after that.
Just a quick question. Any feedback on the lights that we have selected for the house? Did you take a look at the spec sheet?
I did. I thought they were fine.
Okay.
That's me.
Oh, I did have one question. The garage is part of this, correct?
The clear garage door?
Yeah, but the clear garage door just kind of doesn't set well with me either.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's it's a more of a contemporary, effect on a, what is a traditional looking house.
Right, I thought, did we not bring that up the last time?
I don't remember, but I.
That was not in the list of comments.
Oh.
It's good that you did that.
It looks like a walk-in fridge.
Okay, all righty.
So more traditional on the garage door.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, both the divisions and the clear.
Okay, understood. Can you postpone this, not to adjourn it the next one, but the one after, December?
It would be the
More-
second Monday of December then.
December 12th.
December 12th?
Okay. You're welcome. I move that we accept the application. What?
We
Yeah,
did.
we did. That we accept, that we accept the application, the applicant's request to adjourn to our meeting on December 12th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, great. We'll see
Great,
you,
thank you.
see you in a month.
My God, we're on to page 4.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also here for 48 Harvest Gates as well.
Okay.
Storefront.
Adjourn December 12th. Okay. The next one is adjourned pending ZBA determination. That's of Claire and David Kershey. And so after that is 71 Hill Street.
Adjourned also.
Also adjourned to the 28th. I'm not sure if that was
It was
a
adjourned
new.
at the last meeting.
It was adjourned at the last meeting to that date, okay. So that's fine, okay, folks,
124
we're
for
getting there, we're rounding the corner here to the last page. Okay, the next application is that of Alanis Sirota at 124 Burnett Street. So, introduce yourself, and then I just want to say something about how we're going to be handling this, okay?
We have affidavits on this.
We do, thank you. Okay, so introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Eric Peterson, the architect, representing Anna Silrota, who's the applicant.
Great. And is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me speak to both of you, that as you may realize, whether it was you or anybody representing you, illegally demolished a house. Puts us in an odd position of having to look at something that is counter to what was approved. And it's more than just counter. It's that you, and there's another applicant who did the same thing, just tore down a house. Now, I have to imagine that you, as an architect, and the applicant, as a resident, is responsible, whether you do know or should have known, is that you have to build according to the permit. If you look at the permit that's posted on the telephone pole or wherever it is, it says for exterior alterations. Well, you did alter things. You tore down a house. So here's what we're going to do as an accommodation. We'll hear what you're proposing this evening. We're not going to vote on it until I and the board and our council thoroughly reviews what the legal disposition is, what fines, penalties, and the like should or not be applied here.
Not by this board.
What's that?
This board does
Not the board, no. This board is an administrative board. We will be reviewing this with legal counsel. Our counsel here, the village attorney, and the building department. That being said, we had it on the agenda. I welcome you to present. It's Dr. Sirota? Yes. If you want to make any comment, you're welcome to. But again, this is an administrative board. It's not a court of law. So we're not making any judgment. We're just here to look at the architecture. It makes it difficult at this point because you so willingly chose to disregard this community board. So we will do our best to honor your presence and to look at what you're going to present. We're going to withhold any and all comment. But we do want to give the public a chance to be heard if they have comments as well.
Okay.
And again, you are?
Yeah, the architect, Eric Peterson.
Okay, Eric.
Did we get new plans on that?
I don't have a.
I don't have new things.
Do we have plans?
The survey was updated with the demolition note, and, the confusion, again, this was during the time when the application was submitted. It was through an expediter. I had a newborn in the house. I had email recognitions.
Seriously, I don't want to waste our time with excuses.
No, right.
Are there submitted plans?
The plans that have been submitted are the ones from the prior approval. the amendment, which was to include the word demolition. The word rebuild was on all of the architectural drawings. Peter DeWitt, the first comment, this was over Zoom, we talked about new cellar, new framing, new floor heights. The application, the technical description on the application was incorrect. It was a clerical error. I didn't catch it. Again, it was a rebuild in the sense that we were reconstructing the house. We weren't asking to do anything, roof lines weren't adding. We were just modifying what was there, and that was the reconstruction quality. I didn't understand.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
So in any event, like I said,
Was your original goal to tear the house down completely and rebuild it exactly as it is with a few different alterations when
Yes.
it was completed?
Correct.
My recollection was the question was asked, are you going to pick it up
Yep.
and put it back down? And the
answer
answer
was
was yes.
And we have saved a piece of the building.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so
all right,
much.
Yeah,
So
big deal.
here's what we're going to do. Like I said, we're not a court of law. And I'm not going to debate what was said because the video is perfectly clear what was said and what was intended. The building permit was very clear as to what it was. So again, you have no plans for us to review, therefore we can't even review. The plans that you had last time were for exterior alterations. The application you submitted to the building department is based on alterations, not on a rebuild. I imagine the application fee you paid is built on that. But in any event,
No,
I'm
but-
not going to discuss it.
Okay. Yeah, with that.
Well, it's done. Eric? So my suggestion is that you submit plans, buildable plans, as you wish this board to review. We, in turn, will submit to council, the village council, as well as our council. And then we'll leave it up to the building department to do what is in their purview.
So just for clarification.
Okay.
The plans that were submitted.
Absolutely useless.
The-
Absolutely useless to us.
Well, I mean, we should review them in the context of this amendment. It is an amendment of prior approval, so.
But
That prior approval was based on revisions to an existing home.
No, so
The
that,
plans that were approved by this board are very specific, and they state very clearly all of the work that the building permit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
yeah, the architectural drawings are not consistent with the application heading,
Language.
which was the technical description should include the word demo, and that's.
Okay, here it is.
Sorry,
Introduce you-
Michael
introduce-
Desario.
Introduce yourself,
I'm
and
the
then I'm going to
builder.
cut it short, okay?
Certainly.
You said that the application wasn't consistent. How the heck can we look at something that you say by your own admission wasn't what it was supposed to be? So I ask you very kindly, and that's it, to resubmit a building plan that shows all the descriptions of exactly what you're going to do, materials and everything else, because the previous building plans just have, they have no changes to stuff. But I don't know what you're going to be putting.
No, that's not an accurate
Okay,
depiction.
I'm not
of the
going to argue
situation.
it.
Sir, please, give me 10 seconds to speak.
10 seconds, start.
The substance of the application that you approved.
I
is
can't
in
go
the
by
plans.
substance.
It's in the plans.
Okay.
It's all in the plans. In the plans, it requests a new foundation under the house. It requests all of the final product that we are trying to deliver. And if you give us a chance to just build the final product, you'll see it is completely congruous with the materials you've selected and everything else.
So-
The
If I may,
materials
here's where,
all
just if I may,
finishes, everything.
I'm going to button this
Sure.
out, but here's where I think the problem may lie. When it was presented to us, it was presented to us an alteration to an existing structure. And there was a whole conversation about a balcony off the backside, what is there now, what is remaining, what is going. And it was presented in its elevations into this board as a renovation, not as a tear down. So I think between what you may have expected and what the building plans say and how it was presented to us and the way your permit went out, those things don't match. So that's where I think the problem is here.
So we need new plans.
So we need new plans as new construction, because you've torn the house down.
So, Dr. Schroeder, if you want to step up to the podium, you can.
I do want to step up.
Okay.
Can I just say that
What-
was on the meeting of February 28th?
Yes.
I
So-
will watch that meeting.
Yes.
Okay,
And that might be helpful.
yes.
So I do apologize. My only intention is to have the home that we intended to build back in 2015 when we bought the home. My husband and I are physicians, we are not architects. And just as when you go to a physician and you assume the physician knows what to do and how to do it, and you hope for the best outcome, that was my only intention. And the only people that are being punished now are my husband and myself and my family. This home was supposed to be ready for my daughter, who is a senior, for her last summer before leaving for college. So I understand your anger and your frustration, I do, but ultimately, I can't put the house back. I can't, if I were a genie and I could go like this, I would, but I cannot. And all that we can do is move forward in a kind and neighborly way, I hope, because our plan was to be members of this community for a long time. We are physicians in Manhattan. We're not going anywhere. HSS has a presence out here, as was my plan for the summers, and that is now sort of, thrown up in the air. So I want you to understand that we are coming from a place of genuine love for this town and love for our home and love for the life that we were building here. And I am truly sorry that this is how it manifested, but just as if you go to a physician and they don't do something right, it's not the patient's fault. And it's for the patient to have a good outcome. And I hope that everybody will understand that we are vulnerable in this and that we are at the mercy of the experts that we have hired.
Then that's,
From all-
with all due respect, that's on you. That's not on the board here.
So we do
understand you and what's suffering,
we do realize, and we do want you, as we did when we first approved, to be happy with the house. We're not standing here to be anything other than approve plans. But in this case, there's nothing to approve. There's not a building plan. Well, yes, there's an old plan, but that's been existing structure. So, and I can make analogies to medicine, but I'm going to choose not to. Let's do this. We will do it as expeditiously as possible. Unfortunately, the actions that were taken, whether it be with your understanding or not, whether it be with Eric's, or your first name, I forgot, Michael, it's neither here nor there. We understand that a house is going to be built there. We have to go now through a process that is dictated by the code. And what you have before us, as much as you think it's a plan that you can build from, that's not what we have. So,
But then, but I would have then left, had I known that I couldn't have what I have, I wouldn't have,
I understand, but your issue is between you, your architect, and your builder.
I understand, but the house is the house, right? I understand that this is the issue, I do, and I have to deal with that separately, but I can't unring the bell and then.
No.
But the only person here who will be punished financially in terms of what my home will look like, et cetera, is me.
And that's unfortunate, but it's not our issue.
Yeah.
Well.
And what happened does a disservice to everyone in this village who actually does follow the rules and follows the procedure. And that's probably the point I'm trying to make more than
We
anything.
will do things.
No one was intending to not
I
follow
understand,
procedure.
but stuff happens.
Intention matters.
Right. Accidents happen.
Yes, they do.
And unfortunately, they take time to correct. I can point you out an incident that occurred at 54 Hunting Street about 3 or 4 years ago, in which a contractor built a house 1 foot off of the lines. It had to be demolished by the owner. The owner in this case said, "Hey, we're not going to get approval." Now, they subsequently took the legal matters up. Anyway, I'm getting too involved. Thank you, Sarah.
We're wasting too much time on this as it
and
is.
The point is, we will do things as expeditiously as possible. Come back in 2 weeks with building plans in whatever, if you're replicating the existing house, then your work will be easy. Come back and show all the materials that you're using and all the information that the building department needs to approve a plan.
For new construction.
For new construction. But it's new construction. It's not amending a plan, at least as far as I view it. And the application will have to reflect that. We'll kindly put you on the next application without another reposting, I think.
We've taken jurisdictions.
Yeah. Okay.
There isn't an issue there.
So,
I don't see any reason why that can't be.
Right.
okay.
Yeah, so for the following submission is the 23rd?
I'm sorry. I guess
20
this is
28.
For the, I'm sorry, for the next hearing, the submission is when?
The
The
thir-
hearing would be on the 28th. The deadline would normally be the 24th, but that's going to be Thanksgiving, so it would be the 23rd at noon. Is when we would need plans, hard copy and digital in our office.
And I can contact someone from, in terms of just asking some general questions, the building department,
Mhm.
or, okay.
And may I also point out as a neighbor that the demolition started at 7 a.m. in the morning, even though it said 8 a.m.?
And as soon as we realize.
I'm just pointing that out, that,
Sarah, I am sorry.
no, and the people behind came and complained too, so it's okay, it's okay.
Well, it's obviously not okay.
Well,
And I would-
Can we move on,
No,
please?
it's okay, I
we
just
need to go.
wanted to let your builder know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so in this case, the chair moves to adjourn to our next meeting to allow the applicant to submit new construction plans on the application for 120 Alana Sirota at 124 Burnett Street. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, folks. Yeah. Okay. All right, SKH Wickapog Road LLC, 522 Wickapog Road.
Hi,
Hello, how are you?
good evening. My name is Matthias Turner. I'm
Hello,
the architect
Matthias.
for the applicant.
Okay,
And I have with me David Gomolka, the landscape architect.
okay.
Yes.
Can I have them?
I think we gave it to the building department.
Are they in your file from earlier today?
So a house is being demoed to build this then? There's a house being demoed to build this? I believe so.
Is there a demo permit?
I don't know.
I'm
Seems to
demo
be an issue
committee.
these days.
I'm a demo committee, I
No,
haven't
I
seen
forgot to
one.
do it on Burnett Street.
Is
I
there-
forgot to ask if there was
is
any
there-
public comment.
Is there a demo permit on this house? They tearing down a house?
What, this one? No,
They're tearing down a house to build this.
this,
On Wickabog?
there's no house there.
Yeah, there is.
522 Wickabog.
So we send it out. All the
I thought there was no house there.
What?
I thought there was no house there.
I think we should hear the next matter until this is resolved.
Yeah.
I can only check emails that were sent to me.
Okay, let's say for the sake of expediency, we'll do a call, a second call on you folks, okay? Okay, Robert Kornstein, 43 Bailey Road. Demo reconstruction, is that the thing, is that the?
We've received affidavits and they're in order.
Oh, this is, okay, Bailey Street, okay.
Is there an existing?
You have a busy night here tonight, John.
Well, that's what.
So you have a busy night here tonight.
That's- Why did I?
Oh, thank you.
I thought I saw it posted on Empty Land. Okay.
Is it on?
John?
I didn't
Hi,
approve the demo.
how are you?
Hi.
Just,
There was a
just tell me when to start and I will.
Yes.
You're
Tell me
waiting
when to
for my
start and I will.
permission to start, John.
I didn't know what,
How gracious of you.
Everything's fine, jurisdiction, everything. I'm
Okay.
John Bennett, and
Go ahead.
I'm the lawyer for the applicant. The applicant, Robert Kornstein, is with us this evening. Mr. Kornstein's been involved in the construction industry for years, so I wanted to bring him along. And Joe Pajak, the project architect. We submitted the affidavits and mailing and posting.
You guys want to take that in the hall?
Yeah.
Alex?
We thought we resolved it.
You wanna go out?
Okay.
Don't come to blows, but you can take it to the hall.
So there was a little bit of confusion in the agenda, but this is a new home. It's a brand new home. There's something about, it said something,
It's about a demo?
Almost like a question mark.
Yeah.
Right.
Construction, is it the exact same dwelling of a single family? It's a construction. right?
It's a new
Right.
house.
Those
Yeah.
were my questions when I
Oh,
saw the
gee,
agenda.
I'm sorry, Alan.
Oh, okay.
I guess they got incorporated.
Yeah, demolition and rebuilding.
Yeah, okay.
They're just taking it down. The existing house is maybe 30 years old, maybe. So it's a new house, and it's on Bailey Road, which is a private road. I just want to give some prefatory remarks, and then I'll have Joe take you through the elevations. But so again, Bailey Road is a private road, new house. In addition to the architectural plan submitted with the initial application, we submitted a supplemental filing last Thursday that included an updated site plan and photographs of the existing residence and the surrounding homes. So the photographs of the neighborhood show a neighborhood of various architectural styles. For example, the Plum House at the far end of the street is a rather contemporary home. On page 13 of this handout, which Mr. Kornstein has prepared, the 111 Bailey Road recent construction is a little bit thematically of what you'll see in the elevations that Joe is going to present. It's a barn architectural style. The proposed house is larger in GFA than the existing house, but 10 feet shorter in overall length. And again, the attempt is a barn-style house inspired by some of the agricultural architecture in the area. Interestingly enough, we back up to open space, to agricultural open space in terms of context. So, and again, there's a similar style house at 111 Bailey Road, which is page 13. We do have some letters of support from 117 Bailey Road, 131 Bailey Road, and I believe it's 65 Bailey Road. Again, indicia that the folks in the neighborhood, at least those folks, think that the proposed style is sympathetic. So let's have Joe come up and walk you through the elevations, and we're here, of course, to listen to any input or comment that you have.
Good evening, board members. Joseph Pajak, architect for the applicant, Robert Kornstein, who is here again with us. John did a great job of showing the neighbors and the catalog that the owner put together with the photos, showing a mix of styles on this private street. And we took some cues from some of those styles. The owner had a heavy hand in the design of this house. And I can walk you through, starting with the site plan. This is a non-conforming rectangular lot. So the massing and the GFA that we're proposing is really strongly dictated by that rectangular shape. So that set the stage for a long but albeit 10-foot shorter of a house that's currently on the site that again will be demolished, and this is new construction. If you turn your pages to A200, we have a twin gables with a front porch, metal roof. We're proposing, and there's an exterior finish schedule on the sheet there that lists all the items and their finishes, if you have any questions. But it's a white shingle-sided house with board and batten siding above. And the windows are a gray finish. I have a sample here if you'd like to see it. The roofing is asphalt. It's charcoal gray, dark. And there's a few balconies on the back of the house with roof decks access from bedrooms. Those have glass railings around them, and I'll open it up to questions if there's,
By the way, those balconies look out to, open space, I believe.
correct. Did you hear that? The balconies, the rear property is open space.
Okay.
There's no
Thank you.
houses in the back there.
And that open space is like farmland or just, oh,
Something town, village town boundaries a little weird.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what.
Okay. Anyone?
I'll start if. no one-
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like the house, which is on page 13 of the presentation, that, I guess 111 Bailey Road. I like the use of materials and the different style that's really not too typical of the village, but it really reflects kind of that barn-like, aesthetic that they were trying to achieve. And I think, looking at your plan, you're attempting to do the same type of thing, which I appreciate it. The only thing is that that extension beyond the gable to the, I don't even know which side that is now. The south elevation.
To the west.
To the west. It almost interrupts what you're trying to achieve in that same way. And I understand it's the garage beneath that one part of the house, but I was wondering somehow if you could extend the gables to create more symmetry in the look of the house. I just think I really appreciate, like I said, the design on page 13 of the presentation. I think it's really an interesting design for a home. And I unless I'm misunderstand, it looks like you're trying to be in the same theme, at least, of that home. But that's the only miss for me, really, is that part of the house that seems to interrupt the design that otherwise I think is pretty nice. Does that make sense, what I,
Yes.
Joe, do you understand?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sure you did,
Yes.
Could you do
Well,
me a favor, could you just articulate it back to Mr. Gregory so that?
I don't always, I don't describe things in architectural terms, so I apologize
Do
for
you
that.
feel like the house is unbalanced?
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
thank you. Simply put, yes.
Make sure we're on the same page.
Are all the windows in this house casement windows?
Largely, yes. Yeah, there might be a couple fixed windows, but there's no double hungs.
Okay. Because one of the issues I really have is sort of the window-to-wall ratio of most of the house. I think the window-to-wall ratio feels skimpy to me, especially on the west elevation. I don't know if those thin windows are there because that's the way you've obtained a bed wall of those two bedrooms. But from the exterior standpoint, I think they look thin and skimpy compared to the size of the facade that's facing us there. I actually think a more traditional window style, I think the mixed material upper to lower story part is fine, but I think you might want to consider more traditional double hung windows or hung windows versus all these casements, both for use of the applicant, frankly, and for just style, because I don't think that use of those kind of casements is really normal in the architectural language of Southampton. When I get to the front porch, again, I know you've done perfect rhythm on your columns between the whole and the front, but the one column is blocking the side
Oh,
light. I think
Good
it's to me
point,
like you
I
would
missed that.
Yeah.
rearrange that.
Yeah.
And then if that's the case and that's an overhang, shouldn't there be columns at the end holding up the porch? And then I go around I guess I sort of have the same comments around the back of the house. And as for those balconies, because you got a lot of balcony up there, I'd want to see sightline analysis to the neighbors on either side before we could even consider it, because you've got you've got a balcony that's off the primary. There's actually a large balcony that goes off the two bedrooms. All three of those up on the second level. Is that correct?
Yes.
if I'm looking at A1 and 2 correctly, and those are big balcony
Yeah.
spaces, so I'd want to know
36
both what the
feet,
lighting
yeah.
plan is, what the exterior fixture is, and what the sightline issues are to any existing neighbor.
Understood.
Sarah?
The front door with the column, thank you, Mark, that also was something that I was gonna bring up. The door with the flanking side lights, I wonder, the 3 panels, I wonder if you couldn't have the upper panel be glass or something like that. You've gone from a rhythm of 3, but I think that the upper panel might look better to be glass rather than the 3 horizontal wood. Does that bother anybody else?
Which elevation was that?
What
Sorry.
page you want?
The front elevation.
Oh.
The 3-panel wood door with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
flank.
Yeah.
You have an opacity that doesn't actually, to me, jive with the rest of the house.
On the front door.
Yes. And the number of balconies, I think the sight lines are, in this instance, definitely pleased.
So is it the number of balconies, or is it the,
Size and,
Size and depth.
there's like 40 feet of balcony on the one side.
Well, let's see what it looks like to the neighbors as well.
okay?
I'm also not sure, when looking at the entrance facade above, to me, the side flanking 2 pane also, I think it would be better not having those.
Yeah, there's the uniformity would be so much nicer if it were.
If you just had that large central window, I think it would be a better elevation on the second story and the recessed
Yeah, with the window in the bathroom.
entrance.
I'm sorry to interrupt, I want to get to Jan, I had to step back. Could we clarify which application we're looking at? Because the one on the screen, I don't know, matches the one where,
552 Wickapog?
okay.
No, this
No, this is not.
43.
43.
Oh, 43 Bailey, sorry.
We're holding on Wickapog.
Yeah, we passed on that.
I
Right.
just wanted to make sure that's the one that we were looking at. Is 43.
43, correct.
You're looking at.
Yes.
We passed over Wickapog.
You're looking at Wickapog.
I was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. just
Thank you.
making sure.
Bless you, Alex, for covering my ass.
Sorry, so which?
But
comment?
No, it's all right.
but
It's all right.
my comment still stands
yes.
for your 43.
Yes.
That I wish there was more uniformity of the size of the windows,
It's true.
the height of the windows across the board, both second story and first story, for that matter.
Yes.
And also on your east elevation, your window to wall ratio on your east elevation's pretty thin.
Mhm.
And the west elevation as well. Those are,
Yeah.
This is really important, because it's in the nature of it anyway. Is there a reason, from an interior point of view, why those windows can't be?
It's for furniture layout, for,
It's for bed walls, probably.
yeah. But I think we can make them a touch wider.
Yeah, take a look at it if you would. And because of the last application, I'm just gonna ask the question, are the garage doors solid, or are they glass?
They're intended to be opaque glass.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I don't know, it's contemporary, they're
Well-
not clear glass, which is good, but,
that creates a lot of,
Gives you more glass.
it gives you more glass, it also gives you more light to the neighbors, that's always what we worry about. But it's opaque glass, so they're gonna glow more than shine.
well, but in the garage, lights tend to
Yeah.
be of higher intensity than in living space, so.
I could bring in a glass sample.
Sure.
It would be nice to see this, if possible, in a rendering.
The what?
And a
and a
rendering.
rendering.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Color
I
rendering.
agree.
A color rendering would be really helpful.
I agree.
That can be done.
Okay.
All right, let me ask for any public comment? No? Got what you need?
Yes, thank you,
Not
board.
what you wanted, but you have what you need.
Thank you,
Okay.
board. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Good, okay.
Thank you.
I move that we adjourn the application of 43 Bailey to our next meeting. Does that give you enough time?
Does 11:28 work?
I'm sorry?
Does-
11:28 work?
Yeah, for the rendering, no, it'd be the,
12:12?
yes.
Okay, that we adjourn 43 Bailey, Robert Kornstein to December 12th.
And we'll hold off on the pool until then.
The pool house,
The pavilion?
pavilion,
Pavilion,
I
excuse me.
don't know.
That's 522.
Hmm?
That's 522, isn't it?
Were there any comment before we?
Oh, yeah.
No.
No.
Need a second.
Yeah, I know.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Second?
Oh,
All in
second.
favor? By John, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We are now ready to hear 522 Willow. I have the affidavits in order.
Great.
Good.
Okay.
Okay,
I get to repeat myself.
okay,
Oh, God.
okay.
Let's try it one more time.
Stamp them.
There we go, there we go. Is that-
And you're back.
I'm Matthias Turner, the architect for the applicant, and Jean Gomolka, landscape architect. And I don't know, do you have the plans on the monitor, or shall I have boards here.
Alex, do
Are
we
you able to show them digitally, or you just have the?
I sent them over, but I have presentation boards here, which also I think will do the job.
Okay,
So-
Mateus, just use the mic if you could.
Sure. So, it is a new construction, Wicker Park, which is, as we all know, kind of a farmland area. And I think that was the driving factor for me to have a design of a building which is more likely to look like a farmhouse than a opulent, oversized, I shouldn't say that maybe, but
No,
opulent building. And so we came up with a concept, and actually I do have some photos, which, if you don't mind, I can show them to you.
Now, can you clarify for us,
Sure.
is there a is there a structure on that property?
Yes.
Okay, so have you put in a application for demolition?
Not yet.
Okay, well, that's gonna need to be approved before we can approve something built on top of it.
Okay, okay.
And the same comment really should have been addressed to Mr. Bennett, right?
Was there?
Yeah.
There's a house.
There's a house
Yeah,
there.
there's a
But
house.
There's a house there.
I think their application called for a demo.
Yes, but the demolition committee hasn't gone to look at it.
They haven't applied for
They
demolition?
Are you
haven't.
talking about 43 Bailey?
Uh-huh.
No, we're back at 522 Wicker Park.
Right. But 43 Bailey.
And there's a house on 522 Wicker
43
Park.
Bailey, the house is being renovated.
No, we're on Wicker Park,
522 Wicker
Yes.
Park.
Okay,
Right,
which is a house that's being torn down.
Right.
yes.
But they have not applied for a demolition permit yet.
Right, that's what they've been.
right. But
Okay.
43 Bailey?
No,
we're
no.
on
Right,
Wicker Park.
We're
Wicker
back-
Park, we're on
we're back
Wicker
to
Park
Wicker
now.
Park.
Okay, yeah, okay, good.
There's
Okay.
something in the water tonight, I tell you.
Yeah, well.
Who's on
it's-
first?
It's getting late.
It's called,
All
we've
right.
been
All
here
right.
since 6.
Mateus and Dean, all right, so you've got to
Okay,
apply for
continue on,
the
because
demo
you're gonna have to
Yes,
apply for a
yes.
demo permit.
Yeah.
So as I said before, the intent is to design a structure which has a sort of architectural language of, let's say, decent farmhouses or barns. And I gave you a couple of photos which I found as a reference point for my design intent. And So we came up with a structure which is not a massive sort of singular building. We have two major buildings. They are about 28 by 43 feet, and they are connected with a perpendicular building which has a lower ridge line, and then attached to it, a little bit set back, is another smaller structure, which then is the garage and with a smaller room above. So it is
I'm sorry, I know I sound like Columbo, but I can't recall the house that's there. But as I said, you've got to apply for a demo permit, but don't assume a demo is a given.
Okay, but I mean, this is, okay, yes.
Okay, I just want you to know, so everything you present, all the work you've done, is subject to the approval of demo.
But I think the gentleman who is developing this is familiar with the process, and I think.
Yeah, we just had a fellow who
be
was
honest
familiar
with
with
you,
the
if he was
process.
familiar with the process, he would have probably applied for
Okay,
it.
good. It's duly noted, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and so then here we have the elevations for the structure. And I don't know, can you pick them up here?
It's not working right.
It's not working. Okay, so that I hold them up here like this.
Yeah. Are they right there?
This is the view from the street. This is the south view, and these are the side views. We have a light well which goes into the basement and has access to 2 additional bedrooms in the basement. But it's all done in a very sort of distinctive way, without
Okay.
overdoing any kind of.
While you got it all in the air,
What?
while you've got it all facing us here, can you just walk us through the material choices, the colors?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, Charles, can you hear him on the mic?
No.
Not really. Mateos, so I don't know how you're gonna juggle that.
I
Maybe.
can do this, maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
or
Would that
We're
work?
not the ones that designed it.
there you go.
Yes.
We're gonna have to figure
Okay,
out
so
these.
the materials are
Look at
We-
Dee. Yeah, right.
perfect.
Yeah,
So we have.
I'd like to
we
buy a
have,
ballot.
Okay.
We have a shiplap siding on the main building, and we have a metal roof on the main building, and the adjacent roof between the 2 buildings will be shingles, as well as the roof of the smaller attached building, which I think gives it a very nice rhythm of different choices of material, but it's not too different. All the window frames will be in pine. It will be a sealed pine, and it's a very reduced sort of concept in terms of material and architectural details, which I think is working very well with the neighborhood and with the farmland.
And the Munton color is pine as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the trim of the windows, though, the frame in which these pine windows sit
Yes.
is black?
No.
It's
No.
pine?
It's all pine.
I'm just looking,
Yeah, you
I'm
can
just
look
looking at the rendering.
On the
Okay,
last
I'm
page,
just looking at the
yeah.
rendering.
And pine
All
will
right.
be strong enough.
Yeah, the rendering
Not
doesn't.
poplar pine.
No, you're right, the rendering doesn't reflect
yeah.
the color.
Yeah, it does
I
on
just-
like
Yeah, I just
one
wanted,
of the window sets.
just wanted the record.
But
Well, we have on page, I think, A500.
Yeah, the very last page, yeah.
There you have a pretty much a good detail about the window and the
Yeah.
facade.
Right, now the problem is on A200,
Yeah, we-
some of the
we
windows
got
are
it.
pine and some are not.
Okay.
That's an issue with the
Gotcha.
rendering.
No,
of
it's,
the-
it's
of the
fine.
drawing.
Okay, gotcha.
It's
Fine.
fine, I was just clarifying. It's fine.
And just
And-
one more time, can you describe where the roof shingles
Okay.
are versus the standing seam?
We have standing seam on the roofs of these 2 buildings.
And the
Okay.
joining, okay,
And here we have shingles, and on this one we have shingles.
got it.
Okay.
Okay.
And the door
It's pine as well.
It's pine too.
Yeah.
Not Oregon pine, just pine.
It's pine, and we even specified a particular stain, and it's called Early American.
Okay. Oh.
There we go.
I think it's a pretty brilliant design. I'm not one that typically, likes the standing seam roofs, but I think in this context, it works really in an interesting way. My only comment, just to be consistent, is the balconies on the rear facade. The one in the center is absolutely fine, and we wish everyone requested a terrace that was like
the small balcony facing
well,
south.
and it's recessed as well.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
I would just like to see, and that's the same thing we request from most, new homes, is some type of sight line of that balcony that's on the west side of the house.
Facing west. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of development happening now on that part of Wickapog, and there are more and more houses popping up next to each other. Just want to be sensitive to neighbors.
Yeah, we have a very comprehensive landscape plan also.
Yeah, that's fine. Landscapes come and go. Houses
And
stay
the
for a long
only thing
time.
I also have to say that this building is positioned closer to the eastern side than it is to the western side. So there's a larger buffer between the building and the property line on the west.
Okay.
And the roofing material on the, I guess, pool house?
It's identical. We have again shiplap, and we have shingles, because it is a smaller, in terms of the hierarchy, it's a smaller building, therefore it has a shingle roof instead of the two large buildings which have standing seam metal roofs.
I'm repeating myself from when I was looking at this building rather than the building we just finished with. I wonder if, given the wonderful severity of the window treatments, if the entrance recessed section wouldn't look better without the flanking windows. For instance, the side lights.
Yeah.
And then the two windows on either side of the 3/3 window. Because you've got this, you have rhythms of threes, which I realized, but I think in this instance, given the recess, it might be more elegant to have one window and then the door below, but that's just a suggestion.
We can definitely think about it. I mean, the idea was that we have a transparency between, the front entrance and the back side of the house, so that when you walk into the house, immediately you have a view of the rear yard.
Through.
And the openness of it. And I think it brings also a lot of light into the front entry area of this building.
I thought.
Actually, we were playing with that, with the side windows a lot. We were changing the proportions, and given the space we have to deal with, a decent entrance door and the side windows, this is the best we came up with at the moment.
There might be added drama. You open the front door and your eyes, brought
Sure,
back to the.
sure. And maybe we can massage the size of it a little bit, and
like an extra wide door than normal somehow adds.
Well, maybe it's because Sarah brings up an interesting point that I didn't realize exactly why I was a little troubled with that front entrance, is that, Mateus, you started out saying you wanted to create, and you've done it very effectively, a barn-like structure.
and the windows there on those side windows, they don't.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I hear you.
Yeah.
While you were just talking about it, I
Yeah,
realized
and
it.
that's what I.
Let's find a solution for it. It shouldn't be too complicated.
It might mean making one of, I don't want to say a Dutch door, but it might be
We
improved
have
by.
we have a top glass
Yeah.
part of
Yeah,
the
so
of
you're
the
getting
entrance
light
door,
through
so we
there.
have enough light coming in.
Yeah.
And then I would also lose the two side
Yes. Yeah.
windows on the second floor, so
Yeah.
we have then this just
It's
as
more
a
uniform.
larger transom above.
Yeah, yeah.
We can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I have to ask, are there any plans for any surface-mounted light fixtures anywhere?
Yes, we are showing them on the plan. They are very simple. I don't have a spec sheet for that right now, but it's it's a very simple lantern-like light fixture in sort of brass or whatever.
Sort of speaking of that, it's a simple but dramatic house, or dramatic but simple house.
I like
And, you know, I do. And at the same time, I'm hoping that it will blend in the evening to the natural landscape as opposed to being lit up like a
Christmas tree.
A Christmas tree, yeah.
Christmas
No,
tree.
I mean, we have to have exterior lighting wherever
You
we
know,
have
exterior-
doors, so.
exterior I'm thinking of that.
The
Some
interior.
folks now are using dramatic lighting,
Oh.
like
Yeah.
as if they brought in a,
Like that's a Broadway
Lighting
show.
consultant.
No, that would not
Okay.
sit well with me.
tell you, Dean, you got a future here.
Yeah, I think,
Do we need this, do we need the material still?
yeah, I think this is
You can
very
put them
exciting.
down now.
Yes, yeah, you put
All
the
right.
board down now.
It's beautiful.
Okay.
All right.
We would also like to show you our sort of, we have some
Oh, I thought Dean was choosing just to hold up
Perspectives.
the cards. So, all right, so you want to show us the landscaping?
So there is an
So,
aerial
Dean,
shot.
you're gonna have to, now let the big guy.
Okay,
hold it
I
up.
do this.
Okay, and Dean, speak into the mic, please.
So this property is
Dean.
opened up to the
There you
farm,
go,
and you
thanks.
can almost see the ocean, but there are dunes in the way, but I mean, it goes for miles. So we're taking advantage of that. We pushed the pool and the pool house to the side as much as we could to open up that vista from the back of the house all the way out. There's a farm fence on the south side of the property. Basically, we've taken advantage of all the property behind us.
Yeah.
So it's very simple.
Okay.
It's surrounded by 18 to 14-foot hedges all the way around.
And privet to go from here to 7 feet, depending on the year. Isn't that a huge,
Well, we have
isn't that a
Leland's on
huge
the-
privet farm behind you there? Isn't that a Fowler privet farm
All
that you
kinds
back
of
up to?
things.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah.
So 1 year they're this tall? Okay.
I like the pergola, or the pergola that leads into the, I guess that's the pool house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
very dramatic. It just it looks very cool.
It's well done.
Why don't we open this up to public comment, if any? Okay,
Three renderings of Matthias's house.
yeah.
It's very simple. This is just showing you the expansiveness of the vista we're really trying
Right.
to accentuate.
Wow, so it is.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Any public comment?
Are those renderings part of your application that was submitted?
No.
We need that for the file.
Okay. Charles, okay, no public comment. All right, so, it sounds like there's consensus to approve, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're coming
No, we
back,
have
you're
to
coming
come
back,
back
I'm
with
sorry.
it.
It's
Yeah.
late.
We might
Yeah.
need
And a
we need
demo.
And a
for
demo,
it.
yeah.
Do the demo right away.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I knew that, I was gonna ask you about,
The demo, the sight line for the terrace, and then the window, the
Yeah,
windows.
okay.
Think
we have
about
that
the
done
entrance.
in a couple of days, so we come at the next meeting, right?
Yeah, okay.
The
If you
28th.
can do it, that's fine with us.
We'll be
We
here.
will do
Oh,
it.
Well, going before the demo committee, which is now.
Well, first of all, you're gonna have to apply. Then once we get the application, then we'll have to go review, and then we have to go our answer back to the building department, who then
How-
issues the demo permit.
I don't think there's an issue with putting it on for the next meeting.
Right.
I would just say that
Time
we
is of the
we
essence.
cannot give an approval
Right.
without that demo being
That's right.
issued.
You'll
Yeah,
know
so
the house. It's
we
a
will
gray and
file
white
for the
ranch house.
demo tomorrow morning.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
That's the old-
And the demo committee is pretty speedy.
Yeah.
that's the old Fowler house.
Okay, so I'm simply going to move to adjourn this to our next meeting. Do you have a second
Perfect.
on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is that of Gary Flanagan at 20 Hillcrest.
I don't know where I got that.
So Gary, introduce yourself, and I will make the same speech that I did to the other applicant.
Good evening, board members. Gary Flanagan, I am the applicant / homeowner for 20 Hillcrest, Southampton.
Okay, so.
We
after-
have the affidavits and they're in order.
The affidavits, thank you. So, I'm sorry that the last discussion in this vein got as heated as it did, and I hope that doesn't happen again here. But it's because primarily in that case, the architects were trying to present something that wasn't the case. So here again, you had an application, you or whoever it was, to do interior alterations, and then the building department and the neighbors woke up to find that you or somebody had bulldozed the house. So we're left in the same situation here. We'll hear you, the application tonight, if you have
I
plans.
don't think you can hear the application tonight.
No, we're gonna hear.
These materials say existing roof. I'm looking at materials
Oh,
that
then that's
refer to
it.
a house that doesn't
It
exist.
doesn't exist.
So I don't believe
Oh,
we can
no, no,
actually
that's-
rule on plans
You're 100%.
for a house that doesn't exist.
Right. You're 100% right, because it's the same situation that the other applicant had.
Yep.
I thought you were giving us new
No,
plans.
just when I
No.
look at the plans,
Right.
it doesn't
So,
make any sense.
same as with the other group. You're gonna have to submit entirely new plans that show what you're building. Now, if you're building something from new, I'm sure Alex, they're gonna have to have interior plans as well. I don't know if it's, the exterior may be the same, but I don't know if it meets the interior. Anyway, you gotta come in with new plans built from scratch. These are useless to us and to the building department, because there's no house there.
Can I ask a stupid question? When a crew comes with a bulldozer to bulldoze a house, shouldn't they be armed with something in order to do that before they proceed?
Well, there's a building permit that says what they can do, and assuming they,
So in other words, anyone in this village could just bulldoze their house and
Pay the fine.
pay the fine, and that's it, right?
Thank you for
that's
pointing
that's
that
what we're trying to avoid.
Well,
So,
totally, I'm just.
So right now,
it's
there's
like
a stop work order on this house, there's a stop work order on 124 Burnett Street. You have plans in the file, Gary, that we can't even talk to, as Mark said, and thank you for noticing that. So, and in the meantime, what we will do is review with village council and our legal counsel, Alex Cooley, and then the building department will make whatever determinations and apply whatever fines, violations is within their purview.
If I may, there was never no bulldozing of this home. I personally, myself, I demolished this home. Reason being, when I started into it, the home was in such bad repair, and this is the truth. There was no bulldozing. It was all done manually by me, mostly by me.
I believe you, but it's
Yeah.
still.
Whether it's by hammer and chisel or bulldozer,
Well, hammer,
the same result.
32-ounce hammer and ply bars and whatever necessary equipment. There was no bulldozing. It was started off.
You missed the point.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
missed
don't-
the point.
You're in
If
good
I,
shape.
if I may, because I've been here patiently for 6 hours too, guys, and at this, you've 6 hours, you've 10 minutes with me.
Okay.
I've had thousands of hours with this property at the moment, thousands of sleepless nights. The crime was worth the time. The crime was not worth the time. It's cost me triple what it would have done if I had a bulldozer. I went in with the idea of doing an amazing alteration to this home. One thing led to the other, the dry rot, the termites. It was just horrendous. I've been in a lot of properties throughout the 5 boroughs. Seen it all, seen a lot, and this was horrendous. And what I was trying to do was stop. It was like a cancer. If I didn't cut out the gangrene, the house would have died anyway.
All
So it
all
went-
that may be true, but somewhere along the line, you skipped the step, which is
I
talking
was-
to the village about the fact that you're gonna tear your house down and getting a permit.
It was never my intention to
But-
tear
but
the
that's
house
what
down.
happened.
It was
But
okay because he
that's
did
what
it
happened.
piece at a time.
No, but
I
that's
did
what
one
happened.
piece at a time, like Shabby, that single. So, my set of plans that I submitted for a new application, I was not aware there was something about an existing roof. Why that would be, that's just a typo error,
Yeah.
gentlemen and ladies. There's nothing going to be with a existing roof. There's going to be a beautiful new cedar shake roof on this home. Why it says existing is beyond me.
Well, that was kind of our question. Well, you submitted them, but that was sort of our question.
I know this house inside out because I am the basic designer of it. This is
Okay.
going to be my home.
Well, let's move on,
If
because
you don't mind
we're not
just giving
accomplishing anything here.
I don't understand.
for a little bit of a typo on an existing roof, that's should never have been there. That was somebody,
What's on 1, 2, 3?
because it's never, it's a
Yeah,
brand
I
new,
think-
Well,
beautiful roof.
when were these,
Well, I
what's the
thi-
date of the plan?
October 21st.
October 21st,
First.
is that the date?
Well, no, the
That-
date of the plan is 5/27/22.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
May.
fine, okay.
So then the house was destroyed more recently than that. I'm sorry, your first name again?
Gary Flanagan.
Oh, yeah,
Gary.
Gary. Gary, I'm sorry, it doesn't hold up. Resubmit new plans that you're building from scratch.
But is that not what I've done? 'Cause
No,
I've
these plans,
they're
Gary,
incorrect.
I'm not gonna lose my patience for the second time this evening. And if you
I
could-
wish I could lose my patience.
I know,
because-
and
But
you
I
carry a
I
hammer.
believe you may have been informed that we weren't going to look at these tonight. Were you told that we may not look at them because they're incorrect?
No, sir. I was
Okay.
told, I was under the understanding that everything was submitted for a new project, a new application, and I was
But some of these walls are shown as to remain.
Yeah.
What walls are remaining?
No.
Well, that's why we can't look at them,
Yeah.
because they're not accurate to your situation.
The key shows
Yeah.
walls to remain. These
Yeah.
are walls to remain.
And roofs show
Oh,
existing.
yes,
Yeah.
I take that back. The front.
So then you agree they're not correct.
There's a lot
To be
catch
fair, with
on
our
and,
6 hours, we need to move on now, because we can't move from these plans. So you're
So
gonna
what
have
do I
to,
need to do,
you're
Mr.
going to have to come
McIntyre?
back with appropriate plans.
So you
with the
need
rest
to
of
go
and
to the
historic.
building department, okay? Submit new plans, build it from scratch, and you're submitting a building application. I'm not even sure we can keep this on the agenda.
I don't see why we can't keep it on the agenda.
we'll keep it on the agenda.
I need to see the prior approved plans and minutes from the prior approval.
The prior approval of what?
Of what?
There was never an
Wasn't
approval.
there a prior
No,
application?
they were just doing interior alterations. It never came before.
Oh, okay.
Interior definition.
Never mind.
All right.
So,
Can I ask what would be addressing the demolition? Is that something that the board can address, or is that something that
It's-
the demolition committee?
it's well.
The
no,
remedy is not ours.
The remedy is through the village now.
The remedy is through the
Because-
village.
But we're not, we review things and advise the village to give a permit to tear it down. Once it's been torn down, we can't then approve the tear down of a building that doesn't exist. So I think the remedy of that's with the village.
Right. But one question I have. Good luck with that. Is it's not in the historic district, so he's not obligated to there's nothing in the code that would force us that would compel Gary to rebuild it exactly as it is.
Not that I'm-
No, it would have to be an extraordinary situation.
Right,
Yeah.
so is there any when was this house, Gary, do you
Well, the
know when it was
building
first built?
inspector could not determine when it was built, and I believe that's why it was referred to this board for review of the demolition permit.
But now it doesn't matter because it doesn't
gone.
exist. What am I going to
Well,
review?
Yeah, and it's not in the historic district, so we can't compel, the village cannot
Well,
compel him
let's
to
take
remove
this
it.
out of here for tonight,
Yeah.
so these
Yeah.
poor people
Yeah,
can.
like I
move
said
on.
to the others,
Yeah.
and thank you, Mark, for providing that direction. As I said to the other person in this situation, as I said to you a little bit earlier, we're gonna have to review it with village council, our council, and the building department. What I would suggest that you do, since we have plans that we can't use, and you're building a new house, let's
Right.
face it, if
Yeah,
there's one thing that we can agree on,
Yes,
with no BS, you're building a
Understood.
new house.
one all day long.
Okay,
Yes,
so submit plans for a new house
yes.
to the building department, and they'll take it from there. And when it's ready, and when it passes muster with them, then we'll see it,
Okay.
okay?
All right, thank you for your time.
All right, Gary, thank you. So I move that we adjourn this application to a subsequent meeting or pending legal,
Can we, just so we can schedule, can we pick a date and then reassess at a later date?
you want to pick the 12th, or? I don't know, how long is it gonna take you to,
Yeah, well, what, I don't know.
we're going backwards, yeah.
The central question is this. They're applying for a demolition permit to a house that's already been demolished. Therefore, we can't review the house because it's not there to look at.
Well, the only thing we can review is, was that house of historical significance? And unfortunately, even if it was,
Doesn't matter.
we can't, does that influence what the village might do?
Should.
I think you should put it on for 12/12.
Okay. So we're gonna adjourn it to December 12th. Okay. During that time, you can resubmit your plans, and then we'll look at the demo issue. Okay. Well, you're gonna have to submit,
No.
is he gonna have to submit a request for a demolition?
That's what the building department indicated,
Okay,
because we couldn't date.
okay. So I guess we
Nor
will,
you ever.
and that will compel us to look at the historic elements.
You submitted photos.
I did indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the house had an addition on it probably sometime after the 80s. That was a large
Okay.
fact of the house. The house is not, it wasn't over
To be honest
75.
with you, having looked at the pictures, I highly doubt we'd find an issue not to tear the house down.
Yeah.
Having looked at the pictures and understanding, but we have a process issue here that let us figure out
And we'll
Okay.
figure
before
it
the
out.
next time we
Okay.
see you.
Sounds like a plan.
Because we're being
Thanks.
asked to rule in a house that we can't live
What?
in.
Yeah, somebody wants to speak.
Oh, okay.
Public.
Yes, public comment, please.
Thank you. We got a lot of letters. Letters.
Yeah, there was at least
Two,
Oh, the two, yeah. Yeah, just for the record, there were concerns that the house was taken down, and they're in the file. They're part of the public record.
And there was an objection letter to the new design as well.
And there was objections to the design, so anyway, yes, sir, on the video. Introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm the architect for the project and speaking
Oh.
on Gary's behalf.
No, so this isn't public comment.
Oh, no, this is not public comment. This is, I'm just listening to your comments.
Okay.
And I appreciate your comments.
Yeah,
and-
so it's, in all fairness, and in terms of expediency,
can't
unless
hear
you rebuild that house, there's nothing more to add to this.
We can't hear it.
Okay, I hate to be so cut and dry, but
Right.
we've heard it all. There's nothing else to do.
Okay,
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you on, the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. Yes,
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
yes, I move that we adjourn this application to the 12th. Do I have a second on that?
Oh, second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
We'll see you in about a month or so. Okay, thanks, Gary. All right, gentlemen, as the night gets longer, my patience gets shorter. So,
All right. Speaking of shorter,
As do we all. And
As a
I can't
segue-
afford to be any shorter. So, all right.
48 Harvest.
Okay, driveway
Okay.
gates non-historic.
yeah, speaking of shorter, there's my segue for you to Gates.
Okay, all right, Gates, yes. And so Belinda Reingold at 48 Harvest, are you here?
Yes, God.
Okay, this is, okay, that's easy, we will,
Going once?
These plans confuse me all.
we will adjourn to the next meeting. It's a no-show.
Because I'm asleep. Okay.
I don't have to make a motion on that. They're on the Zoom, all right?
They're back.
This is a driveway gate and these are house plans?
Yeah, I was confused.
Yeah, I was a little confused.
Maybe they're,
I think they wanted to show the relationship between
The gates
this
and house.
and the neighbor's house, maybe? I don't know.
was the house actually
Okay.
built or just proposed, or?
Okay, whoever's speaking on behalf of this application.
Here we go, I'm back, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
the house is
Whoa,
built-
hold on, tell us who you are.
it's Gary from Blau Architecture.
Hey, Gary, another Gary.
Gary's back.
I'm back.
Hello, Gary.
Hi. Yes, just to answer that quick question you had, yeah, the house was under construction, we submitted this at the last meeting, and you had
Yep.
some minor comments.
Yep, we did.
Oh, right.
And if I remember correctly, what you've done is remove the redundant house numbers, you've lowered the gate, and maintained the transparency we asked for?
Yes, also,
Done.
the homeowner was kind of hoping that we kept the original height, so what we wanted to do, if you look at the last sheet, G1-4,
Yep.
we did a height comparison to the adjoining neighbor to illustrate that we're trying to conform with what's already built, right next door, the driveway right next door to us. So, number one on that sheet shows, if we didn't lower the design, the height of the pillars of the gate,
Yep.
it kind of matches the neighbors, compared to, number two at the top of that sheet, with your suggested, lowered, gate, just to show you, the difference, you know, between, keeping it the way we originally presented it versus, the comment of lowering it by 12 inches.
I don't have an issue with
No,
it being different.
No, but I might go one step further and say, then eliminate the sconces,
Yeah.
Yeah,
because that defeats the purpose of,
Okay.
okay?
So wait, what do you say?
So
Are you saying,
mix-
are you
mix-
saying you're okay with higher gates if he eliminates the sconces?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
You're saying going lower and eliminate the sconces?
going lower and eliminating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were motioning me that you were.
No.
I just want clarity.
I'm fine with
Oh.
the lower gates. Doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me either, and
Oh, okay.
eliminating the sconces.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's what we all agreed on
mean, that's
last
what-
time, so I
that's
think we
what
should
our-
stick to our
Hey,
plan.
I thought I was hearing something different from,
No, sorry.
The choir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Gary, did you hear what the
What was the
majority?
consensus on that?
The consensus is lower gates, no sconces,
Okay,
and then done.
okay, let's, I guess, adjourn with the revised.
Well, this,
Why? Because do you need,
Unless you want to approve with that stipulation.
this is so simple, we can do that, and I will.
can you
I will
deliver, can we approve it with the stipulation that you deliver an updated set of drawings to
Yeah.
Village Hall?
Um,
Can we approve it pending updated drawing delivery? Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway,
We need a drawing.
yeah, I mean, if you were here, Gary,
all right, so let's adjourn to the next, and let's go forward with the client, just to make them understand what they're getting.
Okay,
That's
okay,
fair.
fine.
sounds good,
Okay, adjourn to
December 12th.
11:28?
It's December 12th, please.
Okay.
okay. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to December 12th.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by, was that Mark? Okay, all in favor, aye, great, December 12th adjourned. Okay, thank you, Gary.
Great, thank you. Good night.
All right,
Okay,
good night.
next up.
Okay, Andrew Baker, 86 Edwards Lane. Is Michael here, if I recall? Hello, right?
Hi, how are you? My
Hello.
name's Andrew Baker, the owner of 86 Edwards Lane with my wife, Lauren
Okay.
Dion-Nardolph. Michael
Great.
Moran's here with me. I didn't attend the first meeting, but did watch electronically through
Right.
the magic of YouTube. Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, is that better? Fantastic, thanks. So I wanted to talk very quickly about the, reasons we're sort of putting the gate in. I understand that you don't, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I really, because it's so late.
No problem.
The reasons, whether you have kids, whether you want to keep the deer out or whatever, it's an architectural structure. I'm sure all your reasons are good. I'm not going to argue for them or against them. It's an architectural design.
Understood.
So we have, and I hope, and Michael should have, reviewed the guidelines that we have for gates. And if it's within those guidelines, we're going to be okay.
Sure.
If it's not, as it was in the last meeting, not so okay.
Totally fair. Yeah, so I'll cut to the chase. We've submitted sort of updated plans, and I wanted to address a few of the concerns that were raised last time. I mean, just to introduce the neighborhood. Edwards Lane.
We've got the neighborhood.
Okay,
I really
yeah,
had-
fair enough.
Well, we discussed that the last time.
And we drive by them, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Okay.
Got it. So the gate we submitted is, we've lowered the height to 5 feet. It's a very straight design. There's 2 other similar gates in the neighborhood. So at 80 Breeze, I think, Mr. Bradley, you would sort of raise the concern in the first meeting that this might not have been approved. So actually, we went through the minutes It was actually approved in April of '21. So this is a very similar design, a straight top. We tried to address the concern of having it look too much like an estate section gate by, again, making it straight, which is consistent with the neighborhood. There's a second gate at 160 Breeze, which is about 6 houses down. The board actually heard that in February of 2022. Same thing, 5 feet in height, so we think it's very consistent with what the neighborhood sort of is seeing and, consistent with these two other gates. I think the transparency was a concern that Mr. McIntyre raised. I think we've addressed that. And, again, we did review the guidelines he put up in July 2022. There's no gooseneck. The keypad is on the gate itself, and we've tried to sort of stick to the guidelines as best we could. I think it's consistent with the neighborhood. It's sort of a transitional neighborhood. You're seeing a few gates. Certainly it's not an estate section, but trying to improve sort of the neighborhood a little bit, and I think it adds a nice touch.
Board members?
Can I see the plan again?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was looking at an old plan.
Yeah, I was too.
I didn't have it in my packet.
Did you?
It is.
Oh, there it is, okay.
One thing I'll mention too is we would like to add some sort of subtle downlighting on the post, not on top, not a sconce, but something subtle.
No,
at the
No.
boards.
that's a definite no from my
Okay.
perspective.
And if you're gonna do-
Understood.
And if you were gonna do that, would have been on that plan.
Understood.
Okay.
I hate to see gates going up on neighborhoods where there are few, but everyone needs their gate. I guess, the height could be, we
The guidelines.
we've done pony
are-
gates and.
The guidelines are for an average of, did we say 5 or 4, 6? I don't have them in front of me.
Oh,
I believe it's 4 feet from when I actually
It's
reviewed
4
them.
feet.
Yeah, I would say though that their guidelines, obviously, they're not set in stone, and the other two gates nearby
Right.
are at 5. We had wanted 6, as a means to some deer control. I won't talk more about the use, but
Yeah.
we thought 5 was a good compromise.
For the record, for deer, if you want deer control, it's 8 feet and a cattle grade. That's the only thing, and fencing around the entire area. Everything else is ineffective. Boom. And if you don't
Understood.
believe me, go to the New York State Extension website. Sorry for being.
I assume I won't have much luck asking for 8 feet, so I won't go that route.
Yeah, so, I know the gate on 80 is higher. It's as high as I am, which ain't much. But, yeah, we have the guidelines, and you're right, they are guidelines, but this is an area of essentially ranch houses. Yours is an exception, with all open yards. And I think sticking to 4 feet is more appropriate and columns to match. I know it's not what you want, but it's more consistent with the guidelines. And I think with that neighborhood transition, in as much as it's in transition, because then if this is 5 feet, then the next is 5 feet, and the next is, so anyway.
Yeah, I guess just my response to that would be, the house that's at 5 feet is literally 2 feet, 2 houses down, right? And the other one that's 6 houses down is also 5 feet. I think there should be consistency within the
Yeah.
neighborhood. I
No,
think that's part of the neighborhood.
I don't disagree with you, but I can also say, in response to rebut what you're saying, is that house is on Breeze, which is a major thoroughfare, as opposed to essentially what is a loop of houses, of modest houses, all with the exception of yours, is a ranch house. So we said, and Mark, you read it, I can't.
Trying to help you. Okay, in driveway gates in the R 7.5, R 12.5, and R 20 districts shall be limited to an average height of 4 feet 6 inches, consistent with the height regulations for front yard fences. Exceptions would be lots with a minimum street footage of 250 feet, and with a minimum lot area of 40,000 square feet, and 2 lots fronting on Hill Street.
So, 6.
So 4, 6.
So 4, 6.
So we ended up meeting in the middle?
There you are.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
It's posted on the village website.
But it hasn't been.
Yes, it
The
has.
board adopted it as policy.
yeah.
It hasn't been added to the code or
No, it's not code.
It's
A-
policy.
As,
It's a guideline that you're supposed to use as guidance.
It's a guideline.
Well, 4.6 is the answer. So does that work?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Great,
Okay,
so then
thank
we'll
you.
just need drawings showing it at 4.6, and then we'll be moving along,
Including posts.
including posts, and then we'll be moving along.
Yeah, so the post will come down 6
Yeah.
inches as well.
Perfect.
So just to be clear on the,
Do you need permission to do a 4-foot high in the front yard?
Yes, because the purview of the architecture review board
Yeah.
is we review all gates, and you need a permit to build a gate. So yes,
So I just want to clarify, the post can be higher than 4.6 or no?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
post would be
The
4.6?
post.
Okay.
Right, they're not gonna be 6 feet, they're gonna be in proportion to this,
4.5-foot posts, so.
Right, so the gate itself would be 4 feet and the post
And the
would
post
be
would be 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Great.
gotcha.
unless it's flat all the way across.
Okay.
Your maximum height number is 4.6. So however you want to go within that,
So,
if you wanted a gate where they were the same height as opposed to the gate, that could be an option, but that's your choice.
Got it, understood.
so
Okay.
Alice, well, first, any public comment? Nope, okay.
So you'd like an adjournment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Okay,
Good,
great.
okay,
Okay,
next.
sounds good. I move that we adjourn this application.
Do you want to come back at the next meeting or the first meeting in December?
It's
You have
just to submit the updated plans, is that?
You have to submit updated drawings.
Can we just do it subject to submitting, basically it's just changing some numbers on the drawing down to those heights?
Can you change it now?
No, I want to, they can resubmit them, because we want to see them
But
actually drawn.
if he's the architect,
Well, I want to see drawn plans, I
Drawn,
don't want
okay.
architect plans.
okay.
All right,
No,
adjourn.
So anyway, yeah, we're gonna move to adjourn, okay? Just so there's no issues on anything, we got everything out. Add into the fact that any mechanisms are going to be embedded in the column. There's gonna be no
Yeah, he
lighting.
said that.
No, I know. I just want them on the plans to do that, because otherwise we'll have to mark them
Yep.
accordingly. So, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Is there a second on that?
Second, November 28th, that work for you? Yes.
Okay,
That's fine
Second.
for me.
okay, great.
And can they submit this through Zoom?
Yeah, sure. You guys can participate at Zoom.
You don't have
You
to
know,
sit around and
we
listen
love
to us
seeing
all
you.
night.
You'll miss the after party.
favor?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
It
Moving on.
saves everybody.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you very much,
Thank you.
appreciate the time.
Okay. And do we have one more gate?
We have one more gate, and then these very patient
Yes.
people have been sticking around for our input.
Okay,
Oh,
so
my goodness. At this
last
point.
one's 55 Toilson?
So Perry Gio?
55 toilsome.
Yeah, he learned the last time that
Yeah,
he did
he
come
was
by
like-
Zoom.
He was like, I sat there till midnight last time. All
Hello,
right.
Perry. Yes.
Please.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Yep.
Moving
Move
me
this
along.
along here.
This is wrong.
What about that?
To have all these important things at the end of the night.
No, I know.
Right.
We'll-
I agree.
It never should have happened.
Well, we'll talk about how it came to be.
Okay, last gate? Who are we calling?
Yeah.
Toilsome, 55
Are they on?
toilsome.
Is
Perry?
55 Toilsome on? Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you are. Good evening.
Good evening.
Are you in your pajamas?
As per last week's discussion on the pillars, they were brought down to match the gate height and reduced from a 3 wide brick pillar to a 2.5, which puts them at 1 foot 8 inches, with a stone cap on top, matching the same height as the gate. So it's all a rather trim, cleaner presentation, aesthetic. There's no hierarchy to the pillars to the gate.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
I move that we approve
okay.
These are
what's
great. You
submitted.
did exactly what we
And by the way,
asked.
anybody can move.
I'll
It
second
doesn't have to be- I'm sorry.
We have to wait for public comment.
Public
A
comment?
public comment,
public
thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, guys.
So Sarah made a motion.
What,
John
is there any
No, is there any public
comment?
comment?
No,
Okay.
okay.
Sarah made a
length of
motion.
this-
I
John
second.
seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
The
Okay.
length of this meeting is messed up. Is that a
I
public
know.
comment? All right.
Thank you, good night.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that,
So
that's it for?
unless
Now we go to.
the
yeah, it's-
property owner of 43 Hill Street, we have landmark designations, but unless the property owner of 43 Hill Street is here, do you want to discuss that any further?
No.
Or do you want to vote to landmark it based on our prior discussions and,
We have to do a written decision on that, so we
Oh.
can't vote on it tonight.
But we could move to move it to written
yeah,
decision.
Yes.
okay, then
And they
I'm,
did notify the property owner that
Yeah.
it would be heard tonight.
I think
Okay.
we should
Okay.
I think we should move
Yeah,
this to written
I-
decision.
to written
I agree.
It's been
decision,
for 4
uh,
meetings and we've presented
right.
it in the past.
and
so.
Alice, you have all the information in Sally's write-up, unless you need us to verbalize certain things.
I think a brief discussion by the
Okay.
board, I'm sorry to say, would be helpful.
Okay.
Because we didn't really
Okay.
have that.
All right, so let me get that out for one quick second, and we'll do this as expeditiously as possible.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, Sarah, I will.
I'm
share.
sorry, but I need it.
No. she's
No,
not
my
talking about it.
comment is that we're leaving
Yes.
really important things till
Yes.
twilight zone.
I know.
And that it's not fair to the applicants and
Right.
it's not fair to us.
So, so on the application, and it's ours, so the Architectural Review Board, the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation put forward an application to designate as a landmark 43 Hill Street, also known as the Southampton Theater. We did so, and in doing that, we engaged our historic consultant, Sally Spanberg, who submitted a full report on September 10th, concluding, and it's all a matter of public record, so anybody can see, and it has been supplied to the landowner, that the theater possesses special character of historic and aesthetic interest. The property narrates, she goes on to say that the property narrates the commercial, economic, social, and architectural history of the village of Southampton circa 1930 via its architectural style and use. She makes another point that it embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style, noting that elaborate and ornate, classically styled, original surviving 1930s theater. And those are the major points. I will also add, and other board members can add, that it has been an institution. It has been a focal point. It is located in an area that the village and those working on the master plan have expressed interest and concern in, I wouldn't say revitalizing, but making more important than it has been of late. So does anybody have anything to add to that?
Nope, I
No,
think that's
I mean,
good.
we've all
Okay.
reviewed the documents pretty thoroughly at this point.
Okay, great. So that being the case, and I will move that we submit to written decision our recommendation to landmark 43 Hill Street, AKA the Southampton Theater. Second on that.
Second,
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thanks.
I think we should table the next one.
The
Yes.
next one, yeah, and, the next one should be tabled. We are, and we should be in conversation, and I think what I'll do is I'll reach out to the parties.
Can you
and
just
s-
vote to adjourn, please?
I'm sorry, so I move that we adjourn the landmark designation regarding 209 Windmill Lane.
You want to pick a date a little further out?
Yeah,
December 12th?
why don't we say
December 12th.
December 12th? During which time, Alex, we should reach out to the property owners.
All in
And-
favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Do you need a second?
The second, aye, by
All in
Mark, all in
favor?
favor, aye.
Now you can
Great.
figure out where you go.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
Alex, that's a project for the two of us, okay?
Okay.
Anybody else on the board that wants to get involved? Okay, so to Sarah's, point, there are some issues that are open pre-submission conferences. There was correspondence related to 39 Linden Lane, Isabel and Watcher Jordan. And that had to do with, I think, a sample.
Yeah, and we looked at that.
We
looked at
already
that,
approved
so
that.
that's already
We
been
already approved
taken
that.
care of. We approved that.
That was the color sample.
Okay, there we go.
I would vote no if a proper vote was
Okay.
taken.
And then the next thing is Alvisi Orsini and Jeffrey Van Rumdonk, 143 Herrick, and this also had to do with issues related to color sampling. And the point that Sarah made, and I'll say it publicly, is that these are historic properties, they're of importance, and in the future, let's figure out, and I know that's perhaps an after discussion as to how we can move these matters up to the front when all of us have perhaps better.
You talking about the correspondence?
Anything related to the historical district. I mean, those are.
This is an individual landmark,
Okay,
and
we can talk
Yeah.
later about what we're going to put on
Yes,
the
yes,
agenda.
okay.
Let's go ahead.
So-
So,
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
I'm John Bennett for the applicant.
Yes,
and,
this is at
Al-
143, I'm tongue-tied
Herrick,
here.
Herrick.
143 Herrick, thanks, John.
Lisa Zaloga is with me, and Joel Snodgrass hopefully is.
Is still awake?
He's here. Joel, you're with us? Is he coming? Okay. While we're waiting for Joel.
Yeah,
you
Joel's
had-
home
there was a-
having.
There was a February 14th, 2022 approval to construct an addition to the existing residence at 143 Herrick. The decision required the applicant to obtain a paint scrape analysis and submit proposed color samples for trim paint color. Lisa's here for that this evening. And we also understand the board has received a copy of the analysis prepared by Mr. Snodgrass, dated May 2022, and the proposed color Benjamin Moore Edgecombe Gray. Mr. Snodgrass will explain to you in further, to the extent that you desire it, that we did find quite a bit of light gray first finish paint and light gray later finish paint colors as well in the sample. So
And may I ask whether it's tied, and my ideal for getting paint scrapes was to tie it into a particular time in the development of the house, so he'll do
So, yeah.
that. I believe he can. Good, thank you.
let Joel speak about that. Joel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. I was having some trouble seeing and hearing things for quite some time, so I'm happy this is now finally working. You have a copy of the report that I did, so you've had a chance to look at the comments there. And really what it comes down to is there were some areas of very intact sampling. I think you saw I had 25 samples approximately in the house, which was really all of the facades, all of the levels, windows, doors, trim, et cetera, including intentionally going after new components. As you know, the process requires that, so you can see how things compare to each other and how they stack up in the structure overall. And what I was finding is a lot of this seems to be intact. There were up to 10 samples on most of the areas that were intact. There were much less in a lot of other areas, including where components had either been stripped or were closed. But for early sequences, there was great consistency throughout, which is, of course, what we're trying to find. And you really have to poke in the areas that are inaccessible to get these things, so they represent the areas of the least weathering and the least wear and tear. What I did find is the things that stood out, I tried to highlight in the report, which is the question was put to me, I should say, from the very beginning. There was a question of whether or not the Tudor brown, the dark brown, was an early sequence finish or if it was a later sequence finish. And what I found is the evidence suggests that it's a later sequence finish. There are examples of where the brown appears as the first finish, but what that seems to be is a case where, and this often happens, where when you get separation of an initial layer, which does happen off of the substrate, doesn't always stick, later colors can actually seep down under and into that void, so they appear to be as if they're first finished. But often what you see is actually the paint glides back up to a later area, but the real telltale for whether or not finishes are early or not is the amount of degradation on their outer surface, meaning if they're exposed, they normally collect soot, dirt, oils, and so on, that will stay there when the next layer is painted on top of it. You can use this as usually a confirmation that that was exposed for a period of time. When you don't see that, it usually means they either seeped in or there was something added to it, and that was really what I was coming across in most of these cases. Now you compare that also to more intact samples, if you will, where the layer that includes the substrate was a different sequence, which you then find correlates to the arrangement that suggests that these darker finishes were later. So the predominant early sequences that were being used were lighter tones, beiges, taupes, light grays, and so on, some whites, and back and forth. But the things that stand out is that there seemed to be a common treatment of the building, monochrome throughout sequences, and not polychromatic, and also a change all together in terms of this pattern of change. So what it's suggesting is that the treatment of the building was with an earlier color palette for everything, all the wood components, doors, windows, and trim throughout the building. And you see that pretty much intact on all the windows. One of the nice things here is that most of the windows appear to be still of the original. There are some changes, there are some trim and things like that that have been changed over time, which would be representing normal wear, but most of it does survive. So as you might imagine, the front door enclosure, the inside of that has some very protected samples, and they were most intact, of course, as opposed to on the outside, even of that same component of the enclosure, as compared to the windows and so on. I actually was able to get samples up on the roof. I was able to get samples from the second floor bedroom and so on and so forth, trying to do cross correlation as well as the staircases in the back and so on, to make sure there was agreement, and it appeared to be consistent throughout. So what I was finding was that there's a suggestion of a range of early earth tone colors in the beginning, and then it gets darker as it gets progressively on. So with that, I'll stop in case there's questions. We can go from there.
When you say earlier, can you date what you mean by earlier?
I would say the first to the sixth finish were all of these early colors. And as you know, paint samples don't always survive, that everything is there on every sample that you have, but you get cross sections of, say, 3 or 4 or 5 that are together, and then you may have a gap of a sequence, which for a reason that's either apparent or not, connects to a gap that was on another one. So you have to put all of these samples side by side to see what correlates and what agrees. But when you get the matching up of the early layers, it usually confirms that you've got a consistent sequence that you can rely on that is telling what the palette tendencies were going towards, the chronochronology and how they were being played out.
Okay. And when you've come up with the idea of the light gray, is that I'm looking at the variables where you've got taupe, light beige, and then light gray, and then white, light yellow mixtures. Why light gray? Is it a particular date?
Oh, no, you mean in terms of trying to assign a color to date. That's almost impossible to do unless you have a hard and fast physical change that you can assign a date to a color.
Okay.
Right. It doesn't mean it's not
there
possible to say and you know this. It is possible to say, on average, painting was done within the frame of once every 10 years. So you can extrapolate and say, well, we have X number of layers here, say 10. You could roughly say that represents 100 years. That's not, of course, not always the case, but if you're trying to look at general trends, it's not incorrect to look at what would be a normal sequence. The best case scenario, of course, is we know they put on a screen, they added a component, and you can see that the first finish on that component, which we know was added in 30 years after the initial construction, then perfectly matches up with all of the other original components with their 5th layer. And so you can say, all right, well, we know that 5th layer represents when this piece was put in. There weren't any of those convenient, I should say, markings
Mm-hmm.
for me to look at. So the only one we know hard and fast is what would be, in theory, the very first finish, but you can say that you can see where these things go in general parameters and timeframes. My comment, by the way, of these range of colors is really trying to look at, okay, so often you do get this sort of trending of whether or not it was intentionally the design intent to say we want to highlight these components relative to, in this case, a brick facade, a certain color. Often you'll get reinterpretation of an earlier color that has darkened, or the paint that they use is, you know, as in, say, greens, you go from wide ranges of greens. Even though it's still green, you go from bright to muted to dark and so on and so forth. But these were all in the lighter palettes.
Okay.
So when I see this kind of a trend, the question is often asked, well, what would be appropriate to paint? It really comes down to, if it's on, as we all know, if it's on the building, we know it was historically used and it was part of its color sequence over time. So my comment was, it's not inappropriate to consider any of those colors because they were part of the original sequence. My sense or my assumption is that the point here is not to say you must paint at the original color, but it would be good to try to look at what the trend historically was on the building to guide how it's treated.
So based on your expertise and the analysis you've done, the chosen color appropriately reflects with the historical accuracy what should be added back to the structure. Is that correct?
What I was trying to suggest that the colors that are used there would be appropriate to replicate. And the good news is that there is at least a range of those color tones, but they are still lighter color tones.
Yeah, but not necessarily gray is what he's saying, I think.
No, I'm saying gray is included in what would be.
Oh, I know.
So what color are we suggesting?
Here,
Edgecombe gray.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I will tell you, that building many years ago was owned by a gentleman by the name of Sopsey, and my.
Okay.
Wait, that's
No. This is
Really?
No. It's not. I'm telling you to so that you can understand that my memory is not just a grab, because my dad and uncle's contracting company did the maintenance work there,
Okay, but you're
and
not picking the color he is, so
I
let's
have
move
to get
on.
this in.
So
I'm going to
the
get this in.
question comes-
No. The
no,
lesson
let
is
John finish.
that
I don't
dark
know about
gray
this.
trim,
No,
that
he's
dark
speaking
red
to the
trim was something of relatively modern application. That the trim on that house was always, in my memory, white, going back to the 70s. So the architect or designer who owned that for some time, just
All right, so
relatively
I love
recently,
you.
that
Now,
was
the
a
question
modern
becomes-
application.
Are we comfortable
Yes.
that based on your analysis, that within the range, which would be historically correct color based on the history of this house is the Edgecombe gray, which is actually not pure gray, which is what they're suggesting, you're comfortable with that as a historically accurate suggestion?
If you, sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but if that question was to me, my answer is yes.
Yes, my question's to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
yes is a
Are
good
you
answer.
comfortable?
Yes.
And my question is, because it's covering both the stone and the trim, is gray a color that would have been, imitating limestone, or?
Well, yes, often that is the case. That's a correct comment, that grays and muted tones, and actually, I'm just picking this up, the Edgecombe gray, which is right here.
It's not a battleship. No,
It's not a battleship, no.
exactly. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
All right, so it sounds like,
Those are the actual samples. I'm gonna just pass it down, because this is a copy.
For the
Because
record.
it's not a true, it's not really a true gray.
No.
The same way Mari
Yeah,
silver.
no, I mean,
actually
that's
green.
what I wanted
Yeah.
to make sure, that it was,
Okay.
no, it's good, it's nice, it's warm,
it's warmer, it looks more
Yeah.
stone,
Yeah.
and not battleship. Okay,
Right.
okay.
I kind of like Revere pewter, to tell you
so, all right.
that's a joke, by the way.
All right, so what needs to happen here?
All right, so it's already it was approved
Yes.
subject to a
Yeah,
submission
but
of a sample.
let's just vote on it, please.
Right. So, I
Sorry.
move.
I move we accept the color sample
you.
for Edgewater Gray for 133
Edgecombe.
Edgecombe gray. yes.
Edgecombe Gray for 143 Herrick Street to finish up.
Is there a second on
And,
that?
and it's based on scientific rather than,
Yes.
oh, I like gray. Thank you.
Based on the ask
Thank
for
you.
analysis.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
And that's,
Is there a
Second.
Second by John.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There we go.
Thank you so
Guys,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Joel.
You're very welcome.
Next.
Okay.
I got a train at 6:10. Let's go.
Really? Wow.
Why is Heart of the Hamptons on?
It was approved subject to certain conditions that they provide details, so
Right.
this is
Yeah.
not providing the details.
Okay,
Yeah.
all I have is something from
We
an
did- yeah.
objector.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh, no, that came in today. We told them that the
Wait a minute, I
hearing
thought we
closed
approved it
on-
pending
Oh, okay.
ZBA decision.
no,
Which one?
this was pending, color.
Oh, okay.
143 Herrick.
Okay.
Okay.
No, not that,
Not
Heart of the
that.
Hamptons.
Oh, Heart of the Hamptons? Oh, boy. What's that?
We're not
It was
looking at it.
pending certain material details, so they provided those details about.
No,
materials.
this one, but not Heart of the Hamptons, too.
Yeah, yes, I think
Yeah,
so, Heart of the
really?
Hamptons as well.
I did not see anything on Heart of the
Me
Hamptons.
neither.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was part of their requirements, that they provide some further details.
But I don't think we got them.
They provided, it was an email from from their architect.
Oh, from Ben,
Yeah, it
yeah,
had
okay.
links to specific colors and things and materials. I can pull it up if my battery lasts.
Shall we do?
Okay. Can we
Move on. Yeah,
push
gotta go.
forward on the progress report for the
Yeah,
village?
I'll take a look at the minutes for Heart of the Hamptons.
Okay. Can we push or table the progress report for the Village of Southampton
You
reconnaissance?
don't have to
look-
respond to it, it's in your packet. It's
Yeah,
all of,
I-
you know,
Great.
1 or 2
30%.
Yeah,
Yep.
letting you know that they're on track with that.
Okay.
Okay,
Next issue.
thank you.
Okay.
So,
And
received.
then the pre-submission conferences.
This is, and by the way, trust.
Right.
I just have that the siding and trim was white and the roof was asphalt shingle and pewter gray. I do not have that they had to submit anything.
Yeah.
I remember that we approved it pending ZBA approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
so,
move
let's do, and by the way, trust and Sarah's concern on this for you gentlemen and the folks here, is that in the future, and we'll work with Alex in the building department.
It's okay.
It's to, have these matters addressed at the beginning rather than at the end, because.
They're
it's-
too
I'm sure they would appreciate that.
Yeah.
They're too important to be at midnight.
Yeah, so, anyway, so,
It's only 11.
thank you for
That's
your,
sad.
thank you for your patience.
I'm too old.
And, okay, so, as a pre-submission conference, just introduce yourself. But again, this is not open to public comment, it's just you getting a sense of where the board's head is at.
Sure, I'm Anthony Pasca, I'm the attorney for the applicant, and John Rose is here, he's the project architect.
Right,
Just to remind you, we were here a year ago.
Yep.
Yep.
And,
We've been waiting.
yep, and we've been working in that time, and so if you recall, it's a unique property in that it was formerly part of a larger estate.
right,
It was subdivided, and then we had that condition put on in 1989 by the planning board that said you have to remove it or move it to a conforming location. And then there were 2 applications made to this board by that owner that were unsuccessful. They tried to demo it, and both applications were turned down.
right.
And it sat there then for the next 30 years. Our client bought it, wants to do the right thing by this property, and understands it's a major project. And so we came before you last time with just a basic concept of taking it and moving it to the center of the property and rotating it 90 degrees. And the 2 main things that stalled us at that point were two big requests by you. One was prove to us that it's gonna survive the move. And we sort of hear you when people start projects and then they turn into demolitions. So John will
Sorry.
talk to you about the effort that was made to confirm engineering-wise that it would survive a move. And the second thing you guys asked for was, we want to see the full product, because at the time, the clients didn't know exactly what the additions might entail to the rear of the structure. But you wanted to see it, and they then took the next year, basically working with John to come up with the scope of the additions that they would want to see on this. And so that's what we're here to
Right.
show you.
And in all fairness, Anthony, we did speak, and I would dare say, not I dare say, remains to concern the location, the actual moving from
We
its
assume that.
existing.
Yeah, we assume that, and that, there
Okay,
were
I
comments.
didn't want it to go.
No, and we assume that, and look, if, that's why we're here, is to
Right,
hear.
okay, exactly, thanks, I
Take a look at
appreciate
what
that.
we've done, and then
Yeah.
if that is still the
Okay.
concern, we want to talk about that too, and
Okay,
and that there
great.
might be some optionality there,
All
but
right.
we want to go through this, so.
Okay.
John, you want to take them through the.
For the applicant, John David Rose, architect, 596 Hampton Road. Let's do some of the easy ones first.
Okay.
We met with Steve Maresca, the engineer, and Guy Davis, the building mover. I'm going to leave the microphone for a moment, sorry. And here is a report. And I'm going to cut right to the chase because it's getting late.
It is late.
We've
gotten
It's
there.
later than we think. Basically, I've moved many buildings with this team before, and as I said, I met with both Guy Davis and the engineer. In his report, he comes out and just basically says that he describes how it gets moved, and there's no problem with it. And I think his very last sentence was, there's no doubt that this building can be moved with no damage to the existing structure. Steve Maresca, PE.
Okay.
And quite frankly, I think it's a fair question, because all buildings, some don't move well.
Okay.
The second thing that we did is we went through and hired a firm to draw up the existing conditions, all the floor plans, all the elevations, building sections, and all that, before we started to think about how we're going to move it and what does the design look like, because the goal is to save as much of it as we possibly can. I have a second set of it here. I won't bore you with it, but you're welcome to it. But once again, that was done with a laser. It's all in AutoCAD now, and we kind of know where everything was, including all the elevations and all that. Then the last component was, quite frankly, the design. What does that look like? And in your file, you should have it, and there it is. Could we go back one page to the site design, please?
TJ might have stepped out, so. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
One before that, please. The site. Thank you. A little bit more. There you go, perfect. I'll try to talk loud, but I think it's important that I approach the screen a little bit. You can see to the top right-hand corner, you'll see where the existing building is. Right above the 4-square green garden there, you can see where we're proposing to relocate it. And the hatched area to the back and to the east is where we would add on to the structure, the goal always being to keep the additions and renovations to the back of the building. So what is currently the most important elevation, which currently faces west, will now be facing the street. And our goal is to not touch that, but to do all of our additional work around the back, shown here and here. Tennis court, swimming pool, and a pool house. I'll be real brief with the plans. If you go to the next page, please.
So that positioning actually provides then a view into the gardens that are.
I'm sorry.
The existing
Oh.
gardens that are back.
Yeah, no, go ahead, sorry, shouldn't interrupt.
So,
Yeah, John, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to use the
It
mic.
is difficult for me to do
I
this.
know, but we'll figure it out.
But I think I heard you,
We either need a hand.
that
Yeah.
the existing porte cochere there, you'll be able to look right through the building.
Into the gardens,
Into
yeah.
the back garden and to the back of the property. I really don't want to cut the property in half. And I could go into the layout, but it's really not terribly critical at this point. Go to the next page, please. My eyes are getting old. Second floor plan, and you can see that it's pretty much, once again, reusing the existing building. Currently, the building, the first floor, as you know, is probably a garage and stalls for horses, and the second floor was where the habitable space was.
And tack rooms, right?
Next page, please. a basement plan, not terribly interesting, but we would use the basement, of course, because we'd lift it up and put a full proper basement in it. Next page, please. So here's where it starts to get a little fun and interesting. So from here to there is the existing building. And that interior porte cochere, we would pull the entrance, but pull it way back, because this shape here is really, really important. It really drives the whole bus. This is 16 feet back. So anything that you see from the road is pulled back, and the primary, most important elevation remains the same. Once again, this west elevation, you'll see how it's lighter in the back. This is in the background and further back. Next page, please. The back is actually pretty cool also. That's where we're adding on, but this is all existing. This is existing, and that's part of the addition, and then we're gonna play a little bit with the center there. And then the east elevation is where we had proposed the garage to come in, and you wouldn't be able to see that.
Okay.
I
yeah,
think that's the
yeah.
last of them. Thank you very much for your help.
What if any effect is FEMA having on this?
None.
Because
We're not coastward, seaward of the Lemois line.
okay.
My thought is that we've learned really quite well, I thought, during the last 6 months, that thou shalt not move a building. And although this is an accessory building, it's the only thing left from this site, and the location reflects its use, and the location has really been a very historic aspect of this village. I think this is an elegant design, but I think it totally, by rotating it and moving it back, totally negates the importance of the location on Gin Lane. Since FEMA's not involved, I originally thought that as an accessory building, it would have to be a library or a accessory building. And it might still have to be. But I think you have ample property in which to build something like this, but behind the existing building. Joel Snodgrass had documented the condition of it, and I don't see why you couldn't lift it up and put it right back down on its present location if you needed to supplement mechanicals or things like that. But the idea of moving it is something that I would be radically opposed to.
Gentlemen?
I'm going to go on record, and I don't often do this, but I'm going to disagree with Sarah. And here's why. When this barn was built, it was part of a bigger structure and made sense where it was located to hook up horses and take them to the house and bring people back. And where it sits on the property right now, it's not going to be practical for someone to want to make it a house facing the way we wanted to make a house. And if we don't make it practical, at some point someone's going to leave it there until it just falls down. It can't be a library. It can't be those other things. It's residential property. So if someone's willing to take the time and the effort to pick it up and move it 45 degrees to actually save a historical structure versus letting it just collapse, and it's close there now, I'm sort of thinking give it a little bit more leeway.
John? No, what would you say?
That's, I agree. I mean, I think the house is obviously worth saving, and if it continues to be left as is, as it has been for how many years now? I mean, is the alternative just that, dissolving into dust? I think that's not a preferred outcome either.
In some of in the history of Southampton, when we had a hurricane in '38 and certain houses were badly damaged, they were picked up and moved in to be saved.
Or combined with other homes.
Or combined with other homes. And I think that this will never be a 14-horse barn again, because there's not going to be 14 horses there. But I'd hate to lose this important piece of architectural history by not being flexible to how to contemporize its use by maintaining and preserving it.
So I recognize the practicality of rotating the house. At the same time, as I drive by, and I often do, I think of how that house would look if it was, whether it be the back or the front, is running east-west. And it's a totally different look from Gin Lane. Now it looks like what it was, which was a horse barn and a stall. And at the same time, I recognize what you're saying is things have changed.
Well, and by-
So anyway, and then I think that we were very, and it's again a different situation, at, was it 43 Elm Street?
40. Yeah.
40 Elm Street.
Yeah.
And we took a very strident position, and there they were just talking about against moving the house. And there, that was only a matter of 4 feet. So, the conundrum is,
Do we follow historic preservation guidelines or don't we, basically?
yeah, but for me, it's, and there's no but in there. It's, in addition to that, for me, it's the look. As I drive down Gin Lane, that it looks what it was historically in the location it was, and it won't if we move it. And so the historical component will be eliminated. Will the house be, go into disrepair? Well, there are provisions in the code that say if you do that intentionally or otherwise, then you're responsible for restoring it back to what it was. I mean, that's a violation
I just don't see
of
that
the
as a
code in
practical
and of
solution.
itself.
I mean, to me,
Well,
saving the house and moving it actually gives it the prominence it deserves.
Well, did you,
I'm gonna
John
tell you,
David has.
Elm Street was a
Yeah.
house. It was a residential house that faced the street.
Yep.
As a residential house facing the street
Yeah.
appropriate to its neighbors. That they wanted to move it and contemporize it was a little bit different, because its function is remaining as its function was.
Yep.
And it wasn't in
This-
disrepair.
Right, and this
Yeah.
particular house, its function is not remaining as its function was, because what it was designed for, what it was
Right.
positioned for, and what its purpose was, that need no longer exists for people, and therefore time changes. And in this case, I think it makes more sense to figure out how to let time evolve and keep a historical structure by rethinking, contemporizing its use, not its facade, in order to maintain what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm just, just practically speaking, the orientation of the house right now is not oriented to be a proper resident. It was oriented to be a barn.
Right.
So,
But
I
it-
think
but-
if we're gonna get a new use for it, I think we have to be flexible in the
Right.
adaptive
At the
use.
same time, John David is essentially making that barn into a residential structure.
Which is.
So why couldn't it be done
Because
in
well,
the
if
same
you-
place?
If you look at it in its current, how much, you would not have enough, look, you'd have to completely redesign it to where it was almost L-shaped, because there's not enough space in the back of the barn to its property line to do what needs to be done with any kind of
Well,
egress.
L shape, I think, would be preferable to moving it, and it's.
Can we point out a couple things?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a conversation, right?
Yeah, that's,
One is the context. We were always taught, when we started getting into this process, that the historic context is important. It's gone though, and that's because this was part of a larger estate. The house that it was attached to is gone. It was subdivided. Now there's 2 new houses that were attached to it. So this carriage house, quite a big carriage house, it no longer has a historic context within what it once was. That's one thing. And the other is, there's a legal side to this, which is, we can't just rebuild it and turn it into a house. We'd have to go to the zoning board, and we'd have to convince the zoning board that there are no other alternatives, which may be possible, but it's
That-
not an easy lift. And
That's a yes and no, because it's a historic structure and it's a specific historic structure. There would be probably a
Yeah,
very
that's why I
cooperative
said-
conversation between ZBA.
I said there are arguments to make to them, but it's
Frankly,
still.
it's similar to some conversations we had to have about the castle, because
It's
everything
still-
about the castle
Well,
is non-conforming.
I mean, it's still a huge lift. I mean, that 765 Hill Street was
Yeah.
not approved
Yeah.
tonight. That started in, what, 2012? That was 10 years.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's a tough zoning board right now to get variances from it, so it's not a given that if we went through this process of designing an L-shaped addition to go with it, that board would actually, at the end of a very long process, actually approve it. There's certainly no guarantee to it. So we're trying to do something in a way that would be fully conforming to zoning. And, there are reasons why setback rules exist. It's also to protect the neighbors and to protect those things. So, there's some benefit to be had to make something that is pre-existing, non-conforming, conforming. I mean, that is at least a positive to look at.
If I could add to that, I just passed up Sally Spanberg's book.
Yeah.
And if I could just show one image that
Okay,
she did a great job.
to the extent you can, use the mic, John. I know it's.
So, this picture up here, this picture up here, that shows it how it was.
Yeah.
But part of the problem is you can't see any of it now because the adjacent property has hedges and trees that have really grown up. So this is how it was when it was part of the big piece. It's not like that anymore. That's what it looks like. And the only way you see that is if you trespass.
Which I do on a regular basis.
Or unless
So you're the one.
or unless that property,
So-
well, wait a minute, let's be clear, if that property only cut its own bushes down, you could see it.
Yeah.
You could see the one side.
Right.
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, no, you
But-
could also, if you were coming heading east, you could see more of it, because their own bushes block it.
But the adjacent property shares on those bushes.
Right, but if, I
It-
understand,
it's
but your
like
point
this. That
was,
the point
and
I'm
my
bringing
point
up.
is,
Yeah.
if they trim their own bushes, I can actually see
You
more of it.
you could see it.
I have a question for Sarah. On 765 Hill Street, the original referral and reports from the prior historic consultant had as a condition of approval requiring that that property be relisted.
It wouldn't be, no. You can't,
You
once
can't do it.
No. And that's why Peter
Okay.
and I were so adamantly opposed to moving that building, because A, there was no traffic threat, and B, once you move it, that's it. It cannot be redesignated.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah. And that's why I say you either uphold the preservation laws or you don't.
You let me move this one.
I didn't, and I wouldn't have.
The board did.
Yeah, well,
And I
there,
think most would agree that it worked quite well.
that was a different time. Our
Well,
own.
What's that address?
Also, the movement on that.
My
was
argument
into
with you,
the
my argument with
second
Moore is
stage.
you didn't reorient it in that house, you moved it forward.
This one here?
Yeah, is that the one that's in the, which?
This is the one, yeah, that's the corner, Sunnymead.
Sunday,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's the
you moved it
address?
forward.
41 Gin Lane.
Yeah, you moved it
We
forward,
we
you
moved
didn't
it-
reorient it to the street, you just moved it forward to,
Correct.
and you
We
tore
did
up
not
that,
rotate it.
that
That is
horrible
correct.
kitchen in the back, and you improved the backyard, and you did all the right
Yeah,
things to the back of
but-
the house, but you didn't reorient it to the street.
Correct.
In this case, you're actually reorienting it to the street.
And we all sat here while the preservation group that we hired to continue looking at our buildings said, you don't move buildings, and once you move a building, that's, it's de-designation. And there's reason for that.
Right.
And you might not agree with the reason, but that is the code.
Well, that's a reason, but I don't, it's not that I disagree with it. There are times I feel like there are exceptions.
Yes, I would rather save the property than, and lose the designation than lose the property altogether.
I don't think we have a possibility of losing the designation, but
It
No,
has
I'm
sat-
saying moving
It
it.
has sat for 30 years, and I understand the laws, and I understand that, but it has sat there without any investment being made by anybody
let's be-
until our clients come along.
I mean, I hate to sound crazy here, but let's be honest to the structure for a second. The structure doesn't have a purpose right now.
See,
Because its intended purpose no longer exists.
that's a good point.
There are not 14 horses that are going to live there.
Right. So
There are
moving
not
it-
groomsmen that are going to live on the second floor.
Moving it
So the
saves it.
building is sitting there without a purpose. It's not a commercial building, so it can't be a library. It can't be those kinds of structures. It's in residential land. It's a residential property. So we are, no matter what we're doing, completely reorienting the use of the property. So in respect for the property, if we reorient it and give it a life for its next 100 years, because it's going to take a hell of a lot of investment in this thing just to preserve it, much less improve it. Are we not doing the right thing for the structure by finding a way for it to live another 100 years?
I would say that's
If I
historic
could,
preservation.
I can say that if we convert it to a home, we know that it'll go on forever, another couple hundred
Well,
years.
as much as forever is out here, but.
Well, forever, next 10 days, whichever comes first.
Until somebody wants another addition, another addition, another addition.
Well, certainly if one did additions, they'd be in front of this board, but if it remains an accessory structure and it doesn't get the heat and the insulation,
It's
I
good.
mean, it gets patched up, of course, because you have to maintain it as the owner of a historic structure. But it's not gonna go for another couple hundred years, perhaps, if it remains a big garage, because to your point, it's not a horse stall
What-
anymore. It's
For
not.
what it is right now, I'd be
But I'm
surprised,
not-
it's going
I'm
to be
not
seriously damaged in the next 10 or 15.
I'm
Because
sorry, I'm sorry.
right, if nothing is done for it right now, even if you maintain it, the next 10 or 15 years in that building, you're starting to see some serious deterioration now in the facade and in a lot of the roof lines on it.
My thought was that you would have to heat and cool it, and that if it were used as something like as a library, I mean, as an accessory, a library joined to an L of a bigger house, that would leave it intact and used and maintained.
Well, in John David's design, the barn is being converted to a house, is it not?
Correct.
Right, so why can't it be converted to a house now in its current location?
In an L shape. Pick it up, put a basement underneath, keep it where it is, and add on to it. And it would be much more interesting as a new design L'd on to the existing.
Well, other than, the answer to that is, depends on what the zoning board says.
I
But
don't-
if it's something that the majority of you feel it's worth exploring, I mean, we have conceptually figured out at least an idea
Okay.
for how that could be done.
Okay.
John could show you a very basic sketch he did, just to see if that was the direction you
Mhm,
wanted us to
mhm.
go in.
See, this is not an either or.
Well,
Well, it's.
of course it
You're
is.
suggesting somebody wants an 8,800 square foot library, but go ahead.
Well, but no,
And Mark, that's a good point.
It's
In
an
this case, we
8,800
talk
square foot
about
building.
a garage
Yeah.
and storage and some things, but if I may, let me pass this up.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm missing some, I'm working under the assumption that if you're making the barn into a house by rotating it, the barn could be made into a house by keeping it there. If it needs a variance, that's another issue.
And I don't think, famous last words, but given how many people love this building, I would think that preservation would trump and give you a variance.
That's a risky assumption.
Thank you.
So when you start to do an addition to it,
Mm-hmm,
like this,
mm-hmm.
it starts to create some interesting issues. I think it's probably fair to say that if we did something like this, we did a proposed addition,
Mm-hmm,
there's the tension caused by the new building,
mm-hmm,
but I'm sure we can get through that.
mm-hmm.
I would not want to just mimic the building that's there, and hopefully you wouldn't want us to do that either.
No, you couldn't.
But if you see, I have letters A, B, C, D, and E.
Right,
At letter A, you'll see that I show the garage doors,
right.
because let's face it, if this building is going to be barn-like structures, certainly a four-car garage is a good place to start.
Yeah, yeah.
If you do that, the question is, you need to be able to turn a car around and pull it around. So we looked at studies in putting the garage doors in all of those locations.
Mm-hmm,
The one in front of you right now is A.
mm-hmm.
Could you go back one page, please?
Oh my God.
Yes, please. So, actually, I'm getting a little bit short. Could you roll it down just a little? No, just scroll down just a little bit, please.
Just so we all know I'm hard at it.
Up the other way?
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry.
Scroll up.
There you go, perfect. those garage doors are right here.
That'll be pretty. This destroys the integrity of the
So
historic structure.
if we all agree that that elevation that currently faces west is the most important one.
Microphone.
East and west, I would say. Oh, sorry. If we all agree that the elevation that faces both east and west are the primary, and then I would argue that this one here is really the number one elevation. When we add on to it, even though if we add carefully, and we would do that, of course, you're gonna mess with it. It's gonna change, because if you look at my site plan that I just gave you, clearly you can't pull in location C. You can't pull in location D. Location B, you'd not be able to because you'd be pulling out into the road. So you're running out of locations. There's A, and there's E. And E starts eating up the backyard quite a bit.
E's not practical.
I don't think personally it's practical, I agree with you. So A is really the place to put it. And my concern is, what does A do to the most important elevation of the building? And I'm just assuming, you see where I see proposed addition. Let's just assume that we can come up with a house that's everybody loves, and it's connected to this. I can see it being connected with a conservatory space, a lot of glass, very simple addition in a 2-to-1 ratio, because it has to be, if it's 40 feet long, it has to be 20 foot wide. Those things are possible. We've done it before.
Still, it distracts from the original structure of the house.
That's my concern.
You're fucking up the original symmetry of this thing.
For the record?
I'm sorry. Is that an architectural term?
Yeah, it is. It's going on 11:30, I'm sorry. But, you know, one of the things that's just so lovely about this barn is it's absolutely front-facing symmetry, and you
It's
take
beautiful.
that away.
So we've given it a lot of thought. And that's why we're here tonight, to continue that discussion with you.
Okay.
And I realize it's not easy.
Yeah.
And I would say that the moving of structures, they discourage, but they do say in there that under certain circumstances, it's to be considered, and I believe this is one of those circumstances.
So let's do this for the sake of time, and let us, you've spent a lot of time thinking about it, give us some time to think about it, and then come back to you with some
It's been the
direction.
board's policy to only hear a pre-submission once, but if the board in this circumstance wanted to waive that policy and hear from the applicant again in this pre-submission fashion, we could do that.
Yeah, well, I surely would like to give it some more thought. And whether that means another hearing
But you'd come back
among us
proposing
all.
the same thing, essentially, right? I mean, it's either,
Well,
I
it's
mean, I
for
think-
feedback.
Tonight, I don't think,
Yeah,
Yeah,
they need direction to make an
Yeah.
kind of application.
So
to make.
anyway, I feel I want to think about it before I give them some direction. Does that have to be at a hearing, or is that a matter of us
No, I mean,
convening?
the board can agree to put this on for a later date for another pre-submission conference, perhaps earlier in the evening.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
that's a good,
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
yeah,
Could
sure,
we have a site visit?
Oh, that's a great
Join
idea.
us at the site?
That's a great idea.
Sure, I've
Because
trespassed many
there's
times.
some very interesting things that
Okay.
There are
happen
those
when
fantastic
you pull
gardens
your
that
car up
someone's
to the-
maintaining behind it.
the gates.
okay, sounds good,
and the
John.
back of your car's in the road because it's too tight.
You know, let's make that, again, this is all pre-conference, I don't think we have to worry about, and he hasn't submitted an
Let's be
application,
fair, it's
so
not to
it's,
say you're dishing.
Can you give us some information about who did the
Laws,
the
right?
existing landscape that's there?
do we have to worry about
Because there, I mean,
Quorum,
it's
I
it's
think
actually a pretty good
being in
landscape.
the quorum?
I think
Are you referring to what's
Oh,
there?
2 and 2.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
there now.
Okay.
So this site plan, we've located all the trees
Yeah.
in the back
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Some of that is relatively, is relatively current.
yeah, but it's also very good.
Oh, it's beautiful. And that's one of the reasons why when we talked about a pool and tennis court.
Microphone.
Yeah.
Someday I'll get used to this.
Yeah,
hopefully we'll
That
change it.
Landscape there is beautiful back there,
Yeah.
and when you walk down the alley of trees,
Okay.
it's breathtaking.
Right.
As you
Whoever's
push the
maintaining the
house,
gardens behind that house, they're spectacular.
they are, and that's kind of my point. If you were to put the driveway around in location E, the parking lot in E, it pushes it destroys them.
Okay. All right, let's do a site visit. Good suggestion, thank you. I know Alice
do I
was
arrange
thinking
that?
about
And
that.
John,
Okay.
well, you can coordinate it through our office, and when you're ready to come back for another pre-application, let us know. We'll discuss with the chair. If the board's able to entertain it on the agenda, we'll add you back on. And
Yeah.
did someone tell me that this building was moved before, or am I confusing this with a different
No,
application?
never moved.
Okay, all right,
Alright,
never
so-
mind.
So let's do that. John, you work that out.
242,
Okay.
please,
Okay, thanks, Anthony.
or whatever it is. I'm
242
sorry.
Main.
Okay.
Great,
Thank you very
thanks,
much
guys.
for your time.
Take care.
It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry you had to stay so late.
No, you too.
That's all right.
And like I said, we'll work on.
As discussions go tonight, this is one of the more important
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
And one of the more
Okay.
pleasant ones as well.
No, I'm
Come
s-
on up, and then we're going to get out of here pretty. Yeah. That's it, isn't it?
We have another one.
Yeah, just 242 South Main Street.
And then we do have to talk about the calendar,
The calendar.
the meeting
Yeah,
calendar.
no, we
calendar.
can talk about that next meeting. I'm leaving. I gotta be
We-
I will be on a bus at 6:10.
Okay, only
Do you like these existing conditions?
No, that's okay.
We have to
we don't know
somehow-
what meeting we're taking applications for today and tomorrow. So we just need to know at least when our next meeting after the 12th is going to be, because we've passed that deadline for the 12th
Right,
applications.
Right. Okay.
We have to
Um,
somehow limit the agenda for these meetings.
Yeah,
though.
no,
The idea of a
and-
6-hour marathon every meeting is
crazy.
ridiculous.
The next meeting's gonna be Monday, January the 9th, because we're not gonna have a meeting like the 23rd of December, because it won't be here.
Right, we have one
We want a
meeting,
quorum.
we have one meeting.
One meeting in December, and we
Let's-
need to know when
let's
we're
get
taking
this
applications.
Let's get this
yeah.
done.
Going.
Good evening.
Hi there.
Hi.
Brian
Hi,
Glasser.
Brian.
Hi.
Hey, Brian.
And you're back.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Hi, so I'm representing 242 South Main Street.
Right.
So my client's looking to do a renovation on the current house, which is located in the historical district. So this is my first time presenting a historical project, so I thought it would be good to go over basically what we're presenting. You guys, do everyone have the renderings?
Yep.
Yes.
And the elevations?
Yes.
Yep, yep.
So basically, the one thing, just to kind of go through it quickly, some of the main bullet points, I won't go over all the site information, the whole presentation, but, basically, the house was originally built in 1889. Going through the Historical Preservation in New York Parks and Recreation, along with the National Register of Historical Places, I noticed that they mentioned several times that it's the original architecture was a Queen Anne style, and multiple locations said that it was they used the word very much altered, and/or there's great alterations to the existing house. So when we went to the original property, the historian that actually used to work here met me on the site, and we went through the areas of the original house that were altered. And we found, basically the concept is to detach those structures, because they were like one-story flat roofed areas and asphalt roof, it just was kind of a crappy construction, indoor pools and stuff like that. So it basically I worked on three-dimensional modeling, showing the existing structures, how we were removing them, and the original footprint based on where the foundation was, and I saw like a brick foundation locating how, like when the house was originally built. So based on that, we tried to maintain the original structure, and then we reconstructed the additions and alterations off of that. So the internal spaces would be more in line with what today's standards were. And the exterior, I looked at, it was on the architectural design guidelines for historical preservation. I was looking at Queen Anne style architecture, and basically, I don't know if you want to go to the renderings, but basically it's probably the last, it might be yeah, keep going, it's probably at the very end. There you go. So that's the front elevation. Yeah, this is a good one. Actually, we could start with this. So this is the north view. South Main is to the right-hand side, and basically the front door of this house was originally where it's shown today.
Mhm.
And if you look, should I be going up there and pointing?
No, we can see.
Yeah, so basically, if you were to look at the two main gables on the front of the house, the chimney, the gable to the north,
Mhm.
those are all existing parts of the original home. The front door maintains where it is.
Mhm.
So that entire massing, I have modeling of we did a full survey of the entire house, and I basically have the massing from the basement all the way up to the roof, showing the existing structures. Most of the additions are to the rear, and I know for like garage doors, we try to hide them off to the back and tuck it around, so it wouldn't be seen. In the front, we use certain types of, octagon bay windows, reverse gables, similar window patterns to the original design. A lot of things with the current house, it was like for the veneers and materials, we have asphalt roof, aluminum clad siding, aluminum cladding for all the soffits. All that stuff would be removed, and we'd be restoring it to, it would end up being a painted AZAC trim, wood siding, cedar roof. The brick chimney I like the brick chimney in the front, so we were gonna maintain that, and then we're gonna add another chimney to the south side, which would match that style. That's pretty much it. I think, I hope you guys had a chance to look over everything, just so you could kind of already get an understanding. I didn't know how much talking I should really do, especially because it's late, but I like to get more feedback than probably talk
I
about it.
think that the first thing the applicant should agree to is to unwrap the building, so you really see,
Yeah.
from an architectural standpoint, what you've got. It's got, I don't remember whether it's vinyl or aluminum siding, but once you unwrap it,
So, yeah.
you should have more of an idea.
I did pull up it's aluminum, I pulled it up, and it did look like a painted cedar, and I noticed on the permits, I think there was cedar underneath there, so.
Okay,
We
but I
could do a
mean,
little bit more exploration.
A lot, yes, that would tell you a lot more. I also, I'm looking at what I believe is, that's primarily what you see on the main street.
Mhm.
And so if I'm reading this right, are you adding, this is basically what's original right now?
That's basically, yes, and then there is
And then
parts
what
of
you're doing here is adding this onto it?
where that bay window sticks out, that reverse gable, correct, and a second story above.
Yeah, I think that it's a little, pretty much of wag the dog at this point with what's original and what's being added onto.
Okay.
Because it appears to be more than half what's there facing Main Street.
Jay, could you go up one page? 'Cause we're talking about the Main Street elevation, right? Which is this one? I just want to make sure we're talking about the same
This
thing.
diagram,
So this primarily is the Main Street elevation, right?
that's correct.
And so this would be additions, which I think is overkill.
The current house ends about about the line of the dormer?
Yes.
So that whole mass to the right of that is all new?
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is an odd property, and then now, what are you doing with the existing garage?
This is far back. There's not a garage.
If you go all the way down the property around, was there
There's an accessory structure there, we're not.
but does the driveway go all the way around it there?
Currently, there's a driveway that does wrap around,
Right,
and there's
so you
also a
have the
driveway
ability-
that,
So you had the ability actually to push what you wanted to do away from the street.
Yeah, you could back
To where
it.
facing the street still felt original to the street view on South Main Street.
wait, say that, I'm misunderstanding.
Right now, you're using your yard to the right, so when you look at the streetscape from South Main Street, what you see is a house getting wider. If instead of gone wider, you took the house back, then its original presentation to Main Street would remain the same.
Rather than
Because
doubling it.
That huge section to the right almost looks like, well, it looks a little like it's a university.
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't-
exactly the same.
You have
Something very Oxford about that,
Yeah.
but the.
Like a farmhouse with a
Yeah,
Tudor.
and one of the rules would be, that there needs to be separation from the addition, and right now it's not.
Mhm.
And I
And it
think-
should be subservient.
And it should be subservient, and it's
reversible.
not.
And reversible,
And
yes, well
reversible.
said. There is, from what I understand, reading the Historical Society things, a fair amount of interior space that is also significant.
Yeah.
But I would start by unwrapping it
I would too.
and hiring somebody like a Zach Studenroth or.
Forensic architect.
Huh?
A forensic architect.
Yeah, so you see what, what's there and how it has changed over time before you add on to it. Because you don't want to destroy living tissue. You just
Right, right.
Well, and some of those
And
clues,
I hate to
clues
tell you,
may.
but the chimney versus existing is,
It's a bit grand.
Well, you
It's a bit
see
great.
that it's here.
From the multiple pictures I've seen online.
is it that prominent?
It looks,
I
yeah.
don't remember being that tall and that well, maybe I'm wrong.
I have existing, oh, you have existing
Yeah.
pictures? Yeah, I have pictures too.
It looks more detailed.
Yeah.
From how, yeah,
Looks
maybe
double.
maybe it's just the rendering, because I'm like, it looks like a factory.
No, you can see it on the.
Yeah, no, you're right, I see it, that's me, I admit it.
There also, if you look at the
You
blue
counted.
form,
Yeah.
they originally had striped awnings, and the things are still there, which is sort of cool, because it is facing west,
Yeah, it was.
and it's going to be hot. And there was also at one
Because that
point
huge driveway that goes,
a railing.
the huge driveway that goes down the south side, is that a shared driveway or is that a sole driveway?
No, that's a sole driveway that goes to the accessory structure. We're
Yeah.
getting rid of that.
Yeah, so then you've got all that property over there, so even if you push, if the house went back this way, so this presentation, the street remained the same, and we sort of reoriented the pool in the back, there's a different way to do it to where we're not losing the original intent here.
Mhm.
And I would really caution against that window and the pediment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a different
Because there's
style.
nothing about that that's right for that house.
No, exactly.
Which one?
That sort of half
polygonal.
sunrise window situation.
That's original.
Not in this
I
picture.
took it out, yeah, I took it out. I originally had it out, but that's original.
Yeah, this. Yeah.
Sarah, can you see it?
Yeah,
No, but you're talking about.
It's
the
original,
big-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was there.
Is it?
it was there,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
And right now, if you look, I had a picture and they actually had a screen, so it was just one vertical going up.
Mhm.
And then when I was up in the attic, the window was opened up and you couldn't, I have a picture, it wasn't.
Yeah, no, that's right,
Yeah.
actually.
Just so, I mean, this is.
Sorry.
But we have fully three-dimensional massing of the whole house.
Yeah.
Accurately depicted for what's built. So here's that window,
Mhm,
with the grill.
mhm.
This is the massing here.
Mhm.
And these are all the structures added. Yeah, that's original. It's not really, this is, I am pretty sure, inside there's a picture of it that has that.
And is that sunrise in it?
it does,
Yeah, pretty cool.
I have an interior picture of it.
Okay.
That's why
All right.
evidence trumps
Yeah, my.
thought.
All right.
Thank
So,
you.
I hope that gave you some useful feedback, okay? I may wander the property,
I've wondered it a lot.
yeah.
Can I don't know if I can meet you there too and go over stuff, or is that not?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Sure.
I would like to get more, I mean, for me, it's more feedback, just
Yeah.
more insight onto what, you
Look,
know,
I'd
a little more
be happy
guidance for myself.
Any of the two of
I-
us can
yeah.
go at any one
Yeah.
time, so.
You can coordinate that through our office.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Yeah,
to go
okay.
as well,
So
as
you
long
know
as
what?
it's two
Yeah,
board members,
We
yeah.
could do it. Sarah definitely, either John or I will join in the
Perfect.
next week or so. Mark is out of town. so-
And I can give you, Bob Hefner now is free to work on buildings, and Zach
Okay.
Studenroth.
I've dealt with Bob in Sagaponic, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Thanks.
unless council or Alex tell me there's a need to continue the meeting, I'm going to move to close it.
The one thing we do have to, we have to schedule meetings for January.
Right.
'Cause
So
we have-
why would we do anything other than the 9th and the 23rd? Martin Luther King Day is the 16th.
There's no conflict.
Thank
There's
you,
no
Brian.
conflict. So I
Thank
think
you
we're
Thanks so
good.
much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so January is good, and then we'll discuss the other thing. And then, obviously, having 6-hour meetings is not good for anybody, and as Sarah said, some of the important stuff is.
Not a discussion for now. We have to figure out how to limit these meetings to projects. When they get too many, they just have to be.
No, it's crazy.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And I
Other
thought-
other communities do it. There are X number of slots.
Okay.
And that's
And then
it.
they just have to wait.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
it's
thank you,
crazy.
Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
This is a volunteer
Okay,
job, and this is.
so I am going to move that we close this session
Amen.
of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, Monday, November 14th, approximately 5 hours and 45 minutes after we started, at 11:45. Good night, everybody. Oh, do I have
I'll
a
second
second?
that.
Second. All in
Okay,
favor?
all in favor, aye. Now, good night, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You all.